with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done.
सो गाइज आज हमारे साथ यहाँ पर इंटरव्यू के लिए जुड़ने वाली है टीम IND। आपको देखने को मिल सकते हैं उन सभी के जितने भी कैंप्स रहेंगे। आइए उनसे थोड़ी सी बातचीत जो है हम करने वाले हैं। सो कैसे हैं आप लोग गाइज? IND से हमारे पास स्नैक्स हैं, स्लेयर है, आतंकी और दलजीत। सबसे पहले मैं शुरुआत करना चाहूंगा आप सभी से एक ही सवाल के साथ कि गाइज कैसे हैं आप और कैसा लग रहा है ये इवेंट?
मस्त एकदम ऑल गुड।
मस्त एकदम ऑल गुड।
कॉपी पेस्ट।
आतंकी से शुरुआत करते हैं। आतंकी अभी पिछले मैच में बिल्कुल हाल ही में एक ऐसा सिनेरियो होता है कि शैक से पहला ग्रेनेड करते हैं रेयर, आप .HP बच जाते हैं, फिर दूसरा ग्रेनेड आता है, फिर आप .HP बच जाते हैं, फिर एक मोलोटोव आती है, फिर आप .HP बच जाते हो, फिर फाइनली स्प्रे आता है और आपकी हीलिंग्स खत्म हो जाती है, तब आप जाके एलिमिनेट होते हो। तो मतलब इस लक को मेंटेन करने के लिए पाजी की खान रहे हो तुसी?
अजी नॉर्मल खाना ही खाता हूँ भाई। लोग खाते हैं बाकी के, बट पता नहीं वो किस्मत अच्छी थी, लेकिन बाद में नेट से ही फूटा था। मैं स्प्रे नहीं, नेट ही आया पार्ट से, लेकिन फूट गया ऐसा।
ओके तो क्वेश्चंस यहाँ पर हम रखेंगे, बड़े इंटरैक्टिव क्वेश्चंस हमारे पास आ जाते हैं जो हम आपके सामने थ्रो करने वाले, काफी डिसेंट तरीके से हम प्रेजेंट करने वाले। बट सबसे पहले एक बेसिक सा क्वेश्चन ये रहेगा कि बहुत से और इवेंट्स रहते हैं जहां पर IND की डोमिनेशन हमें दिखती है, IND कमबैक करती हुई हमें देखने को मिलती है। स्काई स्पोर्ट्स चैंपियनशिप 3.0 जो एक बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म आप सभी के लिए है, सारा एक बहुत बेहतरीन प्राइस पूल भी है। इस टूर्नामेंट के बारे में आपकी क्या राय रहेगी?
कौन किससे पूछा सवाल, किससे पूछा वो बताइए। स्नैक्स भाई, स्नैक्स।
ऑफ कोर्स ये अपॉर्चुनिटी बहुत बड़ी है हम लोग के लिए। लाइक ये एक मेजर 25 लाख रुपीस का प्राइस पूल है, तो हम लोग बहुत लाइक प्रैक्टिस भी हमारे लिए हमारा अच्छा हुआ था इसके BGMI के लिए बहुत जबरदस्त। बट इतना बड़ा प्राइस पूल के साथ ऑफ कोर्स सारी टीम सीरियस खेल रही है, एकदम जबरदस्त कंपटीशन चल रहा, बहुत कुछ नया सीखने मिल रहा है, टीम्स का स्ट्रैटेजीज देखने मिल रहे हैं, हम अलग तरीके से खेल रहे हैं, सब अलग अलग तरीके से खेल रहे हैं। स्टार्टिंग के 2 दिन अच्छे नहीं गए बट आज कमबैक हुआ, तो लेट्स सी यही मोमेंटम कैरी करेंगे आगे।
ओके तो स्नैक्स से बात हो रही है तो स्नैक्स से थोड़ी सी और बात की, अभी तक का मोमेंट आपका सबसे बेस्ट कौन सा रहा है स्काई स्पोर्ट्स के इवेंट में? मेरी नज़र में तो वो 1v4 जो आपने ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स के साथ DP का किया था, उसके अलावा कोई और मोमेंट? ये तो हमें पता है, ये तो काफी हाईलाइटेड रहा था, पर उसके अलावा कोई मोमेंट जो आपकी नज़र में अभी तक सबसे बेस्ट रहा हो?
एक हम लोगों ने 19 किल्स चिकन मारा था, तो वो वाला मैच मेरे को बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग लगा। और आज का मैच भी जो फर्स्ट मैच था उसमें बहुत क्रेजी फाइट्स निकाली हम लोगों ने, बहुत कोऑर्डिनेट करके, तो मस्त था, लाइक अच्छा मोमेंटम बना था।
बिल्कुल। और एक और मतलब सवाल मैं यहाँ पर ऐड ऑन करना चाहूँगा IND आप लोग के लिए कि सेमीफाइनल्स उसका तो कंपटीशन थोड़ा सा अलग था, कोई मतलब कंपैरिजन कर पाए, मतलब करना चाहेंगे आप लोग कि सेमीफाइनल्स एंड अब ग्रैंड फाइनल्स है तो उसमें कंपटीशन लेवल में कितना चेंजेस आए हैं, एंड साथ साथ टीम्स का जो ओपोनेंट है उनका गेम स्टाइल में भी चेंजेस आपको देखने को मिले कि नहीं?
हाँ, ऐसा लाइक इट्स विजिबल कि लोग स्टडी करके आए हैं। जितना सेमीज में हम लोग सबने अपनी अपनी स्टडी की है सारे आइजन में, एंड उस तरीके से रोटेशन एंड ऑल दे रहे हैं एंड हार्डशिप्स का फायदा उठा रहे हैं, तो हाँ कंपटीशन अब तो काफ़ी हो गया
जी। एक और चीज़ इसमें मैं ऐड ऑन करना चाहूँगा कि Day 1 एंड Day 2 आप अभी मतलब बॉटम में चल रहे थे, आप पॉइंट टेबल में
#18 पे,
बिल्कुल #18 में चल रहे थे यहाँ पर। तो फिर क्या डिस्कशन मतलब यहाँ पर चल रहा, क्या माइंडसेट पे था कि डे वन में चलिए अगर अच्छी शुरुआत नहीं हो पाई, Day 2 में भी वही शुरुआत वही बिल्कुल सिमिलर Day 1 जैसी रहती है, तो आज मतलब आज की जो परफॉर्मेंस का राज मतलब क्या रहने वाला है ये?
देख, अब तो इतनी मैच्योरिटी एक्चुअली हमारे प्लेयर्स भी लकी हैं कि टीम में इतने मैच्योर हो गए कि बोलते हैं कि जो पास में हुआ वो ठीक है, कि टुडे इज अ न्यू डे, फ्रेश माइंड के साथ खेलते हैं। सब आज सुबह एकदम 2 घंटे TDM में एकदम मॉबा आउट करके एकदम मूड में माइंड के जी बोले न्यू डे, तो आज एकदम इसलिए 2 चिकन आया। थर्ड लास्ट गेम थोड़े एक और चिकन आ सकता था, बट ठीक है, टुमारो अनदर डे, वी आर न्यू डे, कम बैक।
एग्जैक्टली यहाँ पर काफी अच्छी माइंडसेट के साथ ये टीम सपोर्ट के वार्म अप करके गाइस आप सभी के साथ यहाँ पर एंटरटेनमेंट करती हुई देखने को मिलती है। बट फ्लेयर के साथ बीइंग दी आईजीएल मैं कुछ और ऐसे क्वेश्चंस रखना चाहूंगा जिससे स्ट्रैटेजी थोड़ी बहुत, देखिए हम कास्टर्स है, हम यहाँ पर एनालिस्ट है, कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ी बहुत अटकलें हम लगाते रहते हैं कि आईएनडी ऐसा क्यों कर रही थी, आईएनडी वैसा क्यों कर रही थी, बट आईएनडी एक्चुअली में कैसा करती है वो हम इनके आईजीएल से अभी पूछना चाहेंगे। बीच में एक ऐसा फेज आया था जब मीरामार के मैप के अंदर काफी सारे ड्रॉप चेंजेस हो रहे थे। मैंने आपको मिनास ग्रेलेल्स जाते हुए भी देखा, मैंने पोर्तो परेसो जाते हुए भी देखा, मैंने 7 सीज के साथ आपको ड्रॉप क्लास करते हुए भी देखा। तो मतलब जहां हम कहते हैं कि सर्कल लॉस लियोनस को बहुत ज्यादा फेवर करता है, सदर्न ओरिएंटेड सर्कल हमारे पास आता है, वहां पर जो आपका करंट ड्रॉप है उसे चेंज करने की वजह क्या है?
सो लाइक हम लोग एक्चुअली वो सेकेंडरी ड्रॉप ही प्लान कर रहे थे कि अगर प्लेन पाथ कभी फेवर नहीं करता तो इतने जोन टाइम में 2 मिनट टाइम का मिलता है। तो लाइक अगर गाड़ी लेके हम लोग लॉस में पहुंचते हैं तो उसमें हम लोग का लिटरली 0-0 पे हम लोग की लूट शुरू होती है। सो वी एट डिसाइडेड वी वर ट्राइंग एक्चुअली कि काइंड न्यू ड्रॉप्स एंड पावर ग्रिड इज अ गुड ड्रॉप, बट इसमें हम 7 सीज के थोड़ा फाइट चल रहा था, बट दैट्स जस्ट अ सेकेंडरी ड्रॉप एक्चुअली, और कुछ नहीं, वरना मेन प्रायोरिटी हम लोग इस पे।
देखिए अभी इरांगल की मैप में भी हमारे पास सिर्फ एक आईएनडी और मार्कोस गेमिंग ही मेरी नजर में एक ऐसी टीम है जिसके पास कोई डायनेमिक ड्रॉप नहीं है। सो जैसा आपने इरांगल के मीरामार में ट्राई किया था, तो इरांगल में मिलिट्री बेस के अलावा कोई और ड्रॉप आपकी नजर में जैसे एज अ डायनेमिक ड्रॉप आप अपनाना चाहेंगे?
सून हम लोग एक्चुअली सोच ही रहे थे तो आपको वापस से गन फाइट दिखने लगे, बट एक्चुअली वी आर प्लानिंग फॉर अ न्यू ड्रॉप, सो लेट्स सी। अगर प्लेन पास वो अगर फेवर ना करे तो
ओके, सो मतलब डायनेमिक ड्रॉप के अंदर ड्रॉप क्लैश के लिए बिल्कुल तैयार है। जैसा स्लेयर ने कहा कि अभी आपको गन फाइट्स मिल सकती है, तो यस किसी और के ड्रॉप पर हमला करती हुई आपको आईएनडी की टीम मिल सकती है। सो गाइस आप लोग भी चैट सेक्शन में अपने क्वेश्चंस यहाँ पर बिल्कुल से दे सकते हैं, हम आपके क्वेश्चंस भी यहाँ पर रखेंगे। गेम जो हम बहुत ही जल्दी अपना रैपिड फायर शुरू करने वाले हैं सभी प्लेयर्स के सामने।
सवाल पहले मैं ऐड कर लेता हूँ यहाँ पर टीम आईएनडी, आपको पता है यहाँ पर 4 अंडरडॉग्स जो टीम्स पहले, अब तो अंडरडॉग्स हम नहीं बोल रहे, उनको राइजिंग स्टार्स टीम्स यहाँ पर बोल रहे हैं। तो उनकी परफॉर्मेंस आपको मतलब सेमीफाइनल से आपने उनका देखा था, सेमीफाइनल्स में वो आपके अगेंस्ट भी यहाँ पर खेली थी, एंड उनमें 4 टीम में से 3 टीम्स तो क्वालिफाई भी हो चुकी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स। तो उनके अगेंस्ट परफॉर्मेंस जब भी वो आते हैं तो माइंडसेट पे क्या रहता है, मतलब आप एक तरीके से उनको इक्वल ही ट्रीट आई गेस सब कुछ सबके लिए जैसे होता है सेम?
I would like Daljit to answer this. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Enjoying everything. So yeah, Daljit, you heard the question, right?
Like एक्चुअली देखा जाए तो अंडरडॉग से मोस्टली नई नई चीज़ें सीखने को मिलती है, और क्या है अभी मोस्टली वो उनका गन पावर है जो ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग है देखा जाए, ठीक है। तो बाकी अभी मोस्टली अपने को अंडरडॉग्स ही दिख रहे हैं टॉप फ्रैगिंग लिस्ट में, तो वही बात है।
सो एज पर देम कि अभी के लिए जो राइजिंग स्टार्स है वो काफी अच्छा ग्राइंड कर रहे हैं, गन गेम पर काफी अच्छा वर्क जो है वो करते हुए देखने को मिल रही है। आईएनडी से रिलेटेड हमारे पास कुछ अभी और न्यूज भी आने वाली है जिसके बारे में थोड़ी बहुत भनक लगी है, जिसके बारे में आईएनडी के प्लेयर्स आपको अपने सोशल्स पर जरूर से इन्फॉर्म कर देंगे, उस बारे में ज्यादा बात नहीं अपन करने वाले हैं। बट इन सभी प्लेयर्स के बारे में जब भी हम मैच के बारे में बात करते हैं तो एक चीज जरूर बोलते हैं कि टीम आईएनडी इज रियली स्ट्रॉन्ग इन द मिड रेंज। हाफ बैटल आप लोगों की मुझे काफी अच्छी लगती है, स्नैक्स डीपी में हैंडल कर लेते हैं, हमारे पास स्नाइपर किंग बैठे हैं नीचे आराम से एंजॉय करते हुए दलजीत है, मुझे कई बार डीपी चलाते हुए देखने को मिलते हैं। सो मिड रेंज में आपके पास स्लेयर पूरा पैक है जो आपको ये ना हाफ वे बैटल में थर्ड पार्टी नॉक्स और फिनिशेस निकाल कर दे देते हैं। क्लोज रेंज में अगर आपको आतंकी और दलजीत के अलावा किसी और प्लेयर को चूज करने का मौका मिले तो वो कौन हो सकता है? आई एम नॉट आस्किंग कि रिप्लेस एडिशन, और कौन हो सकता है?
अच्छा, लाइक एज अ न्यू मेंबर ओनली, एज अ न्यू प्लेयर कौन हो सकता है?
I actually know the answer. I know the answer, but still.
नहीं, एक्चुअली बहुत लोग हो सकते हैं कि नए अंडरडॉग्स में तो क्रेजी प्लेयर लाइक स्प्रे गॉड, एस पावर, लोग सब नेक्स्ट लेवल ही ग्राइंड करते हैं और उनका असॉल्टिंग तो टूर है। सो या आइदर वन ऑफ देम।
ओके, तो यहाँ पर हमारे पास क्वेश्चंस थोड़े से लिमिटेड, बिल्कुल हम अपनी तरफ से ही क्वेश्चंस यहाँ पर रख रहे हैं, बट हाँ रैपिड फायर राउंड में आप सभी के साथ जरूर से खेलना चाहूंगा। आई थिंक वी हैव सम न्यू मेंबर इन द हाउस एज वेल, कौन रहेगा वो भी जरूर से देखना चाहते हैं, बट कोई बात नहीं। अभी रैपिड फायर राउंड की तरफ शुरू करेंगे हम अपना चलना। 4 हमारे पास मेंबर्स हैं टीम आईएनडी से, हर एक हम प्लेयर से 4 क्वेश्चन पूछने वाले, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली सबके लिए वो सेम क्वेश्चन रहेंगे, बट राय मैं यही पूछना चाहूंगा आप लोगों की उनमें से क्या रहने वाली है। तो स्नैक्स के साथ हम शुरू करने वाले हैं इसी इसी वे में हम शुरू करेंगे। तो स्नैक्स 4 क्वेश्चंस आपके लिए, स्लेयर या क्रेटोस आईजीएल, कौन आप चूज करना चाहेंगे?
कैंपियन
पता है क्या
भाई
क्रेटोस
ओके सर, क्रेटोस के साथ आईजीएल जाना चाहेंगे। स्नाइपिंग में अगर आपको यहाँ पर दलजीत के अलावा कोई प्लेयर मिले तो वो कौन हो सकता है?
मैं स्नाइपर था पहले।
आइए
तो एक बड़ा बेसिक क्वेश्चन है जिसका आंसर शायद सबको पता ही है, बट स्टिल डीपी या M4?
ऑफ कोर्स डीपी।
ओके, और साउथ इंडियन डोसा या हैदराबादी बिरयानी? आई नो यू आर
मैं वेजिटेरियन हूँ तो हैदराबाद में नॉनवेज बिरयानी ज्यादा फेमस है, बट मेरे को डोसा सबसे ज्यादा पसंद, तो डोसा।
ओके, तो ऐसे ही कुछ क्वेश्चन मैं यहाँ पर रखना चाहूंगा स्लेयर के सामने भी। अब आप आईजीएल है तो हम असॉल्टर की बात करेंगे। आपने 2 नाम यहाँ पर अभी बताए थे, तो उनमें से वो पिक आपकी और मैं अपनी पिक यहाँ पर रखने वाला हूँ। पंक या एस पावर?
पंक। मैं पंक के बारे में एक्चुअली भूल ही गया था।
वही तभी मैंने बोला कि आई नो द आंसर, बट आपने पंक का नाम लिया ही नहीं, बिकॉज स्ट्रीम्स मैं भी चेज करता हूँ कहीं ना कहीं। तो आपने बोला था बैंगलोर में है एंड आप लोग चाहते हैं पंक के साथ।
पंक इज अभी द बेस्ट।
ओके, साथ ही साथ आपके पास कुछ और क्वेश्चंस कि आपका फेवरेट मैप अभी के लिए कौन सा जिसमें आईएनडी डोमिनेट कर सकती है, मीरामार या रैंगल?
लाइक वी आर स्ट्रांग मैप इज रैंगल, बट मेरे को मीरामार का गेम प्लान, मीरामार का गेम ज्यादा पसंद है, बट स्ट्रांग मैप तो हमारा रैंगल है।
ओके, एज पर माय इंफॉर्मेशन की टीम आईएनडी अपना कौन सा डायनामिक ड्रॉप लेके जा सकती है? सो कहीं ना कहीं मिलिट्री बेस या फिर पुचिंकी?
मिलिट्री बेस।
ओके, सब पुचिंकी पे जाने का
पुचिंकी कभी नहीं।
ओके, सो कोई एक ऐसी टीम जो आपकी नजर में ये टूर्नामेंट जीतने वाली है आईएनडी के अलावा? आईएनडी ऑब्वियसली आप लोग अपना नाम लेना चाहेंगे, पर उसके अलावा
लाइक सीइंग द करंट स्टैट्स एंड द परफॉर्मेंस देखा जाए तो आई थिंक 7 सीज।
ओके, 7 सीज 8 बिट या 7 सीज। आज की 8 बिट की डोमिनेशन आपने भी जरूर से देखी होगी, हर मैच के बाद आप भी ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग चेस करते जाते हैं। तो 8 बिट के बारे में भी आप लोग थोड़ा सा, मैं चाहूंगा स्लेयर आप आईजीएल है, हमारी आईजीसी में बहुत एक्सपीरियंस कैरी करते हैं अपने बैग में। सो ओमेगा की आईजीलिंग और जो उन्होंने आप टीम बनाई है, इसके बारे में आपका क्या कहना है?
नो ऑनेस्टली ओमेगा बहुत बवाल आईजीएल कर रहा है। लाइक द स्प्लिट उन लोग होल्ड करते हैं, द कॉन्फिडेंस उन लोग होल्ड करते हैं लोग। लाइक दे मेक श्योर अबाउट द क्रॉस फायर एंड दे डोंट गेट पैनिक। लाइक चाहे 2 टीम आए या 1 टीम आए, वो 2 बंदे भी उनको संभाल लेते हैं। सो उसको अपने प्लेयर्स की स्ट्रेंथ पता है और उसको यूटिलाइज कर रहा है, व्हिच इज द बिगेस्ट थिंग। लाइक आईजीएल को मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंटली वही करना चाहिए।
Well, exactly. You would like to come up with the few questions on
you
Daljit.
can
This is
continue.
actually waiting कि मेरी बारी आने वाली है, so yes.
You can continue. I will continue with.
Okay,
remaining
so Daljit
questions.
स्नाइपर हैं तो स्नाइपर से ही शुरू करेंगे। कार 98 या M2?
K9।
ओके, कार 98 फेमस रहती है दलजीत की। तो यस, आईजीएल की अगर आप बात करेंगे तो स्लेयर या क्रेटोस, जो हमारे पास स्नैक्स के पास था क्वेश्चन।
ऐसे सवाल क्यों पूछ रहे हो?
स्नैक्स ने आंसर किया है।
स्लेयर।
हम लोग सबका
Okay,
आंसर
तो
सेम
बैलेंस कर रही है, उधर से क्रेटोस इधर से
ये भी झूठ बोल रहा है। एक्चुअली हम लोग बेस्ट आईजीएल इंडिया में क्रेटोस को मानते हैं, लाइक बाकी टीम्स के अलावा।
मैं हमेशा एक चीज स्ट्रीम पर भी स्लेयर हमेशा यही कहता हूं कि टीम आईएनडी एज अ टीम खेलती है। अकेली ऐसी टीम है जो अपने नाम के आगे क्लैन टैग में भी टीम लिखती है, और मैं हमेशा ये बोलता हूं कि टुगेदर एवरीवन अचीव्स मोर। आईएनडी का खेमा सिर्फ इतना नहीं है, ये बहुत बड़ा खेमा है जो अच्छे तरीके से स्टडी कर आता है। और आज के दिन के शुरुआती दौर पर भी यही चीज मैंने स्ट्रीम पर बोली थी कि आईएनडी पर मुझे भरोसा है, जो कमबैक कर सकती है, होमवर्क करके आई होगी। और जैसा आपने बताया, सुबह उठते ही आप लोगों ने वार्म अप 2 घंटे से पहले ही शुरू कर दिया था, वो होमवर्क आज आपका जरूर से दिखा है। बट ये मोटिवेशन वाला एंड में करेंगे, बट अभी वापस से चलते हैं दलजीत की तरफ, जहां पर 2 क्वेश्चन दलजीत के लिए हो चुके हैं। दलजीत, यू आर अ फूडी गाय, राइट? सो रसगुल्ला, no he is not, I thought you are, but कोई बात नहीं, एक्सप्रेशन से कुछ और लग रहा है। Okay, so let's just not come up with a foodie section. अभी चलते हैं एंड्रॉइड या iOS?
iOS ऑब्वियसली।
अब ये क्वेश्चन थोड़ा ट्रिकी है जो आने वाला है। गर्लफ्रेंड या BGMI? गुड वन ना स्मैक्स।
मैंने क्रेजी दे दिया फुल वन साइड।
कम ऑन दलजीत, कम ऑन।
दोनों भाई।
एक भाई बी स्पेसिफिक, हां बी स्पेसिफिक
भाई, दोनों भाई। मैंने
यू आर नॉट एट ऑल रैपिड मैन,
भाई गलत लेके जा रहे हो।
ओके, चल लेट्स जस्ट स्किप दिस क्वेश्चन एंड शिफ्ट टू आतंकी। आतंकी से शुरुआत करते हैं। पाजी की हालचाल? पहले मैं बहुत बड़ा फैन हैगा ਤੁਹਾਡਾ, ਤੇ ਐਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਆਪਣਾ रैपिड फायर शुरू कर रहे हैं। और दो आईजीएल्स के अंडर आपने बहुत डोमिनेट किया, एक रॉक्स के साथ एक स्लेयर के साथ। सो इन दोनों में से कोई एक आप चुने। मैं क्रोटोस और स्लेयर के बीच में नहीं आपको डालूंगा, रॉक्स और स्लेयर के बीच में कौन सा आप चूज करना पाएंगे? I'm being tough, right?
देखो क्या कैसे बोले भाई अभी इनमें से
मुंह से
स्लेयर अभी करंट है तो गुस्सा नहीं मानेगा रॉक्स इसलिए।
ओह, ये स्मार्ट मूव कहीं ना कहीं। ओके, सो अटैक करते समय अगर आपके पास एक ही ग्रेनेड हो और एक मोलोटोव हो तो पहले क्या करना आपको ठीक लगता है, ग्रेनेड या मोलोटोव?
अगर कंपाउंड में है बंदे तो मैं मॉली प्रेफर करूंगा, क्योंकि कंपाउंड में फैल जाती है बॉली और बंदे के पास स्पेस नहीं बचती। और अगर ओपन में तो नेड।
ओके, नए ड्रॉप के बारे में तो हम ज्यादा बात नहीं कर पाएंगे, बट क्या जो आतंकी हमें मिल्टा से कहानी शुरू करते हुए देखने को मिलते थे, वहां से बड़ा अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस कैरी करते थे, वापस से अगर आपके पास ये क्वेश्चन रखा जाए कि नए ड्रॉप पर चलते हैं, मिलिट्री के साथ एक डायनामिक ड्रॉप बना सकते हैं, तो क्या आप मिल्टा को वापस से थोड़ा सा प्रायोरिटी देना चाहेंगे?
देखिए मिल्टा तो मैं शायद नहीं करूंगा, क्योंकि प्लेन पाथ के हिसाब से अपने हमारे को चेंज करना था, अगर करना भी है तो मिल्टा तो ले लेंगे। अगर हाँ जी, अगर प्लेन पाथ हुआ तो मिल्टा तो इजीली पहुंच ही जाएंगे कैसे भी, तो मिल्टा तो नहीं होगा, ऊपर ही जाएंगे, मतलब कोशिश करेंगे।
ओके, तो यहाँ पर एक आखिरी सवाल, ये रैपिड फायर का सवाल रहेगा नहीं, बट स्टिल अगर आपको अपनी टीम में से एक चेंज करना हो प्लेयर, नॉट एडिशन, कोई एक प्लेयर रिप्लेस करना हो, तो वो कौन हो सकता है और किसकी जगह पे हो सकता है? दैट्स अ ट्रिकी वन बिकॉज़ आई वाज रियली इजी विद
भाई अरे भाई है ना,
मतलब
तेरे को बोलूं, तेरा मेरा भाई है, तेरा बोल दूं मेरा भाई है, मेरा
ओके, तो स्नाइपर वर्सेस स्नाइपर, कौन सा स्नाइपर आपको चाहिए रहेगा फिर?
स्नाइपर मेरे को पता ही नहीं स्नाइपिंग कौन कौन करता है भाई, अच्छी स्नाइपिंग
तो कोई नहीं, सभी है,
कोई नहीं है,
बंद कर दिया।
सब बंद कर दिया ना स्नाइपिंग। दलजीत की जगह पे
दलजीत का एक्सप्रेशन, दलजीत का एक्सप्रेशन से
ठीक है, हो गया
पंकज इज आल्सो वेरी गुड स्नाइपर।
हो गया
यस एग्जैक्टली, रैपिड फायर राउंड यहाँ पे खत्म हो जाता है गाइस। आज के दिन में आपने टीम आईएनडी का पूरा डोमिनेशन देखा, #18 से अपनी जगह एक बेहतर स्पॉट तक ये टीम लेके जा चुकी है और पूरा भरोसा था इस टीम पर। सब चाह रहे थे कि आईएनडी की टीम जो एक बड़ा नाम, एक बड़ी और एक बड़ा फैन बेस यहाँ पर लेकर जाती है, उन्हें सपोर्ट करने के लिए आप सब यहाँ पर आए थे और आई थिंक पूरी परफॉर्मेंस आपको वर्थ इट प्रूव कर दिया आईएनडी ने। सो गुड लक टू ऑल द प्लेयर्स एंड गुड लक टू द मैनेजमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एज वेल।
भाई एक और जाने से पहले यहाँ पर एक और चीज मैं बोलना चाहूंगा आईएनडी को, अपने फैंस के लिए, कम्युनिटी को कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे मतलब रिगार्डिंग दिस ग्रैंड फाइनल, जो अब तक सपोर्ट उन्होंने बना रखा है आप लोगों के लिए?
तो जैसा स्टार्टिंग के 2 दिन हम लोग डिसअपॉइंट किए, तो रियली सॉरी फॉर दैट गाइस। ट्राई कर रहे थे अपना बेस्ट, बट थोड़ी चीजें अपने साइड नहीं गई, हमारे तरीके से नहीं गई। बट लास्ट ये डे प्रिपेयर्ड थे, अच्छा कमबैक किया। आने वाले 4 दिन 3 दिन जो बचे हैं डेफिनेटली अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस देंगे एंड आपको जो एक्सपेक्टेशंस है उस पे आएंगे, जरूर आएंगे। ऐसे ही सपोर्ट करते रहो, #BGMI।
बिल्कुल गाइस, चैट सेक्शन में एक बार BGMI आप स्पैम जरूर से कर सकते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच गाइस फॉर जॉइनिंग अस हियर एंड गुड लक फॉर ऑल द अपकमिंग मैचेस इन स्काई स्पोर्ट्स चैंपियनशिप 3.0।
थैंक यू,
बाय।
टेक केयर।
From a driver's point of view, to get ahead, you need to understand the data. I have over 20 buttons on my steering wheel that have a direct link to how the car behaves. So I'm studying that in the background on computers all the time. I'm super grateful that we have AMD with us. It's a huge asset for us. When we come back into the garage, the car downloads and the data pops up on my screen. The faster we can get that, the faster I can analyze it and the faster I can get back out there.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to AMD Ryzen Skyesports Championship 3.0. Croma is our gaming retail partner, Logitech our gaming partner, WD Black our gaming storage partner, Facebook Gaming is supporting all our regional teams, and as usual, this is going to be me, Lucifer, back again with Dr. Dang and Darshita for the grand finals, day 4 of BGMI. We are super excited because things are taking a tipsy-turvy turn, and Dr. Dang, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, things are really getting heated up, and this is day 4, and we are sorry about that. So it's day 4, and we are headed into day 5 tomorrow. But as the finals come to a close, we are going to be seeing. I don't know, something's wrong with the voice today, but no, seems that things are going to be fine. As for the teams, though, we are waiting for finally seeing some of these teams perform at the level that they would. We have been having teams that are coming up in terms of the leaderboard. We saw IND really rocket up to the top 5, top 6, but it is still up for grabs. The top prize is still up for grabs for a lot of these teams, and if they can look to make a push towards it, well, that will be beautiful to watch today, wouldn't it?
Well, definitely that is really going to be something very beautiful to come across. As you all guys already mentioned, it's going to be the day 4 of grand finale. Well, we are done with 3 days, and it was an amazing. It was like really amazing 3 days to come across. Talking about day 4, well, yes, everyone is excited. I am moreover excited to sit on this desk and look across towards what these teams have to come across with. Left are 3 more days. Today is the 4th day, and it is like the day is starting and ending in just like ample of time. We are just coming across 6 maps daily, and it's just going so fast. Every day we are coming across day 1 day. We are done with semi-finales. We are done with 3 days of grand finales, and this is the 4th day. So definitely the time is just moving across very fast. So coming across once again, let's head back to the prize pool split up that we really gonna have. So lakhs, a great prize pool of 25 lakhs, I would definitely say over here. So coming back, it's gonna be 12 lakh for the very first, very first, the one who comes with that champions trophy is gonna mark a amazing prize of 12 lakhs. Then it's gonna be 5 lakhs, and then 3 lakhs. So definitely it's gonna be a very huge prize pool to come across.
A huge prize pool it is, as Darshita mentioned. 25 lakhs is what these teams are fighting for, and as she mentioned, the title was going to be going to the champions will be also getting a 12 lakh cash prize pool. Second and third, she mentioned. Let's go to the other positions. Fourth and fifth will be getting 1 lakh each. Sixth to the 7th will be getting 40,000 each, and teams placing from 8th to 12th will be getting 20,000 each. But there's going to be 13 and 14 team placed that is going to be getting 10,000 for themselves, but teams placing after 15th will be walking away with nothing. And we have talked about this, it's still not going to be nothing because there's going to be a lot of experience that teams will be going through, because as we said, BGMI is not completely, I would say, spread its wing in the esports right now, because it has been a couple of months and it's still making its journey around, and it's still that players are improving, getting better, and people are changing roles. And if you looked at the discussion yesterday coming in, a lot of the sniper players from the side of Team IND did manage to go in for the assault roles, because you understand that the game is changing up, teams want to start getting victories, and the roles keep changing. So teams are still figuring it out, and as figuring it out, I'm looking forward to which team figures their way into the MVP position. How soon can they do it? Because it has a huge prize pool. I mean, sorry, not even a prize pool, it has a huge prize of 1 lakh alone, which a 4th or a 5th team place can take away, and they can just say, you guys just got the 4th and 5th placement, I just got this prize by getting n number of frags for their team or for himself or herself. They can say that they're looking incredible, but now it's all about the points on how they manage to place themselves, whether it's going to be placement points or it's going to be finish points. Why don't you walk us through it, Dr. Dang?
Well, I think that the placement points are really going to be something that matter quite a bit. But as for the teams that are going to be placing first, they are going to be getting 15 points. The team that comes second is going to be getting 12 points. Third place team gets 10 points. Fourth place gets 8, fifth gets 6, sixth place gets 4, seventh gets 2, and then from 8th to 12th you will be getting just 1 point each. As for teams lower than 12th, well, you will not be getting any points. Unfortunately, you will only be getting 0. But even if you do place in that position, the teams are going to be able to earn 1 point each for every single finish that they do. So every single finish you get a free kill for yourself. So that is going to be interesting to say the least.
Well, definitely, that is really going to be true coming across the grand finale as well. We are going to have the teams in front of us. So, talking about the teams, it's going to start off with Team Soul, Godlike, 7C, Skylights, Team IND, Revenge, Marcos Gaming, Aztec, Team Celsius, Revenant, Enigma, F1LS, Tenacity, Esports Empire, OR Esports, 8-Bit, Galaxy Racers, and TSM-FTX. Well, talking about all these teams over here, Dr. Dang and Lucifer, it's going to be that some teams are just heading their way towards the total up. They are just not looking behind to the fact that what happened before. They are just marking their ways that now they have to get up. They are just looking around new strategies, finding new things that how you can just go more up and up. And talking about some teams, well, they are still low. They are still down to the overall standings we came across yesterday. So definitely you have to re-strategize. You have to look across everything and you have to make a thing that how you can come across really.
I agree with you. Teams need to come across brilliantly. They need to fly with colors right now because 8-Bit and the side of Team 7C are running away. They're running away a distance that teams are, I would say, having a difficulty to catch up on. Yes, we did see teams such as 8-Bit, even though they have one or two winner chicken dinners, manage to make it to the first position, and that's why we say that any team has the possibility. And with this head to head, it gives us more information of how close these teams are functioning and how much they can overthrow the table toppers. And now looking at Marcos Gaming and Aztec, and there's, as I mentioned, the side of Team Aztec, they have been I would say performing really well from day 2 in terms of putting a balance between their finish and position points compared to the side of Marcos Gaming. Marcos Gaming have exceeded their position points, and that's the reason they're a little bit ahead of where the side of Aztec are. But look at the point difference, it's going to be only 8 points, even though the side of Marcos have 3 winner chicken dinners. That says a lot about this game of BGMI and also the side of Aztec as a team, that without winner chicken dinner, they've already grasped 159 points. And just imagine if the side of Aztec at least got one winner chicken dinner, right now they would also be ahead of the side of Marcos Gaming. So anything can happen, and that's the reason we say as long as you play a map, you need to come up with a couple of finish and placement points. And where we saw the last map of Wrangle at the end of day 3, where both 7C as well as the side of 8-Bit were unable to pick any points, so they're still hard stuck. So the advantage is still playing for the teams which are down from the 3rd position, who can grasp their place close to the tabletop.
Well, I agree. I think that the advantage is really going to be for the teams that can, make their way to the top of the table, but also all those teams that are focusing on their finish points solely or for their position points solely are going to be having a little bit of a problem because, well, you cannot simply just rely on one aspect of your play to get that win for yourself. I mean, just look at 8-Bit and 7C. The difference in the position and the finish points isn't that huge, but the thing that really stands out is the fact that 8-Bit has been able to get triple digits in every single category. I mean, yes, there is one extra chicken dinner for the side of 7C, but other than that, the overall points are much higher on the side of 8-Bit, 24 points higher than 7C. And the only reason that that has happened is because 8-Bit has focused on their position as well as finish points equally. Now for 7C, I think they are also one of those teams in the competition that has had the consistency in terms of finish versus position points. But then these are the top 2 teams that we have on the leaderboard right now. And if you look at the teams that are placed relatively lower, we'll see that the position or the finish points really take a domination over the other, and which is why I think that some teams are not having such a great time.
Definitely, that is really going to be true. Coming across, you can even see 7C got 3 chicken dinners. It's going to be Team 8-Bit with 2 chicken dinners. I still remember the time where Team 8-Bit had no chicken dinners. They had not even won a single match, yet they were in the top 3. So that is the whole simple point of managing finish point and position point. When you know you can't go for a win, but definitely you have that chance of taking ample amount of finishes, ample amount of position points in your accounts. That is going to get you a good spot. Even that is something that team 8-bit showcased us very well. Talking about 7C, well, they managed to take it to a very good spot, I would say. Again, coming back to Revenant and GodLike over here, it's gonna be two chicken dinners for GodLike. I still remember the day where GodLike took two chicken dinners. Well, definitely they were really very happy. But Revenant, they are with no wins yet. Well, we still have 4 days, 3 days left more. Today's date including, it's going to be 4 days, so if you can come across new teams taking a chicken dinner. But talking about the finishes, well, Gordon is with 96 and Revenant somewhere is going to be with 74 total finishes over here. Position points, I think Revenant somewhere is just heading it or hamming it on the sides of position, as they are going to mark the 3 digit for position points, where Godel, well, definitely the two matches we talked about a while ago, they got chicken dinners. They won the match amazingly, but then again, you have to be consistent. You have to be consistent. If you're winning a match, then you have to make sure that the next match, if you can't go for a chicken dinner, either you come on that fifth, fourth, or third position at least, so that you can just go for the finishes and positions hand by hand. Definitely, overall points for Revenant is gonna be 176, marking an overall for Godlike, it's gonna be 166. So it's gonna be a difference of 10 points. Well, position points, there's a huge difference, I would say.
Again, look at the head to head. I really like going on this head to head discussion because you can clearly see, even though there are teams which have not grasped any victories, any winner chicken dinner for themselves, they are a little bit ahead. 8-bit, they have two, but still they are table topping. Revenant, they have none, they're still close to table topping with the third position against Godlike and Marcos, who have 2 and 3. And also for a fact that Team IND also have 2, but they're at the 8th position. AZTEC, look at them, they have none for them, but they're still way up above than any other team which has only one single winner chicken dinner. And this says that this game is not about just a map victory, it's about how consistently you perform on each and every map. With teams playing all the 6 maps, they need to perform in all those maps, whether it's going to be a lump sum of 25 total points coming for them team, or whether it's going to be 8 finishing and placement points together coming on a particular map. There needs to be a balance between it. There needs to be a couple of points that they need to bring in, so that as we walk across, they will be holding the position. But again, now going to the overall standings, as we were saying, again in the head to head, Team 8-bit yesterday in the last map of Wrangle, no points. 7C's same, no points. So if they again go with no points here, again looking at Revenant, they just have a 20-point difference that they have to look forward to. And if they grasp a couple of finishing points and placement points, voila, they can table top 7C's without winner chicken dinner as well. Godlike is still waiting for their performance to make a comeback, as an example of day 2. Hopefully it's a better day for them. Marcos Gaming, yes, ended off with a great note yesterday. AZTEC have been coming up in terms of a consistency performance, so hopefully they will start climbing the ladder. TSM, their performance has been completely, I would say, a little bit weird at this moment, to say the least, because they might perform really well on a particular map, and in the next map immediately get capitalized. So they need to bring in the fine balance. We have talked about this, right? Erangel, Miramar and Sanok coming back to back, changing the pace of the game. I think that's where teams are taking a hit, but hopefully they make a comeback. But IND, as you saw, they were at the 8th position, so for them also it's a huge climb to the first. And as the interview came across, dang, they did mention that they are a little bit sorry. They did apologize to all their fans, but they said there is going to be a huge comeback coming in from them. And that is the spirit that I like from these sportsmen and esports athletes, that they say, do not forget, keep believing in us, we are going to make a comeback.
Well, yes, that is true. And I think that looking at this scoreboard, one of the biggest things that I am seeing right now is the fact that despite F1LS being at the 17th position, till the position that we saw yesterday, they are able to make their way up to 13. So their finish points are slowly gaining momentum, and so are their placement points. So maybe we see a comeback. Maybe we see them jump into the top 10, or maybe we see them jump into the top 7. That is going to be something that we will just have to wait and watch whether happens or not. But as far as things stand right now, it seems that, well, these teams in the second half of the scoreboard still have their work cut out for them. As for the teams like Galaxy Racers, Enigma Gaming, and even OR Esports, I think that they have a pretty good chance of making it into the top 5, if you can say so, because, well, they are above the triple digit mark, and getting points going forward is relatively a simple process. If you can stay consistent in your job, and well, you might not be able to get the first spot, but you will still be able to make a difference in terms of where you are placed with respect to the top three teams.
Indeed, that is really going to be true. Coming across the overall standing post matches, I think definitely teams need to look across now, as it's going to be an amazing and an important day. I would say today's day is really going to be important. It's like a midway. You are done with 3 days. You are left with 3 days. It's like a midway that you are coming across now. So yeah, you have to work out. But coming back to the top five fraggers again, post match 18. So let's have a look out. It's gonna be 8-bit Akshat on the very first position with 34 total finishes. Well, as we were talking about Viru yesterday, the way this guy managed to just take people down at that map of Miramar where 8-bit was dominating. Well, definitely that make Viru, he made his way to the second position with 33 finishes. Well, Godel Jonathan over here on the third position with 31 finishes. 8-bit Omega once again marking his way on the fourth position with 30 finishes, and AZTEC AKOP, well, he's going to be on the fifth position with 30 total finishes. Just look across 8-bit over here. Akshat is with 34, Viru is with 33, and Omega is with 30. Well, this team is just setting a benchmark for everyone. Your three of the players are, there on the top five fraggers list. And today's day, well, it's going to be a deciding day for them whether they have a one more entry, one more space for their fourth incoming player in the top five fraggers list, or it's gonna be someone else who's gonna make their way over here.
Again, as I said yesterday, looking at the top fraggers list, I guess either the side of 7Cs or the side of 8-bit have work cut out for them in case, in the form of putting their whole team in the top fraggers list. I am looking forward to that because three people have already made the entry from the side of 8-bit. 7C, as I said, did not have a great day yesterday. That's the reason, even though there were two people yesterday when we started it off on the top fragger list, we cannot see anybody. But AZTEC, AKOP, or even other players coming in from the side of AZTEC, we have seen them switching up places in the top fraggers list. So we can, I would say, highly say that the side of AZTEC have been performing as much as they can in terms of either an individual play or a team play, but still the consistency they have to increase. They have to come to the last zones and try to turn things around. And as we were talking about the maps, as you guys know, there's no change in the maps, there's no extra maps being added. It's going to be the same 6 set of maps being played throughout these finals for 7 days. We are done with 3 days. This is the 4th day coming in. Erangel is where we are starting things off. Then we head into the big map of Miramar. Back to Erangel, a little change of pace. Then we go into a huge change of pace with Sanok coming in very early on fights. Maybe even a quick map with 20 to 25 minutes of a match. But then we again headed to Miramar, where anything can happen. Fights can be initiated very early on, or fights can take place at the 6th or the 7th phase as well, with 10 to 15 teams still alive, so they can do anything and everything. That's the reason I love BGMI here. Then to end it all, it is going to be Erangel, and just like we saw yesterday on the map of Erangel itself, there's always the huge change of zone, and zone, I'm pretty sure, was not liking any of the teams yesterday. It was just saying, I'm not going to give advantage to any teams, they have to come and take an advantage, and I'm going to completely, I would say, disregard all their even all their great tries coming through, all their efforts on a particular map.
Well, yes, I agree. I think that for every single team right now, one of the most important things is to get into the groove from the get-go. If you can start off on a good note on match 1, maybe by the time you reach match 3, you are going to be completely warmed up and you're ready for the game going forward. But something that these teams will also have to take note is that they need to pace themselves. If you try to play the first 3 or 4 maps with all your energy, and then you are going to be stuck with a low energy game for the rest of the match, it is not going to be a great thing. You need to make sure that you have all your players up and running for the entirety of the 6 matches that are going to get played. So if you need to pace yourself, well, do that. If you need to have the first 3 matches definitely in your back pocket, and you need to have guns blazing from the get-go, well, then do that. But irrespective of what strategy these teams go in for, they have to make sure that they have enough energy to last those 6 matches, because, well, it is going to be a long day. it is going to be a long day for everyone, even for the viewers, but most importantly for those players.
Indeed, a very long day coming across, but it's gonna be filled up with a lot of actions. I would say definitely a lot of actions that is gonna come across us. So, looking forward to these things. I think yes, definitely. I am just looking across that these players mark a good entry over here. They make sure that they have an everlasting and amazing day over here. But coming back to the viewers, we have an army of 400k OP viewers over here. We are done with 400k OP subscribers over here. So thank you so much everyone for the love, for the support. Well, if you all guys are new to the channel, make sure you all guys hit the like button as we are gonna head our way towards the 500k goal. And I know y'all guys are gonna make us hit that way too soon. The amazing journey of 300k to 400k was really amazing. So now let's head towards the 500k. Coming back to the matches, well, yes, the first one is gonna be Erangel, as we discussed a while ago. It's gonna be Erangel, and definitely, I'm just waited for the fly path for the players' face cam to come across to look at them. That how this midway has came across them. What are they going through? What are they thinking? What is everything that is coming across them? So definitely, let's just head back towards that. Will be going to the fly path very soon. So just let's hope for the best, and to the very first match, all the best, everyone.
Well, I think that yes, so we have confirmation that the game has indeed started, so it should be going live any second now. And well, that will mean that we get to see these players take a drop. We get to see these players and get to understand what could be their strategy for the day, because every single team is definitely going to be having a different strategy. And well, if we are going to be seeing a difference in pace come out from one of these teams, maybe some team is going to be playing it slow in the first two maps, maybe some team is going in fast and hot and fast for the for the entirety of the day today. But irrespective of what is the strategy, as we said, you have to make sure that you keep your head in the game and you're warmed up. So probably they have already done that. Probably jump into a couple of casual games here and there, go in for those hot drops, make sure that your aim is feeling crispy. But irrespective of that, it is just about time that we head over. So Erangel is going to be coming up. Darshita and Lucifer, what do you think? Who do you think is going to be taking this?
Well, if you ask about some prediction, I think BGMI is something that you really can't predict. But looking across the performances of 8-bit, 7C, well, these are teams that I'm looking across. But even talking about team FNLS, teams like FNLS, Esports
Exactly.
Empire, Celsius, well, they even can have a good chance today, as it's just a start of a day 4 over here. Well, definitely, if you give it a good start, you will have a good day. So yeah, I'm very excited to come across many specific teams I'll be talking about. But what do you think, Lucifer? I'm even keen to know what do you think about this.
If you ask me, I guess you actually crossed most of the teams that was about in my list, except one was AZTEC. I talked about them initially as well, and the overall standings came in. F1LS as well. They understood that they are having a difficulty on day 1 and 2. 3 was a little bit better for them. They did manage to grab a couple of placement points as well as finishing points for themselves. They were looking good. They also looked very close to convert the map of Wrangle. I guess either the third map or the fifth map, one of those, they were about to close it in their favor. But unfortunately, it was AZTEC, either Ryu OP or Pardhan, who managed to completely close them out of that winner chicken dinner. So these kind of plays keep happening. That's the reason at the end of the day it's going to be BGMI. But again, all the 18 teams playing, I hope F1LS do not have an early casualty and have a better day. On the other hand, AZTEC as well. But one team I'm really looking forward to will be the side of Celsius. Celsius have been that team who aggressively, they don't care whether they land down very soon, they don't have guns or they have it, they want to pick up a fight very early on. They do manage to convert it on one team, but after which they go bleak. So maybe they look forward to either not picking the initial fight, or even if they pick the initial fight, rotate early on and immediately go into another fight, maybe, because they're already aggressive. They started out with guns blazing, then there's no point in turning it off, right? If they're already feeling that way, let's just go ahead and see how much more they can do.
Well, yes, that is true. I think that one of the most important things that we are going to be, looking at from these teams is going to be, again, strategy from the get-go. Some teams want to play it aggressive, some would like to play it passive, but that is just going to be something that we will have to wait and watch as we head over into the game. We have the players' cams in front of us, and well, we are going to be having the start of Erangel any second now.
Well, definitely. The cams are already on your screen looking across the player. It's going to be the very first match that is going to start in just few seconds over here. So definitely everyone is excited to hop into the first match, looking across with some good strategies, a good start with some good energy drinks, Red Bull energy drinks. It will definitely give them wings as well. So coming across everything, they are just preparing themselves for the battle, as today's day is going to be really important, as I mentioned a while ago. Let's just wish all of them a very best of luck, hoping for an amazing match today.
Well, yes, hoping for a really good match. As for Team 8-bit, well, they only have one player who they need to, wait and make their way, the one player who can make their way into the top five fragger list. So I think that it is going to be interesting to see whether we are going to be seeing something like this or not. But if that does happen, if we see four players from 8-bit make it in the top five fragger list, well, I really don't know what to say other than that.
Indeed, that is really gonna be true. For the whole of your team is just into top fragger list. What more do you want? What more do you want? Well, definitely you are having a good position. You are just topping it completely. You just have the throne. You have your four players in the top fraggers. Well, definitely there is nothing else that you need. But coming across Gordel, well, the preparations are on. They are very keen, very excited to know that if they can get that throne. It was like a 16th position to second position journey for Gordel. Well, yesterday was a bit of off day, I would say, for them, where they had to come down. But once again, they can make a comeback. As we saw them making a comeback, they definitely can make a comeback over here, and you can see that the players are so keen. They are just so completely into the match that they aren't aware of the fact that who's just coming around. They just need is like their phone, headphones, and we are done. We are set to go.
Well, yes, that is true. They are looking like just about to be ready to head over into the game. Some of them are just going to be there to make sure that they can, prop up these teams, boost their morale, and just make sure that they are going to be having some, they just have the best, as you can say, mentality as they head over into the game. So Godlike, they have had a shaky start. They have not been the most consistent team. They're also one of those teams that, well, love to make sure that they can get all those frags that they can pick up for themselves. But they also need to make sure that they focus on the as you can say, the simpler aspects of the game. They need to make sure that they do not over execute, they don't over aggress. That is something that we have seen has made them pay the price before. But with that out of the way, we unfortunately did not get the fly zone, but we do get the first zone, which is going to be again a central zone coming in. So probably this zone is going to be ending up somewhere in the center close to Yasnaya or towards Pochinki, but that is just going to be something that we will have to wait and see as the zone eventually, becomes smaller.
Indeed, the areas of Sivarni, Yasnaya mentioned, Shelter, Milta, Farm, Pochinki, Rozok are gonna get a good hold in the first phase, but definitely the next phase is something that is really gonna be awaited. Talking about IND, well, you can see them down in the areas of military base. Nova Rupna is gonna be Team RNT over there, where Tenacity, once again, it's gonna be a split gameplay coming across. Marcos Gaming will be heading towards their primary drop location. That's gonna be Rozok for them, as well as TSM. You can see TSM, AZTEC, Esports Empire. Well, they are very near, and initial fight is what can be created very soon. But talking about Celsius over here, well, I am a bit scared, I would say, for this team. As you can see, Loco, he is really very close to come across a fight with Aztec team over there. Well, the three players are the two players, I would say, are to the areas of Sivarni. The one player is at shooting range, and the other is somewhere near to Zerki. So we can come across a fight. Well, if he gets caught over here, he could be punished very bad. That is definitely something I'm really scared of, that Chelsea would lose their one body at a very early stage.
Well, that is true. If they lose a body up early, that could be a bad situation for them, especially because, well, they need to make sure that they, make the best of the opportunity that they have, because a lot of these teams need the points that they do not have. As for 7C, 8-bit, teams like IND that are already in the top or half of the board do not really need those points, as you can say. But for the teams that are sitting in the bottom half of the scoreboard, that is something that they will definitely look to get. As for Team Soul, well, it's been kind of an unfortunate journey for them. They have been caught in situations where they should come out on top, but unfortunately, for whatever reason, have not been able to do so. And that is fine. Sometimes some of the best teams in the world are just not able to play in the same, in the same tournament at the level that teams and players and fans expect them to. I mean, if we ask any of these teams, what do you think about Seoul? They're probably going to be telling you that, well, it's unfortunate that they're not able to play their best game. And the reasons for that could be plentiful. But again, at the end of the day, what matters is how you perform. So if Seoul is not able to perform right now, well, some other team is going to be doing and taking their position on the leaderboard. And that is why competitions are there. So with that out of the way, it is going to be, well, Water City for the side of OR, where they look to pick up as much utility. As we can see that IND is again, as usual, on their way to military base, pick up as much util as you can. And I think that they're one of the strongest teams in this competition, and consistently going in for that drop on military base and then sneaking up onto teams from the other end of the map. I think that that is a very good strategy and somehow has worked perfectly for the side of IND.
Well, indeed, the areas of military base are something that Team IND is really, just habitual of. They, if you ask Team IND, well, they know every corner of it. But what utilities you would come across, which level helmet waste, whatever you find, well, Team IND is just very habitual of coming across these areas. But talking about Godel, well, they are even habitual of the areas of Yasnaya over there. You can always see them holding, okay, getting a good hold in the areas of Yasnaya. Well, talking about fights, it's no early fights yet. You can okay, one early fight I think already happened. As we can see, it's gonna be 17 teams with 68 alive players. I think we missed a fight or something. I don't know what just happened, but yeah, it's gonna be one team that is gonna get eliminated or so. That is just being a scene over here. Well, we are almost 7 minutes in the matches, and right now the teams are just looking across to take some good utilities, decent amount of loots, helmet waste, and everything that they come across that is definitely going to fit in their bags. Level 3 bag is something that you need at this point of time, and well, yes, if you get that, you can take ample amounts of bullets as well with you. So yeah, that is something that is every team is just looking across. Well, you can see 7C Sarang, Prince, Praygod, Aladdin. Okay, DP is something that you can come across for Sarang. Well, at the size of RNT, it's going to be the areas of Novo Rupnoi, where they are just trying to, loot off their fortified areas, and then maybe they'll move across, they'll find a good hold again, and then just look across some good fights if they can.
Well, yes, that is true. I think that the faster you move and the more distance you cover into the zone on the map of Erangel, the better it is for you. And I think that, well, teams that are looking to do exactly that get the advantage that is needed. So if you are fast in your rotations, if you're fast in picking up loot, it does there is a factor of luck as well. What if you drop in a certain position and you don't find the loot that you do want to find usually? So that is going to be there, but at the same time you need to make sure that you're playing it safe as well. You can't simply just rely on your strategy to be the only and the sole deciding factor in terms of what the map is going to pan out for you. So as for these teams, they need to pay attention to multiple things, and it is all about striking that balance perfectly. If you can strike it, if you can strike that balance well, you will be getting a huge boost in terms of morale, in terms of just simply a way of winning this map out. But if you overlook something that you should have paid attention to, well, then you are going to be paying the price eventually, whether it is getting eliminated as the first place team or it is getting eliminated somewhere in the middle of the map. Either ways, it is going to be something that you will have to pay attention.
Well, indeed, true. Coming across all this, well, to the sides of, I think it's going to be rivalry as well. Tenacity over there. You can see two players with that buggy. They are just scoping around, moving around. The signs of RNT over there. Well, the bridge is something that can be a defense system, but right now it's going to be out of the phases. You have to move across the phases, which are getting a good center hold. I would say the areas of Rozok, the areas of school are something that you have to move across. And well, many of the teams right over here, Dr. Dang, are marking their way away towards the center. It's gonna be the edge game. The edge game is not gonna get played over here, as you can come across the teams. You can see them. They are just trying to move around the center. And once again, it's gonna be Team Soul who is gonna get surrounded by many teams over here. It can be a scenario of third party. There can be n number of clusters getting created. You could lose your casualties at the same time. So definitely these are something that Team Soul can come across, as they are getting surrounded by many teams. You can see each and every team, they want to get a good center hold, as they got to know this, that two phases have been shifted at center. So now the zone can be created to the areas of Rozok. Well, getting a good hold is that everything is looking across, and Soul is already onto a fight. I can see some bullets getting fired over there. So hoping for a good fight for Soul, as well as they had a bad day, I would say, since they are having some rough days, bad days, and if this is a day for comeback, well, definitely it can be a game changer.
Well, I agree. I think that if some team that is at the top of the leaderboard is having a bad day and some other team is able to capitalize on it, well, it's all fair and square, because as we said, it's a competition and it doesn't matter what you are going through. As long as you can perform, that is it. If you can perform to the best of your abilities, that is it. That is all that the competition really desires, and that is exactly what we will be looking forward to. But as for Team Enigma, they're right around the edge of F1 LS, as it looks like they don't want to be going into a gunfight just yet, but they are instead holding on and making sure that they can find a few players, as 8-Bit and Soul are also getting into an altercation. They are hoping to find one of these players inside one of these windows and probably land a few shots. As for Regaltos, well, he was a little low on HP. He is able to bandage himself up, but for the side of Soul Driver, that is going to mean that they need to find a position from where they can exit this building, because F1 seems to be on their back and, well, 8-Bit seems to be right in front of them.
Indeed, this was something that I was talking about a while ago, that Team Soul can be into a great difficulties, I would say, if they get surrounded by n number of teams at such an early stages. You can be a party of, you can be just a case of third party, fourth party, and your team can get eliminated by n number of teams. You have to face them across, or you have an option, take your vehicles and rotate it off. Well, coming back to SG Pokar over there, he's just trying to scout players off, trying to gather as much information as one can, and F1LS there. Still the open areas, the areas which are covering the hills, are going to be a greater site for F1LS, I would say. Well, they will be getting a good advantage for them as well. It is like a great head, I would say, height advantage, higher ground advantage is what they are getting. But Team SG, well, they have an inside cover, they have an inside wall cover, and that is definitely a bigger advantage than F1LS, I would say. They can overexpose themselves. I thought I saw Team IND as well backside. So that is the thing. If Team IND decides to rush it off completely, F1LS can come into a very difficult spot where Team SG even has a good angle on them. So that is something that you have to plan accordingly, whether you have a good angle, whether you don't have a good angle, what things are that you can come across with. But the zone, the phase, is something that is gonna mark again a whole of a drastic shift, I would say. It's gonna be the western areas of Rozok, the areas of Water City, the western areas of Rozok are gonna get a good hold of. And now once again, it's gonna be that scenes where the players need to take their vehicles, rotate, and get a good position in the zone.
Well, this is going to be interesting, because in the center of the zone there is going to be some hard land that you can play on, but again, that is going to be some place where you do not have any cover, as it looks like R&D's top dog is going to be taking some damage from 7C's spray down, or spray down from Spray God. Well, that is a lot of words to say at once, but it looks like Scout is going to be on his knees because he has been knocked down, and he's going to get finished off by Viru. That is another frag for him. 7C's Prince is going to get taken out by Paradox, as Slayer is going to hit the ground. So will Atanki. So F1LS really popping off, and IND is paying the price for it, as it looks like 8-Bit is going to be pulling in a rotation, because they want to make sure that they do not get caught off guard. As for Soul, well, they really don't have too much to do right now, because, well, they've lost a player and they're looking to change their position as well in a buggy that is, well, only going to be a two-seater.
Indeed, they are looking across to move across, but talking about 8-Bit Omega, well, he is onto a very bad spot, I would say, right now. He could be caught by 3 players, and, well, if it happens, it could be very disturbing for him. But talking about the 5 players, well, OI has a good chance. Omega, well, he's not stopping. He's just gonna go for that rap gun. It's like once he got in for that rap gun, there's no coming back. So that is definitely that we are coming across. Well, some grenades are being chucked over here as well, with the hope of getting some players down, but no one is getting anyone down over here. Once again, Omega with that smokes wall. Okay, that smokes have been initiated as well. Coming across F1LS, well, there was a good fight and they made sure to take IND off completely. They made sure to take IND down completely. It's going to be 16 teams with 61 alive players over here. Team IND was the very first team to say a goodbye to the lobby over here. Coming back to the fights of Soul, OR and 8-bit. Well, Team Soul is to a difficult scenarios, I would say. The back reaches are being set on fire by OR. Well, the other side is going to be the mark of Team 8-bit, where 8-bit got one player off completely, and Omega, well, he's still trying to take players more and more down with the aggressiveness of, I would say, M249, and 8-bit is still trying to regroup with their players, while Soul is trying to capitalize on the fight.
Well, I think that Soul right now can take the advantage in this gunfight, but again, it is going to be dependent on whether Soul gets into a good position or not. As you can see, their vehicle has been destroyed, but it looks like 8-bit is going to be taking enough damage on Omega that they will have to peel off from that gunfight and make sure that they play it a little safer. They're going to be going in for that revive because they are going to be safe, but it looks like Soul is making the move. Another nade is going to get popped off as Vexy is going to be spotting a player from the side of 8-bit. He spots Viru as well. Will he land those shots? Looks like Akshat also takes a shot in the side as Viru peels off. Vexy is going to get in his buggy and get out of there because, well, it seems that he started the gunfight between Soul and 8-bit and he doesn't want any more of it, because he wants to get back to his teammates and make sure that they can survive for a little bit longer when these finishes are probably going to be a lot more easier.
Definitely, that is going to be true. Once again, it's going to be F1LS who are marking a rotation nearby to the sides of 8-bit, I would say, where OR Destro as well. He's trying to spot players down, and that is going to be something that could help him take one player down. That was an ample amount of damages given by OR Destro, but well, the knockout was, I think, definitely took by someone else over there. 8-bit talking about they still have one finishes where Viru got caught over here, and when he has to pay the price, he has to go down. Akshu is even down. 8-bit lost 3 of their players. Well, the one last standing player is coming across, and it was a very well attempt, I would say, by the last standing player, Akshat over here. He manages to take the last player of Soul down, and well, he is a helping hand for his team. Definitely, he is covering it off completely, trying to provide a revival. Well, F1LS are just moving across with the vehicle. Everyone is just moving across with the vehicle continuously as the lobby is getting more and more aggressive. Well, the revivals have been initiated at the sides of 8-bit over there, and I think, yes, they would be able to provide the revival till the time rivalry don't push it off very aggressively.
Well, I agree. I think that for rivalry, this nade could really change things up, but it looks like it's not going to be landing anywhere close just now. But Sonic, he has a Molotov in his hand. He could be getting the better of someone with that, as Raid is going to be going to the ground as he is hit with some bullets. Gil, he's going to be in an elevated position, so he can allow some cover, but it looks like before Delta PP could fall into cover, he's going to get taken out. Akshat is also going to be in a tough position. The buggy could be exploding any second now. Can he make a run for the hills in this buggy? Right next to him, Sonic is ready with another nade. This is going to get tagged, and probably Viru is going to be the target for this one. Well, the nade is going to be going out. Will they connect? Yes, it seems to be the case. Akshat is going to get taken out as Viru is also finished off from Akshay, and so will be Akshat. So 2 kills coming in with the same nade. Z-God is going to be hitting the ground as well. Godal not in a very good position. Mayo as well as Jonathan little low on HP. Clutch God can get this revive next to the car and in the cover of smoke. So this should be something that they can work around with. But as for the side of, you know, these teams who are still stuck out in the open, well, that is going to be a little difficult to make sure that they survive long enough to get enough placement points, because right now the next 2 teams are still going to be getting 0.
Well, indeed, that is really going to be true. It's going to be 14 surviving teams with 47 players. Well, we are 19 minutes into the matches over here, coming across TSM over there. Well, it's going to be a very passive approach, I would say, for TSM, as the areas surrounding them are going to be very at peace. Safe and secure is what the areas surrounding them are. Same goes for Celsius over there, where Marcos Gaming, Surya, he could be a bit of differentiated at this point of time, but well, it depends on the zone as well, where the zone is going to get created. It's going to favorize the areas of TSM, ENIGMA, GodLike over here, while other teams have to mark a good entry. Coming towards the water cities and the down areas, it's going to be Team OR, F1LS, 7C and Rivalry who can get into a fight while these rotations are gonna get caught over here, as the rotational clashes are something that we are really gonna come across with. Well, you can see that a river or bridge is something that is just differentiating the fights at the sides of ENIGMA, TSM and ESPORTS Empire, where ENIGMA is still registering damages. The front foot is still covered with the ESPORTS Empire, while the backstab can be done by the team of TENACITY. Well, TSM, they even caught the RNT over here with the rotation, as I was talking about the rotational clashes, where here we go, it's gonna be TSM they caught off RNT over here, but definitely they provided damages, but it was no knockout for them. Well, it's gonna be still 0 finishes in their account. The vehicle has been blasted off completely by F1LS right over there, where rivalry can be caught as well. Getting into multiple fights can be a bit of difficult for F1LS at this point of time, as they are just overexposing themselves. They do have vehicles with a great cover, but that's gonna be a soft cover, where rivalry is trying to push it over there. Akshay is being caught, well, he's been punished badly. He has to go back. Say a goodbye. Sonic is still there, trying to move across the zone, as the zone is hitting them way too badly, I would say.
Well, yes, the zone is going to be really, really close, and they need to make sure that they pay attention to exactly where it is. Looks like Raid is going to be backing off into the zone. Maybe he survives this, maybe he doesn't, but Rexy is going to be taking damage to the head, which is going to knock him down. Zero is also on his feet. Jonathan is going to get a nade down, as Tenacity is going to lose Mr. IGL. AZTEC's Pradhan is going to get finished off, and Raid, there you go, is going to get finished off by Gil as well. As for Kabi, he's going to be hitting the ground and finished off by Gyro God. So that is not going to be something that Tenacity would be looking to, but it looks like Hell is going to be the last remaining player, as he looks to make a run with the, by swimming across the field. Maybe he does have some health, health healing packs with him, so he can technically, in theory, make use of it. But again, that is going to be something that we'll just have to wait and watch. As for GodLike, they have a big advantage. They have every single player alive for themselves, and for Sonic's player as well, he also has some bandages as well as some utility to make sure that he survives. Now, other than the fact that these teams are still going to be fighting over the zone across the river, I think that the side of GodLike could be in a very good position, because they still have a lot of ground to take in terms of the small island that they are in the center of the river with. And I think that even if things do go south for them and the zone is not for them, they are right next to the bridge, so that they can make a quick getaway in a vehicle.
Indeed, that is really going to be true. Coming across GodLike, as you said, they have a good advantage, as their 4-on-4 players are surviving. They got 4 finishes. It's going to be like an decent start to GodLike, I would say, and well, they can go in for an amazing fight with that further confidence and morale boost over here. Talking about Celsius, well, they have lost Old Monk at a very early stage. The one player was completely down, and it's going to be the sole responsibility of 2 players to come across a very good fight over here. Talking about ESPORTS Empire, well, it is suddenly, I would say, a bad start to the fight, as 2 players have been already said a goodbye. It's going to be the remaining 2 players who are trying to just hold off their position, not trying to compromise their location at such a point that they would lose their life completely, and even the position that they are holding. Well, they are going to get position points, but for the finishes, they have to make it a very hard way to come across the finish point as well. Tenacity, Tio, the last surviving player, is going to be the Hell. Tio over there, well, he is even trying to just hold it off completely, where AZTEC, he is so near to the player, but well, it was a good spray coming in by GodLike. He got over there. He managed to take Eggy down. Well, he's just trying to confirm it completely. Well, both of the players have been confirmed, I think, with some other teams going across. Well, yes, it was SKYLIGHTZ gaming Ronak over there who made sure to do that. Well, coming across TSM, once again, a good fight getting initiated with some grenades getting tossed up to the sides of OR. Well, SKYLIGHTZ, they can be a backfoot, they can be a third party, and they can mark a third party entrance to the scenarios over here.
Well, yes, they can definitely look to be the third party over here and ruin the party, in fact, for the side of these 2 teams. But again, that is going to be something that we'll just have to wait and see whether it happens or not, because, well, as we said, it's going to come down to the fact that whichever team is in a better position, it doesn't matter whether you are attacked from 4 sides or 7, as long as you have a good position. As I don't think that Jonathan has a good position, because being a fish right now is not the best idea, and drinking energy drinks under the water, I again don't know whether that is going to be the best way to play this. But again, he does not have any more of his teammates alive. He's just playing to make sure that he can get a certain placement point for his team. But again, that is something that we have to wait and see. Now, the next one going to be a tough position. He's going to get pushed by the two players from TSM as they look to capitalize on this. Even for Fragger OP, he is going to be stuck right next to Jonathan, as both of them seem to be in the same vehicle, and that is going to be interesting. Two enemy players in the same vehicle is going to be something that, well, I personally have not seen without multiple gunfights happening. But again, I think that both cannot shoot, which is why they're going to be in the same car. But I really don't know what to say about that.
Well, definitely two enemies in the same vehicle. It's like either it's you, either it's me. Let's just see who survives till the end. It's gonna be both of the enemies sitting together, having some energy drinks over there. But coming back to the fight, it's gonna be Blaze. Well, a grenade is being chucked off by his side with the hope to take some players down. But I think no, it was no AZTEC Robin as well. He is down to the waters. Everyone is just trying to survive it through the waters that the water bodies that they have in front of them. Everyone is just trying to go for that healing. But coming back to RNT, well, Gyro God has been confirmed. Marcos Gaming had to say, and not early I would say, but yes, they had to say a goodbye to the lobby as well. Talking about TSM, it's gonna be 8 finishes. It's really a good start. They have been eliminating 2 teams continuously over here, and definitely it's gonna be a really decent start. But look there, initiative, it's gonna be esports Empire, and I think it's Godel Jonathan over here. Fragger OP and Godel Jonathan. Well, Fragger OP decided to not continue the party anymore, get out of that car, move across with the hope to, just get a different position. Well, Shadow or drop is something that is just he's getting a good hold of it. Fragger, I think, is being caught and is being punished by SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Well, they even have 8 finishes, but encore it was RNT, and he has been even caught by SKYLIGHTZ. Once again, it was SKYLIGHTZ Gaming who took them off completely. Well, Jonathan, no one knows where Jonathan is. No one knows where the car is. He has been holding his position. He made sure to come back to the 3rd position. What a man he is. He has been trying to hold up his position since a long time. He's been boosting himself completely, and he has marked an entry to the 3rd position. But TSM 2 players have been caught. Well, they have been punished as well. They have to go down. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is trying to capitalize this fight very, very, very amazingly well with a very aggressive approach. They are trying to come forward, where Ninja is trying to provide a revival.
Well, yes, Ninja is going to be doing himself right, but every player is going to be pushing upwards. Unfortunately, Somraj is not able to land enough shots, and Kamla Boy is also going to be taking damage. Who's going to finish off the side of Jonathan as well. Unfortunately for GodLike, they're going to have to settle with the 3rd place finish. It's all down between SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and TSM. TSM have been looking for this opportunity for such a long time now. They have every single player available for them to make sure that this works, as the zone is also going to be not favoring the side of SG. And unfortunately, Somraj is not going to be back up to his feet because Pukar left that revive a little bit too early, and that is going to be that they will have to work with this. But it looks like the spray down works out. TSM stuck behind only a soft cover of the smoke is going to give their position, or rather is going to give their life away, as SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is going to be the one that comes in to take this win.
Well, this was the first match of today's day, and what a match we just came across. Talking about everything, the first thing that I come across my mind is Jonathan. This man just went into that car with esports Empire, Fragger OP over there. They both were sitting, they were just having a party, chilling over there, where esports Empire, Fragger OP decided to not continue the party anymore. Well, he just tried to come out of that vehicle, and well, definitely he was being caught by SG and he was being punished badly. But coming back to Jonathan, well, he managed to take the 3rd position for his team. He very well knew that he has been the last player. He is the last surviving player for his team. And definitely it was a 3rd position for Godel, where 2nd position for TSM. Well, TSM was really awaited for this time, where they could get an amazing winner chicken dinner. But unfortunately, it was SKYLIGHTZ Gaming who made sure to capitalize on the fight over here. And well, it was an amazing attempt, I would say, for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Well, they bang it, they ham it on with that first winner chicken dinner for them.
Well, yes, that is true, and I think that it is going to mean that, well, these teams, that was really close. I think that for TSM, it just comes back down to the fact that they were on the wrong side of the zone. They were on the wrong side of that rock, and had they been closer, or had they been able to push with a certain number of players up on their feet, maybe we could be seeing a difference in terms of what the result was. But as for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, well, they were able to get that win. You can't really say anything. Very well played by Jonathan, trying to make sure that his team gets a good position. And other than that, I think that TSM really needed a placement like this to make sure that they were able to come back into the game strong.
Oh, well, definitely. That was definitely true. Coming back, we're gonna have Lucifer with us. I just have one question. What do you have to say about Godel Jonathan over there? The car, Godel Jonathan and Esports Empire Frager OP.
I was just laughing though that. I mean, this is, I guess, the second time when me and Dr. Dang we are on the desk. We have seen this the second time that players are getting into the vehicle and underwater healing happening. I was about to think that both Esports Empire as well as the side of GodLike would have gone in for an underwater heal battle, especially on the map of Erangel. I was like, okay, bring it on. But unfortunately, they only had 3 and 6 medkits. So okay, but funny things apart, the side of Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, I guess this is going to be their opening winner chicken dinner. They have been trying their best. They have been putting up one hell of a show, but eventually they were always being caught off. But there was another team, the side of FNLS. They finished off IND. They went in for a fight with the side of Seoul, did not have their information, but they managed to gatekeep a lot of teams. They did manage to gatekeep rivalry as well. But at the end, when the play zone managed to crumble, they also crumbled along with it, which rivalry capitalized on. And I guess rivalry also went down on that. But I think even FNLS should be able to grasp at least 4 or 5 finishing points for themselves. But again, placement points is something that we are talking about right now. As we are in day 4, if you would have done this performance on day 1 or day 2 where you had kill points in your favor, we would have said it's fine. It's still a couple of days that you can start turning things around. But now it's about both finish as well as the side of placement points. And if you are unable to balance each other out, you will be left out. But hopefully, now with the start of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming coming in for the winner chicken dinner, we might see a little bit of a tabletop climb and also a tabletop change in terms of the positions.
Well, yes, I think that it is going to be coming down to the fact that table topping is going to be a very difficult task, and not everyone can do it very consistently. So for teams like, even for teams like GodLike, even for teams like TSM, Soul, 8-bit, it's not an easy job because, well, if you have underdogs like 7C who are going to be coming out all guns blazing and surprising everyone in the lobby, well, you can't really do anything about it. So you just have to make sure that you play the best game that you have. If you can't really do it, well, you're not going to be at the top. There is no way that simply by being one of the favorite teams in the competition, you are able to get into that position. But speaking about that, we have the highlights for you in front of us from this game. And well, we can have someone walk us through it. Where's it going to be, Darshita?
Well, definitely. It all started off with the fight between 8-bit and Soul, where the sides of 8-bit were strong, I would say, were definitely strong. They tried to take players down. Well, Soul Mortal was already down. 2 players from Soul were down. Well, the one player with that vehicle, it was the last standing player who managed to take that player down completely, and it was Soul who had to say a goodbye. Talking about 8-bit, well, F1LS was somewhere who just marked an entry over there and made sure to, take them off completely. F1LS, as Lucifer mentioned a while ago, they tried their best. They really tried their best. They gatekeeped a lot of team, I would say, and they made sure to take IND completely down. But now the sides of Godel as well, Godel, OR, TSM, these teams were something that got into consecutive fights where the zone was collapsing, and there it was something that just was a bit of difficult. But the sides of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, well, this match was really amazing for them. As you can see, the last fight between TSM and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, well, a revival. Both of the teammates were just trying to provide a revival. Well, Pukar, he had a chance of revival at an early stage, but definitely he just left off with that revival. He come back, he gave that revival to his teammate, made sure to eliminate the sides of TSM and capitalize and dominate the map completely. So with this, we are heading towards the overall standings for post match 19. Well, Lucifer, would you take us across to the overall standings?
I would love to, because we said Erangel, the previous map on day 3. I might be stuck. I'm really sorry, guys, if I'm stuck in still day 3, because it was something that we were a little bit, I would say, fascinated with. But again, let's come back to day 4. It's all about today. Team 8-bit, again, they'll be able to grab a couple of points for themselves, but at the end of the day, they will also get wiped out from the side of rivalry, and many other teams coming in, and 8-bit could not make a rotate. But with the 4 finishes they got, you can see they are at 220 from 216. 7C as well, I guess they got only 191 finish for themselves, and that's the reason they're just at 193. Revenant again. Revenant is climbing the ladder. This is all I would like to say, because Revenant were at, I guess, 170, and you can see right now at 191. So Revenant are balancing their play in terms of placement and finish as much as possible, but still there's a 20-point difference that Revenant need to catch up on. GodLike Gaming, GodLike Esports, 181 for them. It was a good position in terms of the circle, but when the rotation of the circle or switch of the phase happened, every time that we have seen GodLike, it looks like they rush into a zone to take control of it. Rather than calculating how they can make an entry, they take vehicles and try to rush and eventually get caught out, and that is what happened. TSM had a hard cover for themselves, and that's the reason GodLike could not make an entry. And fifth position, as I said, TSM, who were the second team on this map of Erangel, 167, still above the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, this is going to be their second winner chicken dinner. I might have said one, but yes, I guess it's a difference from day 1 to day 4 today, and that's the reason there's been a long gap for them. But still, this winner chicken dinner does put them on the top 6 right now. Not top 5 yet, but still they are making their way. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming at the 6th with 165, Marcos Gaming 160. We did see their kills being picked, but AZTEC, they've taken a huge tumble down. I guess they were at the 5th position, and AZTEC going down to the 8th position, that's a huge leap of 3 positions down the ladder. Not a good sign, but hopefully a comeback very soon. IND as well, they've taken a tumble, they've downed, they're at the 9th position. OR Esports, they're still there. Galaxy Races as well, still in the same position. ENIGMA also no change up for them, but the change has happened from the side of F1LS as well as the side of Rivalry. F1LS are right now seeing, I would say, the light at the end of the tunnel. Right now they're about to reach the triple digit mark, the 100 mark coming in after 3 days, totally 3 days. In the 4th day they're making a comeback, hopefully better, but again you can see they're lacking in placement points, which they have to take a look at. Rivalry as well, it's kind of a mixed play coming in for them. It's not completely working out on a map. In certain maps they manage to grab finishing points, so it's like one map for them is finishing point map, another map is going to be placement points map for them. So that's the reason I guess they're still having a tough fight. Tenacity, as usual, we have seen them not sure what their strategy is. Still, they head out of the play zone, then they come into the last circles as the rotation keeps happening, but get kept or even left out of a battle before they can enter into it. Team Soul, again another bad day. We have seen that the team is still improving, and this is what is happening, I would say, whether it's going to be the side of F1LS, Rivalry, Tenacity, Soul, Esports Empire or Celsius. It's still about completely picking up the game, completely understanding against how you can calculate your opponent and how you can turn the match around. If you remember, again, in case many of you missed that interview between our Hindi desk and the team IND, they did mention they're still looking forward to a dynamic drop position, because their position is right now compromised. Everybody knows IND loves military base, and if a team is very confident, they can go ham on them, and that's the reason they're still looking forward to, in case a flight path does not favor military base, they're looking forward to a dynamic position in terms of another loot drop. And that's where I guess teams need to start switching up strategies, because right now, if you have seen the side of Soul, they get down to ruins mostly. Tenacity, always, they don't have a particular spot, I would say, but still always at the northern, southern or the edges of the map. So something to take a look at, but hopefully they understand very soon, because with day 4 now going on already, with map 1 done and dusted, they don't have a lot more maps to play with.
Well, yes, that is true. I think that with map 1 ended, there is going to be a lesser number of maps for these teams to pick up points on. But again, it does come back down to the fact that if you can take that advantage for you, you can still capitalize. There is still a lot of points on the table. If you can even come into the top 4 or the top 5 for the remainder of the games that we have today, one of these second half of the scoreboard can, well, come into the top 6, top 7. And that is going to be a huge jump for just one day. So we just saw SKYLIGHTZ Gaming take their first chicken dinner. Maybe we see another team do the same thing. And if that is going to be the case, then we are going to be, seeing a much bigger advantage coming in for one of these teams. So again, it is just about taking the opportunities that you are provided. And if you can, make the best of the moment that you have in your hand and grasp the opportunity, well then can't really, as you can say, blame anyone for making a few leapfrogs over here.
Well, definitely, it was the first match that we came across, and indeed, everything is really gonna be very true. It was the really a good start for some of the teams, where teams like IND, well, it's like a bit of, the graph I'm talking about. The graph is a bit going to the downer stage at this time. They just going down and down, but now they have to look forward to take a loop and just go up. That is something that they really have to came across. And as Lucifer was telling, well, in the interview, they already had mentioned that they are looking for a new drop location, where military base is something that they really love, but coming across, they are looking for a new drop location. Well, it's gonna be something like a very new thing to come across, seeing IND on a new place. But definitely that is gonna mark them some good or bad changes. Now it's upon them, well, how they take their strategies over to the new place they are heading toward. Talking about that, well, the sides of 8-bit, I would even like to mention, well, yesterday's day, as we all know, was an amazing day for 8-bit, but today's day, the first match, well, definitely they eliminated one of the whole team, not just one team they eliminated, but one single player from a different team as well. So consecutively, it was somewhat like 4 and 5 finishes from them. And for talking about the position, well, they will get one or two position, but still they are on the top. Their sides are going to be very strong, and they are still sitting on that throne. Well, it is now a bit of easy to take 8-bit down. Now, if you ham it to the sides of 8-bit, well, you can take them down. But now it's up to the side of 8-bit, how well they manage to just capitalize on the position they are holding. It's now their advantage or their disadvantage. It's their strategy that is going to mark them a good position, is all I can say.
Exactly. I mean, right now, as we said, right, Seven Seas cannot act like they already have a huge buffer. They, I did, we did see that the side of Seven Seas tried to perform a little bit and capitalize a couple of placement and finishing points, but still 8-bit had a better performance. They capitalized on top of it. Now 8-bit are right now in the risk. 8-bit are the target right now for all the teams, because sitting at the top position does not mean you have all the laurels as of now, because until and unless this grand finals is done and dusted, you have played all the 42 maps and then you're in the first position, that means you have been crowned. Otherwise, till then, everybody is fighting for the top spot. Everybody is trying to dethrone each and every person. And with Revenant at the third position, you can see how close they're climbing up. The difference might be 20 and 30 points as of now, but with just one map, you can see from 176 they're at 191, and it just goes to say, if Seven Seas have another bad map, Revenant, even though they don't have a winner chicken dinner, they might come close to the side of 8-bit. And 8-bit, if they have another bad map where they just pick up 4 finishes and no placement points, pretty sure Revenant with zero winner chicken dinners can turn things around. But this is on the fact that I'm saying that Revenant have a better game in all the upcoming 3 maps. Who knows? Revenant, they're not ready for the map of Miramar, get caught really early on while they're rotating on the open, and it's done and dusted for them. And Revenant are back to their footing, and maybe some team capitalizes. The third position is gone within a blink of an eye for the side of Revenant. So anything can happen, but yes, there's a long journey going ahead for these teams. Yes, we have said 18 maps done. We keep saying long journey. It's because each and every day 6 maps is not easy to play. They have to put their best game in. They have to put up their A game as they progress through each and every map. And if they let go of one map thinking that they are better on another map, just like imagine the side of GodLike, we have talked about them. They dominate the map of Miramar, and yesterday, voila, there was no godlike on the map of Miramar. They tried their best, but every time they picked the fight and the rotation was coming, godlike was not available. And that's the reason we're saying, even though a team is really good in terms of a loot point, in terms of their drop location, or the aggressive fights they go ahead, anything can change up. But right now it looks like changing should be the screen, because the teams have loaded in, the map is ready for us, and we are kicking in. Miramar is coming in. Let's hope for the best for all these teams, and we have talked about this. Just support your teams irrespective of the win and the loss, because they are trying their best right now. All I would say as a disadvantage happening for the team is just that another team is better on a given day.
Well, yes, that is definitely true. I think that it just comes back down to the fact that some teams have a good day on, have a good day on one of these maps, and the other times you have a bad day. So some things on things like this, you cannot really, as we say, really predict anything, because it just comes back down to the fact that if you're having a good day, you are going to be favored. It's a lot like, trying to go a long distance in your city, and on some days you just hit every single red light. On other days, every single red light that you hit is going to be a green light. So it just comes back down to having a good day or a bad day. A lot of times And well, if you are having a great day, well, then every single light is going to turn green as you approach it. So, well, that
especially
is,
especially to say that when you're actually wanting something, right, Dr. Dang, it's always red. It's like I
Exactly,
mean, it's a
exactly.
delusion, but it happens.
yeah, that is true. And one of the worst feelings is seeing it green and then approaching it for it to become yellow and then
Exactly.
red. So, well, if you are going to be having a great day, well, you hit every single green light. So let us hope that for one of these teams, that is going to be the day.
Well, these are some lines I would really like to relate on. Definitely, it's like now you have to give your best. It's like a midway you have came across. 3 days are done, 3 days are left. It's just like a midway. It's not like you are done. You are left. 50% is done. 50% is left. It's like a center midway that you are working on. But we are done with the first match. I know the second map is gonna be Miramar. The map with all of the terrain, the dust, sand dunes areas, I would say, the areas with a greater height advantage. Well, definitely, the buildings provide you a height advantage. A great height advantage is what the compounds provide you there. Well, the ridges, even, they even provide you some amazing fight experiences, I would say. So, definitely, Miramar is a drastic change of map, I would say, for the players as well. Coming across Erangel is something like a very habitual map we play across, but yeah,
Mhm.
Miramar is something that is gonna be really different from Erangel. So, well, it's gonna be some new team. I am just having this feeling that it's gonna be some new team just coming across and just having it on the sides of Miramar. So, we are just hoping and waiting to look across to come across one new team who just haven't got any chicken dinner, any wins yet, get one on this map at least.
I agree with you. I mean, again, we have talked about this. Teams are getting better, teams are getting more confident, and with the analogy Dr. Dang put, it's well said that any team can take up. One team that is just right above you might be able to make a huge leap with both finishes as well as placement points. It's just one map, one day, that the confidence that the team needs, they just start popping off. The side of 7C, everybody I'm pretty sure still remembers that record, and people are looking forward to break that. 40 total points on a single map. That's just insane. And that map of Wrangle, 7C's picked a fight, converted, went to another fight, converted, and it was just 7C's picking fight after fight, and they're just going into the zone as it was closing as well. And that's the best play coming till now. Hopefully, teams understand how their play style. It is not necessary you replicate what 7C's did. You can even try and fight another way. We have talked about this third party fight. The opponent might not like this kind of strategy, but you can still kill, I would say, steal their kills. You can steal their finishing points while they get a knockout, because you might be at a different angle and you might see where that person who's down to the ground might be looking forward to hide himself so that his teammate can revive him and take the best advantage of it. So these kind of strategies you need to figure out which works for your team, and especially on this map of Miramar, it's going to be very crucial to watch your backs. If you let your back be open, teams are going to exploit it, teams are going to come in, and teams, once they pick up a fight, they're pretty sure looking forward to more from your teammates, and they're going to try and convert. But on the other end, I still remember how angry 7Cs were on the side of Celsius yesterday when Celsius took one person down of 7Cs with a grenade where they had no clue about. And then 7Cs said, Celsius, you're not going to do that, we are going to go ham on you. And 7Cs went and took out two players, and immediately Celsius ran for it. They did not look back. They did not look forward to picking the fight with the side of 7Cs, because they knew how they were losing players. It looked like they would be out of the match very soon. And somehow 7Cs lost, not to the side of Celsius, but they did lose that map. But hopefully 7Cs, I'm pretty sure everybody over there is right now looking forward to 7Cs making a comeback, take down the side of 8-bit, because again, it's a friendly, I would say, it's a mutual rivalry going on to take one person down and bring one other team back up. It's the fight that we always like.
Well, yes, that is true. I think that what one of these things that we really need to focus on is going to be the fact that for a lot of teams over here, it's not going to end like the story that they would have hoped for. It is going to be a very, very unfortunate ending for some of these teams. So you have to understand that, as we said, some teams have a good tournament, sometimes teams don't have one. So it's just going to be coming back down to the fact that majority of these players that we see in this lobby are planning to make sure that they can give the best. But again, it's something that we saw Jonathan making the best use of the opportunity that we had on Erangel. Now he knew that the second he pops his head out, he's going to be dead. He cannot come out on top of that situation. So he just made the best use possible that was there from that situation. So sometimes players have to come up with strategies on the fly that just doesn't, appeal to a lot of us. We think that, oh, that doesn't make sense until it actually works. There were 7 or 8 teams alive when Jonathan went in for that underwater heal. At the end of the day, when he did eventually come out, he was number placed. He was number 3. So the difference between the points that he picked up for his team at 7 and 8, which is 1 or 2, to all the way to up to 10 is 9 points. And there is no way that had he come out of the water, he would be getting 9 kills without getting taken out. So, well, there you go. That is exactly what is important. You can make those plays on some days, on other days you can't. And for Jonathan, that was the time, and he made the play. So if you see a play that is being made and you don't really agree with it, maybe just wait it out till you see the results of that play, because, well, they are a professional player for a reason, and someone sitting in chat is not. So next time you want to say something to these players, make sure that you have the right idea.
Well, indeed, it's like just hopping on to new strategies, I would say. As I discussed about it earlier, plan A, plan B, plan C. You have n number of plans. It's just about the right time you use those. Having n number of plans is not something that is gonna help you, but using a plan that would help you in that situation is what matters the most. As even Lucifer mentioned, now that it's gonna be the map of Miramar, your backs have to be clear. But so as your fronts. It's not just about the back. If you are just focused on the back areas, someone from front can come and kill you. So you have to keep your keen eye on both the position. It's not just about holding one single position you come across. You have to keep your keen eyes, as you have your keen eyes on your front scenarios, you have to look the back foot even as well. So that is something that you really have to come across. Each and every single thing and a small thing is what matters at the map of Miramar. We saw that incoming grenade. We were talking about the side of Celsius. Well, the player was isolated of 7C. They had no idea, but definitely he did. So coming across, these are something that we are really going to come across. But we are going to head towards the map of Miramar, where my co-casters, Dr. Dang and Lucifer, are going to take you across. So handing it to both of you.
Thank you so much. And right now we can see the player cams again. Once again loaded. Might be a glitch there. That's the reason we had the delay. You need to understand in a given day anything and everything can happen, and right now it looks like the players are ready, and there is no glitches anymore, there's no map mismatches or some lobby issues happening. Right now the players are ready. GodLike, as we have said, this is going to be the map of Miramar, hopefully their map, but who knows, maybe another team can dominate, maybe another team can get an advanced position. And again, talking about the advanced position, we have seen GodLike always making I would say, even though this is a small mistake, at the end of the day it's a mistake that the opponent can see, and we are looking forward to capitalize. So hopefully GodLike make a change on top of it, and hopefully they have a better fight, that their rotations when they're doing, look for information, which is not happening. They just take a vehicle, go ram it toward maybe a hard compound and jump out of it, and then go into the building. Before they do that, somebody finds them. But right now it looks like the drop is coming in. Players are ready to drop down as soon as they want. We can see Tenacity as well as the side of Esports Empire. They've gotten down. They're looking forward to going to Crater Fields or El Pozo or maybe even Trailer Park. But in the meantime, the other players have jumped down close to San Martin, and from here the spread is coming for all the teams. And yes, there is still looks like the side of TSM is still sitting in the plane. They're going a little bit further down and then going for a drop. I guess they are heading their way into Los Leones. Seoul right now, they might be going to the side of Junkyard or El Hazar, because we did generally see them that they do go in for split, I would say, loots. But I'm not sure if they're still doing that, because we've talked multiple times about Soul split loot coming in, that they go in, they get the loot, but by the time they actually regroup as a team, some other team spots them out. But right now next to them, neck and neck is going to be the side of GodLike. And are we going to see a fight being initiated, Dr. Dang?
Well, the fights are going to be taking place really, really soon, especially for the ones that have dropped down close to Los Leones, because, well, I can clearly see 5 teams dropping in a certain place. But again, it is going to be something that these teams will, again, be very, very careful about, because as the zone is going to be in the top half, it means that, every single team that is going to be making their way to the top section of the map, the northeastern side of the map, will have to deal with every single team in the center. So again, it's going to be a lot to do about how you make your rotations. And as we had one of these questions, whether it will be smart to go through the center or through the edge, I think that for this zone, maybe taking the edge route is going to be a better, is going to be a better one.
Hopefully, it's a better one for a lot of these teams because they're not having, I would say, still a great day. We need to go a long way for these teams in case they need that first position. Teams need to start picking up their fights. We have talked about this. If your team is aggressive, pick up the fights. But now looking at, as you mentioned, right, Los Leones has a huge cluster. Seoul, again, they have, I would say, kind of isolated themselves from a fight, but GodL, you saw them, they were right next to them, and GodLike, anytime they spot their opponent, they're looking forward to the fight, and I think we might end up seeing that, and that's the reason the side of Seoul need to be prepared for it. Soul Mortal, he's going in for the loot, he's not looking for anything else, but his teammates are still not close to him. There is going to be a couple of vehicles and couple more buildings that he can go and grab a better loot. If he cannot find, he's going to grab a vehicle, make a rotation, but right now with that rotations coming in, one thing that I want to let you guys know in the chat is that, again, if you guys are new here, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe, and in case you just have started tuning in, this is going to be the second match coming in on the map of Miramar on the grand finals. It's already day 4, 3 more days to go, 6 maps every day for the teams to play. Hopefully we have a better day for a lot of these teams as you're wishing for, and as you guys are wishing for the comeback, you guys get what you want. Hopefully a team that is going to be crowned as a champion is well worth of it. But right now, GodLike, as we said, they're looking forward to the loot, and they have also not gone in for the fight. And what do you think about this? Early or no fights coming in from either GodLike or even any other team. Any thoughts on that, Dr. Dang?
Well, I think that it is going to be really interesting to see as to what the side of IND is also going to be doing, because they are a team that usually loves to drop really far away from the other teams, pick up as much loot as they can, and then come into the gunfight. So if that is going to be something that they do, well, I really hope that it works out for them. It didn't work out last time because, well, it was a surprising zone, and I think that this time as well, the zone is not going to be something that, really favors the side of IND and their strategy, that if the zone is really far away from you, you're constantly fighting the zone as well as the players that come along with it, because, well, you are low on time, you're really far away, and you need to make sure that you play the map and the zone as it happens. So as for that, I think that that is going to be a little difficult for these teams to manage, but then again, it's just going to be something that time will tell.
Time is ticking. You can see it's 4 minutes down the clock. Hopefully teams start turning things around, but right now it looks like no fights being initiated very early on. A safe gameplay and a stalled gameplay actually coming through. I guess maybe when we head over to phase 2, we might see a lot of action coming in. But TSM, one thing I can say about this team is that they've come close to a winner chicken dinner, and they are looking forward to that winner chicken dinner happening in their favor very soon. Hopefully it works out for their favor, but I'm not too sure. But let's see how this works out. But right now it looks like they've grabbed loots, but still not great. As you can see, level 1 helmet, level 2 vest coming in, and still only 2 medkits, a couple of bandages there. Okay, right now we have changed the expectation coming to the side of Tenacity, and you can see they have better loot compared to the side of team TSM. And Tenacity, again, even though this team has better loot, the rotations is what I'm really worried for this team. They never rotate in due time. They always lose. They always get hit by the play zone as they're rotating, either with a vehicle or either with players being spotted very early on from the side of Tenacity. And I hope the side of team Tenacity reads this, but still Tenacity keep making the mistake. Not sure if they're very confident on it, but right now it looks like Jonathan falls because of himself and goes for a knockout, so nothing to be worried about. But in the meantime, if somebody is very close to the side of GodLike, this should be the opportunity they should be capitalizing on. I think they were trying to drive off with the vehicle, and Jonathan jumped out of the vehicle. That's the reason he was knocked out. Very unfortunately, he would have to use both his medkits, a couple of bandages, and also another, I would say, energy drink if it got already over, so that he can be completely in terms of good health and full health for his team for future fights coming across. But it looks like rotations are already started to happen from the side of GodLike towards the hard cover as they progress. But TSM, we did see at the neck or the edge of the map, they were also close to the side of GodLike. So if the side of TSM, which we have seen even on the last map of Erangel, when TSM even though they had the, I would say, hardcover or compound advantage, they made the jump. They understood SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is right in front of us. Let's pick a fight with them and try to convert it, which did not work in their favor. So TSM, hopefully they figure this out. They understand that their, I would say, early calls for a fight or a greedy call for a fight always is a huge disadvantage for them. 8-bit, they have been looking very good as a team, and hopefully they make a comeback as well in terms of picking more points, because I'm not talking about comeback in terms of their position because they're already topping the charts. I'm talking about a comeback to increase the difference compared to other teams, because as I mentioned, Revenant are catching up, 7Cs are also catching up. So if the side of 8-bit do not perform in this map, it's going to be a huge jump for a lot of teams in terms of grabbing points in their favor. And again, starting it off, a lot of teams getting hit by the play zone, which we don't like, and we talk about it a lot, even though it does not need to be, I would say, shown importance. It does, because from here you can see that teams start using utilities because of the play zone and not because of any other opponent trying to spray them down.
Well, yes, that is true, as Destro and Vexy are looking to make their way across the map in that buggy. Ronak just about controlling that vehicle, controlling that bus, preventing it from toppling over and probably losing a vehicle for his team. But as for the side of SG, this is smart. They have multiple buggies, they have multiple vehicles, which means that everyone is mobile in their own way, including Gamla Boy. And well, that is going to mean 3 buggies and a bus for them. So maybe they're looking to upgrade onto 4 buggies. But as for the side of 8-bit, I think they have an idea that the side of TSM is going to be in that position, but it looks like IND is also going to get spotted out by OR, as AZTEC is going to be raining those shots, but he takes the damage from the zone as well, as he looks to jump into that buggy and head off into the distance chasing these players, or head right into the zone along with their teammates. So it's going to be coming back down to the fact that these teams will have to, keep in mind that they can give their position away. They can be outside the zone and get carried away by these gunfights, and sometimes that can mean the difference between them surviving or them getting taken out.
Not sure whether they're going to be taken out or not, either from the play zone, but right now it looks like 8-bit, they're about to pick up a fight with the side of TSM, or it's going to be the other way around. TSM has spotted one player from the side of 8-bit, starts spraying around, and now 8-bit are not happy. They have hard cover. They thought that they'll just sit in the hard cover, but with TSM trying to spray them down, you can look at that. They've regrouped and they're trying to push in. But in the meantime, IND, they're taking a topple both in terms of play zone damage, in terms of other round, the vehicle topple as well coming in. Slayer maybe was trying to do a couple of stunts, but because of that he's already taken a lot of damage being dished. He needs to patch himself up. Revenant as well, you can see so many teams being dished with play zone damage. I mean, there can be a soft corner right now in terms of telling teams it's okay that they picked up this damage of play zone, because you saw where the play zone shifted. It completely shifted to the northeastern zone, completely towards the top, and that's the reason the teams who went down to their usual drop location to the southern or the western side had to start making a rotate, and that's the reason they're receiving the damage. But not a lot for a lot of these teams. Some teams, yes, they have received a lot of damage and they need to be worried about it. Again, Soul, yes, they have regrouped. I hope there is going to be still Mortal away from a road, but right now Soul, they are in the open. Very early on, this open on the map of Miramar, I'm not sure what kind of play this is, because it's going to be very difficult. But right now F1LS, they're taking on one of the top teams, that's going to be 7Cs, and what a way it would be to say that you guys thought wrong about us. We are not going to be the table, we are not going to be still sitting at the table bottom. We want to make our top, and we will be first, locking our eyes with, or locking our horns with, one of the table toppers itself.
Well, yes, that is true. And I think that F1LS is one of those teams that can really make that jump. And well, Clutch Squad not having any sight on that barrel is going to be interesting, because, well, I would assume that at least on Miramar, out of all the maps in this tournament, this is one of the maps that you would definitely need at least a 3x scope to really make this work, if not more. So, well, that is going to mean that he's going to really have difficulty in terms of aiming at those long ranges. But it looks like right now aiming is not going to be the problem for Destro. That is his health that is going to be the problem. He's going to be picking up those bandages, but it looks like Gil just takes a little bit too much on for himself, as he is going to be knocked to his feet and finished off by Akshay with a road roller, in fact, as he just drives over his body and well leaves a crate behind. That is interesting as to why, you know, it just happens like that. But irrespective, just blabbering at this point of time, it's going to be Vexy, who is also going to be dropping a few smokes for himself as final boss. Well, that is going to be a nice jump. That was almost like Spider-Man jumping onto the back of a pickup truck and landing in the bed of it. So that's going to be interesting. As for Akshay, well, he has blood on his car right now, but that is not what he cares about. He's just caring about where the zone is and making sure that he can join up with his team. Aditya and Vexy are going to be headed in the same direction as well.
One thing I really like on this map of Miramar are the ramps and turn the loops available over here. Hopefully teams, I mean, even though they're already giving us wonderful performances and a fantastic show to witness and to cast and the viewers to enjoy, maybe somebody goes in for those ramps and maybe try to show us some of their stunts that they've actually practiced, because yes, this map gives access to that. But right now OR looks like they are picking up a fight, but the better fight is happening on the side of AZTEC versus TSM. AZTEC have already lost 2 players and TSM is completely pushing on. TSM gets another knock and it's Ninja going all the way to confirm all the kills. He's good in terms of health, Ryu OP. He still needs to patch himself completely, but he's the last player surviving. So for him to patch himself completely means that it should automatically regenerate. His position has been compromised. He's trying to brute force stealth coming in. He wants to try and put a stop to the brute force, but it does not work. Ninja and one more player from the side of TSM come in and they try and destroy. But right now the destruction is happening from the side of Team Celsius as well. We've talked about this. Celsius really like very early fights. With a grenade, it does so much damage from Vexy. And Vexy jumps down. Vexy does get a knockout and a confirmation. Rex is trying to push in. Rex has an advantage with his team. If he pushes in right now, he should be able to confirm Vexy. But before he does that, he wants to confirm Aditya, and he does that. And right now it's going to be a 3v1, so no way for Vexy to come out of alive. And Vexy is trying to try and survive with his AK, and he's done a lot of damage. He's trying to run around the building to provide cover for himself and also provide a distraction. But with that, there's going to be a third party that might start happening, and Vexy is still surviving. He's still doing a lot of damage. He's still managing to make himself survive. But one player, Rex, who goes into hide will be the reason he'll be able to go down. Otherwise, he brought it to a 1v1 situation. The beautiful play coming in from Vexy was just great. But in the meantime, Soul, I guess they've wiped out another team. That's going to be the side of GXR. And yes, they've done it. They've done it wonderfully. And they're immediately peeling themselves off and disassociating from any other fights, going to a different location to get hard cover for themselves.
Well, yes, that is true. As for Soul, well, they have every single player alive, and I believe that they have the zone for themselves, or rather they're right at the edge of the zone. So either they can gatekeep at this point of time, or they can kind of, you know, just hold the position that they want to. As for the side of Rivalry, they're going to be losing Sonic. He was down right in the center of the map and eventually loses his life. Viru, who was down on his knees, is going to be back up. Akshat was little low on HP, as he is going to be healing himself back up, as Omega is already boosted up, and so does Akshu OP. So with that out of the way, it seems that Daljit is going to be the first one from the side of Team IND to really face the brunt of those bullets, as he's going to get spotted out in the open from F1LS. And I'm really enjoying the play that F1LS is bringing up, because well, they were the team that was getting taken out in the first or the second spot, and well, yes, there still is, you know, 15 teams alive in this position, but the way that F1LS is playing right now, it does seem that they are you know, they're getting into that groove that we were talking about. They're slowly making it work, and right now for TSM, they have 2 squads right around them and they have to play along with it. As for 8-bit and Soul, well, it looks like Soul is going to be headed right in towards 8-bit or in the corner, as Mortal is going to be realizing that the wrong and the hard way, because he gets spotted out, gets taken out. As Viper looks to make his way to the building, he's going to get spotted out, but does not get taken out, because Akshat cannot unfortunately land enough shots, who also is going to be taking some damage, but not enough to down himself. So a simple heal is going to be what is needed, and that is what he is going to be pulling off. But this is going to be a good position for 8-bit and an extremely bad one for the side of Seoul, because all their vehicles around the left and the right side of that building, the only real way that they're coming out of this situation alive is either they take down 8-bit or make a run for the hills into the zone from the backside of that building.
This is the second time, Dr. Dang, the side of Team Seoul are caught in the same position. You can still see TSM as well as 8-bit are the two teams holding them down. But right now, let's deviate from the fight of Seoul to the side of F1LS. As Dr. Dang mentioned, they're looking great, but still they have been dishing damage and receiving knockouts one after another. Now it's going to be the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming who are looking forward to capitalize on the side of F1LS. He's getting sprayed through the smoke, and Gamla Boy will be able to confirm one finish for his team. FNLS still have 3 more players standing. They can and rest that one player, Artemis, who's down to his knees, who's bleeding out. I guess they're providing covers coming in, but there are grenades being cooked and being tossed. I guess there is a grenade being exchanged or not, because I did see another grenade coming in their way. But right now, as the circle is closing in, we are at phase 4. Teams have come closer to each other, and this is what we said. Clusters start happening from here on, and it gets very difficult. SG spots one more team as they're looking forward to do a gatekeep with their hardcover compound position that they have. Revenant have been dished a couple of damages. Top Dog still managed to survive, will heal himself, will pop some pills as well as energy drinks so that he'll be recovering his full health. But right now, FNLs, even though they're hard stuck, they're still picking up a fight on the side of Team Tenacity. IND as well, they're slowly making their way in and still picking up a fight. FNLS having 3 players, they are trying to make things work, but if they want to survive, they need to push the side of Team SG out of this hardcover and take control of it for themselves.
Well, I agree. I think that you can't always be playing hardcover or soft cover. You need to find that balance in between, and if you can, well, you get paid. You get paid in dividends. Right now, for 10-4, he's just looking to drop another smoke so that he can have some maneuvering room. As for the side of Smokey, he's holding this zone. He wants to make sure that anyone coming in is not going to be having an easy time making their way into the zone. And Seoul, despite all the problems that they have, they're right now in the center of the zone. They're still being held off by 8-bit, but for a majority of these teams, the zone is what they need to pay attention to, because, well, they're still outside of it, and, well, the time is ticking. So except for Seoul and 8-bit, who have already made their way into the advanced zone, it really doesn't look like any one of these teams is prepped for the battles that are going to be happening. But right now, it seems that Clutch God is going to be getting the better of F1LS along with his teammate, as they are going to get rid of the entire squad. And, well, there you go. Unfortunate for F1LS, they're not going to be getting any points, but I believe they were able to get enough finish points to justify their position on the scoreboard right now.
But again, 7 sees the top players, they are being battled with the side of Revenant, and they're getting pushed. It's up to the last 2 players, or just make it up to Spray God right now. The Soul player surviving. He is looking for information. He spotted all the 3 players from the side of Revenant. He's going in for trigger discipline. He's going in for a spray, but it's going to be Revenant N4 being spotted first, when the Nostan box calling for the position will be taking down the last person standing. That's going to be Spray God. So Revenant again wiping out the side of Team 7 sees with 7 finishes, and right now at the 12th position. Even if they go down right now, they'll start getting placement points. But again, GodL trying to make their rotations, have been caught from the side of Team Soul. A lot of damage is being dished out. Clutch God is out and done. Neo, he's bleeding out, and look at Soul, they're not letting this be any merciful. They're going ham. G-God is right now down to the ground from the side of GodLike, and they're still spraying. They're using the scope really, really well, attached to the M4. And again, look at that, one more knockout coming through, and one more finish for the side of Soul. And GodLike are dropping bodies one after another. And again, this is what we said. Every time with GodLike, I would say, take time before making a rotation. It becomes very costly for them, and immediately right now, even though Soul just have 2 players with the hardcover compound, they understand that the only way to come out of this hardcover compound is to push any other team coming right to them, and they're making it work beautifully in their favor. And again, Soul Driver, they're not letting the side of GodL even move. Jonathan is down to the ground, last person surviving. Neo sprays have been dished out towards him, and I think it should be done and dusted, as I guess Jonathan gets picked, GodL will be wiped. That's done and dusted at the 11th position from side of Team GodLike.
That is just a bad position that GodLike is going to be finishing with, but unfortunately that is how things are going to be, as Akshat just takes that opportunity and gets a free kill for himself. That's going to mean 1 extra point for the side of 8-bit, and well, that is going to mean that they also get a huge advantage going forward, as every single point that 8-bit picks up is going to be great. But CG7, he gets spotted out, almost sprayed down, as Akshat is going to be lobbing a nade towards Paradox. It is going to bounce right next to him and does not connect. So Akshat, unfortunately, is not going to be getting any kind of damage from that nade that he just tossed out. But it looks like Omega, as well as his teammates, are still holding in the same compound. And for Soul, somehow things have worked out. The zone is still going to be for them, which means that they now have the advantage compared to the side of 8-bit. And well, that is a big opportunity for them to really show things and really turn things around, because well, if they can get this chicken dinner for themselves after having all the hard cover in this TPP zone, and as well as having all the advantage that you can say of hard cover as well as peeking angles and the zone being in your side, then I think you really need to make the best of the situation and get that chicken dinner for yourself.
I agree with you, they need to make this count, but still 2 players surviving, it's getting very difficult. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they've spotted the side of Marcos, and it's done and dusted because it's all up to Surya as all the players are down to the ground. And yes, one gets confirmed as well, but Enigma, they are trying to capitalize and steal a couple of finishes, but Locker, I guess he is hiding in a trench and he's looking forward to make his way up once he hears any footsteps or a third party happening. But right now Enigma, CG7, he's being caught out from the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, but will be able to make run to safety with those smokes being deployed from his teammates. But again, with the smokes, they have known the position and they try to spray through the smoke, and they will be able to confirm 1 knock for themselves, but still not a finish. But 8-bit, they've lost Omega, they're going to lose their IGL, things not looking great. But right now it looks like Locker is still being okay with the play zone damage being dished towards him, still not going for a push, but right now he times it perfectly. He has caught Surya, but there is not going to be enough time for him to convert the fight because the play zone is going to be very cruel to him. That's done and dusted as Locker go down. The team of Celsius will be going down at the 9th position. Now it's all up to Surya. His position, he knows that he's completely compromised, and right now all he can do is wait it out, stall his fight, go in for, I would say, a ghost play, and then try to see if things can be turned around for his team. Hopefully, just like if you remember the map of Sanok where Vizgod came in and turned things around and grabbed the winner chicken dinner, might happen. But with 24 minutes and 8 teams surviving, this battle is just going to get even better. Akshu OP finds Revenant, the last player surviving. That's going to be done and dusted at the 8th position for the side of Revenants. A couple of more placement points coming their way, but Cloak, look at him, he understands if he goes in the open, the teams are going to spray him, so he's okay with receiving play zone damage for now.
Well, that is going to be, something that is interesting to say the least. And it seems that the teams that are going to be surviving now, especially on the side of 8-bit, well, Akshu OP for some reason decides to stay in the zone, taking all that damage. Not really certain as to why he is going to be doing that. Kevayan is also going to be prone behind hard cover. Now, for all of these teams, Soul is going to be the sole team that they should be focusing on, as a nade goes come through, and what a toss from Delta PG. Knows the position of Kevayan, and that nade landed right in his lap. And well, that is going to mean the end of Esports Empire, as 6 teams remain. Soul Driver is going to have to make a fallback. Regal Toss is also, but one thing that Soul, as we just realized, is going to have to worry about is going to be the fact that, well, you have to worry about those nades, because those nades can be really devastating. Akshay takes a lot of damage. He does trade some damage as well, but Delta PG is going to be in a position where he will have to make a move, as he's going to get finished off from the other side by Enigma, who are going to be looking to get their player back up to their feet. Akshat, he's outside the zone, gets a first aid into him, as Regal Toss is going to have to be revived. This gives the other teams the opportunity to push in towards the place that Soul is hiding, as it looks like they just have 2 remaining players. Regal Toss going in for that heal. Will he be quick enough? Is going to be the real question. Vamp has a lot of utility on him, but he's not looking to drop it just yet for his teammates, as Regal Toast takes a lot of damage with a nade in his hand. But it looks like the first aid kit is going to be coming out. Vamp ready with the nade. Will this connect? No, it's just outside the building, and Regal Toast will be able to get his heal for himself.
But Regaltos, he connects a grenade, I guess. We did see one person, or was it their own grenade? It was their own grenade, because of which Enigma get wiped out, and the last grenade was from Soul. Regaltos, as I said. Soul, they have been making this last position work, and now it's up to the last three teams surviving. It's only going to be, I guess, Praygod or Surya. He's there from the side of Marcos, and I was about to take his name. He gets wiped out now. It's all up to the side of two players from the side of Soul, as well as, I guess, four players from the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Make it three players, but they're getting rushed, and this is done and dusted. A long range spray coming in, having a player advantage from the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Just played better, just played the cards in the favor of the side of team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Again, won the first map, won the second map, and are we going in for a hat trick? Hopefully I have not jinxed it already, but right now one thing that I'm looking forward to is what a great day and a great start for the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Nobody anticipated this, but SKYLIGHTZ Gaming making such a huge comeback. This is what I said. Day 4, as we progress to the other coming days, the next maps, teams are just going to make a comeback because they are feeling themselves. And as we initially discussed, it's just that some team is feeling great about themselves, some team is feeling crispy in terms of controlling their recoil and spray, and they'll be able to do a lot of damage. Soul had such a great position. Only and only if all the four players were surviving, they could have watched four different corners and made sure the winner chicken dinner came their way. But as they were rotating, we have talked about this. If you rotate without having information, you will get punished, and that's what 8-bit managed to do. But nonetheless, Soul, they managed to try as hard as possible that no team pushed them, and even when they were getting pushed, they made sure they deployed a couple of utilities such as grenades, smokes coming through, so that they can try and revive each other and stay alive for a longer time, and they did come out at the second position. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, again, a great and a beautiful winner chicken dinner for themselves. But Darshita, coming back, what do you think about the map of Miramar?
For SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, well, 2 matches and 55 points as they have got, including both of the matches. It's gonna be 14 finishes in the first map. It was 11 finishes in the second map, which marks them somewhat a total of like 25 finishes. 25 finishes, and that's not done over there, as they got 30 total points of the 2 winning prizes. That is going to mark them a total of 55 points in just 2 maps. Well, they have a chance of hat trick. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, all I can say is best of luck. You'll have a chance of creating a new record. As of now, with us, no team came across that marked and hat trick, and y'all have this chance. It's your day, so yeah, make it count and make sure y'all guys hit that hat trick today, as we are really excited and keen to come across that hat trick. Well, talking about SKYLIGHTZ Gaming as well, 55 points is gonna mark them a good position. I would say they would get a huge jump, I would say, from the position they are holding right now. But definitely, what an attempt by Soul, even, I would say. Well, the second position they got, but it could be a chicken dinner, as you mentioned a while ago. It could be a win for them. Just the thing was, they could have marked the entries where they knew that the enemies can come across. You could have just marked per person. You had your players surviving, right? You could have used that advantage, and if you had created a defense system all over, well, it could be your day. But nevertheless, it was a really well attempt by Soul, I would say, gathering somewhat around 15 points by this matches. Definitely a decent amount of points is all they are getting, but looking across the position they are holding, post match 19, when we came across the overall standing, well, it was a very low performance by the team, I would say. Not low performance is the term I should definitely use, but the position they were standing in, well, was a bit of low according to the other team. So yes, gathering 15 points, well, it's a decent start, but now just look across to come with more, as stopping at 15 is not done. You have to get more and more if you want to, just cross the difference that you are holding from double digit to literally 200 points. Definitely, that is something that you all guys can really look across. But what a map of Miramar it was. As it was, when we started it off, it was a very passive approach. Coming across for like 5 and 6 minutes, the actions were awaited. We were waiting for any team to cross path with each other, get into a fight, and just show us that what actions really are. And definitely, it came across OR and Cells. Well, OR was eliminated there by Celsius. What a performance by the team, I would say. But yeah, somewhere or the others, the play zone, the ridges, the terrain, the sand dunes, everything is that you come across, and yeah, suddenly the sudden change, the drastic change is somewhat that just changes your path completely. So definitely that is something that is really gonna happen. But for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, well, go for a hat trick. That's all we are expecting right now.
Hopefully we see a hat-trick coming in. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming have started really strong. Not only SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, other teams as well. F1, LS, they've had a good start. Soul as well, a little bit of a better start compared to any other day, I would say. They have been getting a couple of finish points for themselves. Placement points with this map of Myanmar is going to be even better compared to any of their other maps as of now. But still, a long way to go for a lot of these teams. IND, again, we did see their kill feed being popped a little bit, but then they were getting wiped out. But again, one clutch moment, as you did talk about, between the side of OR as well as Celsius. Vexy played it brilliantly. He knew it was a 1v3 happening. He ran around the, I would say, building, tried to convert as many fights as possible, and he did not just know the last player's position. Otherwise, if he knew the last player's position, he would not have gone in for a healing. Rather, he would have gunned down that last player and then said, OR, even though we lost all our players, I'll still bring home 4 finishing points for us, so that we can at least go away with something. Because now, OR, they might have got a couple of finishing points for themselves, but no placement points because they went on very early on. But still, Revenant coming back, taking a head-on fight on the side of 7 Seas, and 7 Seas again not having another great map says a lot. And this is what we said. It does not matter where your position as of now is. Things and teams can completely turn it around. And again, as we make our discussion, let's quickly walk over the highlight of what teams managed to do, what kind of a destruction worked their way. It all started from the side of TSM. They were looking great, but then OR, who does not? I mean, I'm pretty sure if this is going to be a very good highlight. Vexy running across, he finishes everybody, only the last person surviving. Rex, they did not know their exact position, but then Celsius, what a try and turn around coming in from him. But then 8-bit, this was a really good position coming from the side of 8-bit, that had held players from many angles. They did not let even the side of Soul crawl in, but the zone played an advantage, and that's where 8-bit took that huge hit coming in their way. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, look at them, long range fights, anything you talk about, they were picking it up and converting as much as possible. And the best part I like is SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, from their own position, rather than pushing a lot, they were converting the fights.
Well, indeed, that is really true coming across these fights. Well, 7C and RNT had a good fight where RNT had a good advantage. I would say a stronger side, but coming across Soul once again, well, we had a talk about it. Every side that they got a good hold, I would say. The center of the zone was holded by them since a long time. They were definitely onto the position, very amazing position. But yeah, they could have gone in, but look at Akshu over there. The sprays, the jiggles is what is coming across with, and he just took one player off completely. Talking about esports empire, well, Kevin was the last surviving player, and that one grenade from rivalry just took his life away. 8-bit as well, they were caught. Rivalry were out of the zone. They were trying to move across. They were punished at the same time by Enigma. Soul, however, managed to come across the top 5, but Enigma, now the revival was needed at the same time. Soul, the grenades chucking would just make them very difficult. Coming across SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, well, the aggressiveness says everything. And now, as we head towards the overall standing, it's still gonna be Team 8-bit who is topping the charts with 235 total points. Man, oh man, what is this team doing? Look at the placement and the finish point. Look at the balance between the placement and the finish point. It's going to be 118 for placement and 117 for finish point. Well, if you could just take one finish point, you could have marked an equalization between both placement and finish point. Well, a total of 235. They are just setting the bench higher and higher, and now it is difficult. It is again difficult to catch them. Look at Revenant with no chicken dinner. They are on the second position with 197 total points. Whereas look at the placement points. They have managed to take placement points amazingly, where finish point is going to be 86. Coming across 7C, well, we were talking about the consistency of 7C over here. They had a good map where they took they took a record of 25 finishes, but now they have to look across both placements and finish, as they are still on that double digit with a 193 total. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, well, 191 for them, as it was a third chicken dinner, and if they go in for one more chicken dinner, it's gonna be the first team marking triple chicken dinner or hat trick, I would say, with the first team who comes across, the fourth, I would say, the fourth chicken dinner. Everyone got three, but no one's got fourth yet. So yeah, it would be the first team marking the highest placement points. There could be n number of advantages they are getting with one single chicken dinner. GodLike Esports, they are on 185. Marcos with 174. TSM, they made their way to the 7th position, and they are now heading towards more and more upper positions. They are with a total of 172. AZTEC Esports 158, and Team IND is gonna mark a total of 143 over here.
Man, oh man, what an interesting matchup. It has changed things, and as you mentioned, the fourth chicken dinner consecutively coming in. Hopefully, we start seeing right now as we head over to the next map that's going to be Erangel. But before any delay, we'll be again quickly taking a look at the second part of the overall standing. So, our esports still standing in the same position, same as the side of Galaxy Racers, 127 and 121. A couple of points they have managed to grab. Enigma Gaming finally make a comeback. It looks like they were having a little bit of a tough fight over there, but still at the 12th position. Not a long journey that they've turned around. Rivalry as well sitting at the 13th position. F1 LS with the jump that they managed to make and the fight that they were trying to put on this map of Miramar did not work in their favor, and that's the reason they're sitting at the 14th position. They make a little bit of a drop in their position after the map of Miramar. Tenacity, there's not been a lot of changes coming in. Team Soul, even though they were placed the second, you can see that their position has not jumped a lot because kill points is also something that they need to start balancing, and that's the reason both placement and finish points is right now taking a hit from the side of Team Soul Esports Empire. And this is going to be again only one team that has taken a winner chicken dinner, and at the last, almost at the last position. If not for Celsius, Esports Empire would have sat there. So hopefully we see teams turning around, because it's going to be very crucial for teams as we progress. Team Celsius, they have not even had double digits right as of now, and triple digits. And then going ahead, you know what, the side of Team Celsius, they do not even have placement points coming their way. It's only finishing points, as we see they go in for early fights, and after which they're disappearing. They're going to get 4 points, 4 finish points on a particular map, and then they disappear. Even if you calculate, they should have had somewhere around 80 finish points, calculating on the number of matches they've played and the number of times that they've been aggressive. But still, Celsius, a long way to go.
Well, indeed, that is really going to be true. Team Celsius has really a long way to go, as they have to focus on the placement points now. It's going to be 11. The lowest placement points, it's going to be 11 for Celsius, and they have to make sure now to get good placements. As finishers, they are 42. Finishes is like a decent amount of points that you have, but focusing on the placement, it's really important. We had a talk about this, right? You have to manage both of the things. You can't be just single-handedly relying on only one thing that you have. You have to look across multiple aspects of a single thing. It's just not that you are going in for the finishes, but that at the same time you are overexposing yourself, you are compromising your location, and that clearly marks that you go in for a fight, you make sure to eliminate one team over there. That's okay. You got 4 finishes, but now you have been spotted as well. So that is some scenario that is just crossing your path completely, and that is where you are getting eliminated. So definitely that are some strategies you really have to come across. You have to really work on your strategies and then decide what can be done to keep an eye on each and every aspect of the game. You have to do that. The back, the front, the kills, the finishes, everything, the finishes, the placement. I'm sorry, I said it wrong. It was the finishes and the placement, everything you have to come across, and that is something that is gonna make you get a good game over here. So definitely we are done with 2 maps over here. Coming across the 2 maps, the first one was Erangel, where SKYLIGHTZ Gaming hammed it off completely with 14 finishes in their accounts, where TSM was the one to make a second entry with 8 finishes, where GodLike, they got a 3rd position. I would say the only reason was Jonathan over there. GodLike Jonathan. Because of this man, they got 3rd position with 5 finishes. Coming back to the second match, well done and dusted with Miramar right over here. Once again, it's what SKYLIGHTZ Gaming with 11 finishes on the very first position. It was Team Soul on the second position with 3 finishes, and Marcos on the 3rd position with 4 finishes in their account. So this was all about the first and the second match we just came across with. Heading towards the third match, once again it's gonna be Erangel. The home, the basic, the comfortable, the most habitual home of each and every player we come across. So talking about Erangel over here, comment section and our viewers. I hope you all guys are enjoying the stream, but if y'all guys really are, do let us know in the comment section, what do y'all guys think? Will SKYLIGHTZ Gaming be able to make an hat trick as Erangel? The first one Erangel was theirs, the second Miramar was theirs, and now it's a time for Erangel once again. So definitely comment section is all yours. Y'all can just come across anything that you all guys want us to ask. We are definitely looking across the comment section. Well, we are not able to answer it on stream, but we are definitely coming across each and everything. So yeah, you can go for it. Well, if you are new to the channel, make sure to hit the like button. If you all guys haven't liked yet, this is not done. You have to like. Come on, just go like the button, like it as soon as possible, and make sure you make us hit that 500k very soon. Coming across the next map, well, it's gonna be Erangel as discussed before. So I want some predictions from Lucifer. Now, what do you think? What do you expect from this map of Erangel over here?
I'm not going to say it again and again. We did talk about the hat trick coming in. I'm not going to say which team anymore. I don't want to jinx it because I do want to see it, and especially that you did mention that it is going to be one of the first 4 winner chicken dinners coming in. Hopefully, cross our hands, we get to see it very early on, but it does take some time because Erangel coming in again, change of pace, players need to load in. I would say it was one hell of a map of Miramar where there was so much fights, and especially that only one team got an advantage in the hardcover, whereas each and every team had to fight in the open. It was just brilliant to watch. Marcos was trying to survive, Revenant was trying to survive, Rivalry, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, 8-Bit, every of these teams, 6-7 teams were out in the open except for Soul, and the way these battled out, and every time that somebody peeked out, it was, if Rivalry thought, okay, I have a better advantage of a player and I'm about to throw a grenade, as soon as his hand is being spotted, the grenades, I would say flight path is kind of seen, they immediately spray that person down. That was so many third party fights that we saw, especially in the phase 6 coming in, phase 7 coming in. I am really hyped as we head over to the map of Erangel because, again, talking about the zone, I hope the zone does not go to Pochinki again, does not get a central hold. It completely switches to a complete northern edge, southern edge, eastern, western, whichever it likes. Because the side of zone, I mean, you can call it as a player alone. That zone itself is kind of acting, okay, I want to be merciful. It has its own brain, and it's like, okay, I do like this zone and I'm going here. Today, it's not favoring any of the teams, as we've seen. You might see that Soul had the advantage with the hardcover, but still they did not have players. So the advantage managed to, I would say, clash out with the disadvantage that Soul already had in terms of their players. So as we progress, I'm pretty sure the zone is kind of figuring it out of how to show us a better fight from the previous map. It's just that it wants to show you guys and us as casters here an entertaining match of whether it's going to be a winner chicken dinner. It does not matter. It's about the fight that we end of the day see, whether it's going to be Pochinki, whether we see it at school, Rozhok, or even at Georgiapol, because previously we saw at Rozhok it was just brilliant. The underwater heal battle, I'm still stuck at that, both from Esports Empire and GodHell. But GodLike, one thing that again I might mention multiple times over the streams is that their rotations are a little bit uninformative. They go in, they completely take their vehicle and try to rush, and once they start receiving the sprays, then they hit the brake. Until then they just go pedal to the metal. They hit that and they just keep going until somebody actually blocks them, or it's going to be a hard cover. So hopefully this match turns around for the side of GodLike. But again, there's still a lot of teams that we want to see make a comeback. AZTEC have still not get their first winner chicken dinner. This day has not been great for them. Yesterday was a little bit better, but today they're still falling a little bit short. F1LS started strong, but still they're taking a, I would say, fall as we headed into the Miramar map, and now we are going into Erangel again. I'm not sure what's going to be happening for these teams.
Well, definitely. There are multiple questions that we are really coming across. We are just thinking of what could happen if this happens, if that happens. That is human nature. Well, we come across many questions, but to just start things off, it's just going to depend on the phases, the fly path and the play zone. As you already mentioned, a centralized zone is something that we are habitually coming across. Now that we know that yes, there are chances of the zone getting created in the center of the map. it can be a surprise for the player. Well, if the play zone really wants to play with you, there we have seen play zone playing with the players is a scenario that we have really came across in the maps of Miramar, in the maps of Senok, where the map of Senok 10% zone is should be out. It's just like 30 and 40% eliminated there and there. So definitely these are some scenarios, these are some criterias that we are really coming across, and play zones are definitely playing with the players. We are even looking across to come across a new zone formed, whether it could be a edge, a corner, just a one similar corner where the first zone is just pushed off completely. These are just multiple things that just can be created. But yes, the players now need to be prepared, as it's going to be the third match. Well, as a confirmation, I would really like to say we are going to hit the fly path very soon, and we are going to take you to the players boot camp as well of what these players are going through, what they are coming across with. But let's just hope for an amazing match for a new team. I would say a chicken dinner is indeed needed.
Chicken dinner is indeed needed, because right now it's about to be afternoon as well. I mean, it's actually past afternoon, so people would have already had their lunch. Hope you guys have actually maybe put it on a huge display. You're just having lunch, dinner, eats and everything right in front of the screen as this championship happens. But in case you guys want to tell your friends, and in case they like regional streams, as we mentioned, this is going to be the English desk where me, Dr. Dang, Lucifer, saying my name again, and Darshita, we three of us are here on this desk for all the grand finals and semi-finals, which is already done. But then there is going to be our Hindi desk where our lovely casters such as Captain, Gamezo and Maya, we are going to be there. But then we have regional streams as well, which is going right now on Facebook. In case you've not checked out, or if you did not know about it, I'm letting you guys know about the maybe a secret information, but it's not secret, it's already out there. There's going to be Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, Kannada, Bengali and Punjabi coming in. So 6 regional languages. You have a chance in case you are coming in from different parts of India itself, because we know how much love is being poured, whether it's going to be a language barrier or not. At the end of the day, it's going to be the game love bringing all these esports players together for a particular game, whether it's going to be a tournament or them themselves playing. I really like it, because this started off, in case AMD Ryzen Skyesports Championship 3.0 BGMI, in case you did not know, 15,290 teams, I guess to be exact, were registered, out of which 1,000 played qualifiers, and then we went into quarterfinals where there were, I guess, 16 or 12-18 teams invited along with the qualified teams. Then we came into the semi-finals where 16 teams and 8 qualified teams from quarterfinals moved along, and 24 teams we saw. And from there, right now we are just with 18 teams who are trying to battle it out as much as possible. They've already gotten the ticket, but from here on it's all about their victories, their, I would say, matches, their finish points and also kill points that they managed to grab. But one thing that I want to mention, viewers, this is going to be the mid path that teams will be meeting on. This map of Erangel is going to be the 21st map of this grand finals, and from here on there's just going to be 21 more maps for teams to play. And in case teams do not, I would say, put up a best performance here, where 8-bit is already running away with points and Revenant is trying to catch up along with the side of 7 Seas, all these teams from the 15th position will be left behind, because there is a lot more teams who are still trying to catch up to 100, whereas the side of 8-bit, Revenant and 7 Seas are trying to run away with 200 points.
Well, indeed, that is going to be true. Talking about, it's like a railway journey you are coming across. You have got your ticket, you've already into the train. Now it's up to you where you have to go to the end station, or you just have to wait some incoming stations left behind. But definitely all these things are going to be some things that we are really coming across. But talking about the main points over here, as Lucifer mentioned a while ago, it's going to be the 21st map being played. It's just a 21st, marking a total of 42 maps being played in the grand finales. It's the 50% map done. This map is gonna mark you that yes, we are done with the 50% of grand finales, and what left is more the 50%. And now when you talk about the last part of 50%, you have to give your best. But that is all you are discussing. But let's just head towards the boot camp of the players and just check out what these players are really up to. What are they really doing? What are their thoughts about the same? Let's just hit across the same.
Well, it is going to be time for map 3 coming up, and we are headed over to Erangel once again. These teams are, well, I'm pretty sure they are locked and loaded, and we're waiting for the confirmation as we get a small wave from one of the, support staff from Team GodL. So, well, hi to you as well.
Definitely, it's just a good wave by his side. Well, he knew that the camera is gonna get turned on. So yeah, basically that coming across F1LS Godel, we were just across them, but flying back over here to the map, the fly part trajectory we are coming across, it's gonna be military base. The areas of military base is where it's gonna get a good start from. To end things well, it's gonna be the areas of, I think, Georgopula gonna be the areas where the fly path is gonna get a good stop. But to start things off, it's gonna be military base once again. When you talk about this, it's gonna be IND over there. Well, their drop location is gonna be same. It's been like a while we are seeing IND holding the positions in military base. So yeah, Team IND, Esports Empire, RNT, 7C, GXR. Well, we have an ample amount of teams who are marking their ways, marking a good entry to the most southern side of the map, I would say. But talking about the topmost side to the north sides, I think I am a bit scared of the fact that we are gonna see less of the teams heading towards the north side. But what if the zone takes a northeastern hold? Well, rotational clashes are something that we are really gonna come across. So talking about these, there are multiple factors that we really come across with. Well, RNTE, there is gonna be a amazing fight and amazing action that is going to happen between Esports Empire and IND, where there is going to be a great clash between them. And the zone I was talking about, northeast, but no, it's going to be the northwestern sides of the map.
Well, yes, that is going to be the case, as it seems that we are going to be headed back in towards the zone being a northerly zone again. Now, these kind of zones are something that we really like to pay attention to, because well, they are the most interesting ones. The central zones are where we usually get to see teams make their way in from all sides of the zone. They are able to make their way into the zone and be safe very easily. But when this zone is going to be in the northern direction, a lot of the part of the map is cut off by the zone being in the water. So no one can really play there, which means that teams are forced to come in from the southern side of the zone. But it looks like this time Esports Empire going in for a different strategy, dropping into military base. They're going to get spotted out. Dream OP takes a lot of damage. Daljit's position is known, and now he's going to make a fallback. All four players of Esports Empire are going to be in that position. A nade is probably going to get used, as Daljit has already left that position on the map, so nothing to really worry about.
Well, some actions that we already are seeing on our screens are going to be a fight between Esports Empire and IND over here. Well, talking about these fights, we saw Team IND is holding this position since a long time, and now it was Esports Empire who decided to have a good fight with them. As mentioned in the interview by Team IND as well, that many teams here know that the primary drop location of IND is always a military base, and well, it's time for Esports Empire to get into some good actions. Well, it was a nice initiative, I would say, by Daljit that side. He tried to spray, try to provide a good spray. Well, IND Snacks had to go down. It was a nice start by Esports Empire. Well, one player has to go down. There you can see Daljit. Well, he has been hit by a lot of damage. Some incoming grenade to the sides of Daljit could spell him a damage, but can it be connected? Well, yes, it gets connected. KVN OP was the one to take him down. Incoming grenade. Two players already down. Well, IND is onto a difficult spot where you can already see Snacks. He had to say a goodbye. Daljit is down to the ground, and now it's to the shoulders of Atanki there, where he's trying to spot players down. Well, Slayer, he can go in for that fight as well. Well, Esports Empire, they are dominating this fight. I would say they are trying to capitalize on the fights as they took two players down. But well, Kevin is still down over here with some counterfirings coming across him. But a revival is being initiated by both of the teams over here.
Well, yes, now Esports Empire, this is going to be a little difficult for them because, well, for the side of IND, this is their usual drop zone. They know all the places, they know all the covers, they know all the buildings. And, well, it's not like Esports Empire wouldn't know all of this because, well, they're also a professional team. They have played this part of the map multiple times before as well. But it's just about being comfortable. For IND, this is basically like their bread and butter. This is like their backyard. But for the side of Esports Empire, this is going to be a new spot that they have looked to drop into. So if they are able to make the best of this, that is going to be great. But if they can't, well, that is going to be a big bad start for them. Now, there has been one player in the lobby that has already been knocked off. So one player that is going to be Snacks is the first player in this entire lobby to lose his life. Now, Snacks has been one of the best players in the entirety of the finals and the semi-finals. So for IND to lose a body this early, especially for it to be Snacks, is a huge loss for them and a big win for the side of Esports Empire, honestly.
Indeed, that is really gonna be true. Coming across IND over here, well, they are very very angry to the fact that their drop location is being a fight scenarios for them. They were really very angry at this point of time. Well, they even had to lose Snacks over here. So definitely coming to the sides of IND would be very angry to the fact, and now they can go to an aggressive approach of the fights where Esports Empire can get into a difficult spot, but now it's upon the strategies that you look across. Well, the fight got aggressive a while ago, but now it's to a pace once again. Players just trying to scout out players and wait for the further team to make the first step. Coming across once again. Okay, it's time for Daljit to go down where Esports Empire Badsha made sure to make him to take him down with that Scarlet sprays. Well, Atanki once again he's trying to provide a revival. Badsha, well, he is trying to go in for a very aggressive push, I would say, and one incoming grenade once again can be chucked down, but Frager OP, well, two players have to go down, and now to the shoulders of Slayer. He is gonna be the last surviving player for IND, where he decides to get off the fight. Well, a very good decision, I would say, coming off by the sides of Slayer, as he's the last surviving player. He has to get a good placement point. Well, coming days before, it was difficult for IND to get some good placement and finish point in their accounts. It is a good decision, I would say, by Slayer to just get off the fights. Well, you can see Daljit, he is still down. He's being beaten off completely, and Slayer took that vehicle and he is just going off the fights over there.
Well, yes, that is true. And as we can see, Esports Empire right now still having all four of their players up alive. And well, it's just kind of interesting that Team IND, who was one of the best teams so far, is getting hammered by the side of Esports Empire, who surprisingly has not been able to perform the best. Now, as far as things go in terms of what we are going to be seeing from these other teams, it is going to still be interesting because we still have all 18 teams up and alive in the lobby. Now for F1LS, they've dropped towards ruins, then they are going to be heading towards the zone soon enough, as they can clear out these parts of the map for, well, utility as well as for people. Now, one thing that I just recognized is that 8-bit is going to be across the map from F1LS. So if F1LS can get the better of 8-bit, that will be a huge morale boost for them, because not only is 8-bit the top ranked team in the leaderboard right now, they're also a really consistent team. So throwing a wrench into proceedings from the side of F1LS can really go a long way in giving them a big boost in terms of just simply their mentality.
Well, to the other sides, even I would like to add the sides of 8-bit over here. Well, one mistake now can take the throne away from them. One huge mistake, getting eliminated early, can just mark you a very bit of damage. But now that is not coming. You can see 8-bit once again. They are trying to get into one more fight where GXR, two new players can just come across with that vehicle, trying to mark an entry to the hill areas. I would say the sides of hill areas over there, trying to get some inner wall holes, where 8-bit was just trying to spray down the vehicles with the hope of blasting it off completely and taking players down. But well, that just couldn't be the case for now. Coming back to new player, well, it's gonna be Mosin's rifle in its hand, trying to once again spot 8-bit. Well, Omega, he can be caught and can be punished by new player if he just has some patience more to sit onto that window and try to scout him more over there. Well, a new player once again with that vehicle try to get into some rotations. As you can see, Rocks and new player, the both of their players are trying to get to a very higher ground advantage, where it could be more easy, I would say, for them to spectate or to spot 8-bit players. Well, Viru once again with that vehicle trying to relocate a bit away, not so much away from his team, yeah, but just trying to mark a good entry for the team.
Well, I agree. I think that the entry factor for these for 8-bit has been really consistent. They've consistently been able to pick up the first frag in their 1v1 gunfights, irrespective of whether they have backup or not, and that really just makes it so much better, because, well, out of 4 people, if you can knock one player down, you essentially pull one player from the other team as well to make sure that they can come to revive, which turns that scenario from a 4v4 to a 4v2. And now a 4v2 is a huge advantage that you can have. You can dedicate 2 players to taking down 1 person, which means that you will eventually be able to get a free squad life for yourself. Now, that is just how theory works. In practice, things don't work that way, and you have to work a lot harder to make sure that you can get that kind of to get that kind of a free squad vibe. But again, theory is something that you can go by and maybe use a little bit of just game sense or sometimes just practical reality to make that thing into a practical sense. So it's going to be interesting to see how these teams are going to be going about winning their 1v1s and then eventually making it into the top 5, top 10. But it looks like GXR is going to be losing a body up early because they were spotted on that bridge. And well, that is why you don't run across a bridge, my friend. You use a vehicle, and if you don't, well, you're going to be facing the same fate that the side of GXR's player just did, which is going to be new player, as it looks like it was Soul Driver who was able to get that kill for his team.
Well, indeed, it was Soul Driver, and well, the Lighthouse is something that he is really capitalizing on. The areas he's been holding it off very good, but that side of Esports Empire and Rivalry, well, they are even getting into one fight where you can see Rivalry players. They have been knocked down by their own teammates. That is something. Like Sonic was knocked down by the moving vehicle, I think. Well, coming back to GXR, they have lost one of their bodies. Well, talking about Sonic, yes, it was a vehicle that just took him down to the knees. It was a bike, I say. The bike is something that just overexposes you, and well, when you try to do stunts on that bike, it definitely brings you down to your knees. But talking about Rivalry over here, well, Sonic is down, but they are still trying to capitalize the fight very well. They are just trying to provide some good sprays as the other player is just caught into that revival, and well, that is really very needed at this point. Well, that has been initiated, that has been completed, but Esports Empire, well, they have lost 2 players of them, Fragger and Dream OP, where KVN is still down to the ground with 3 finishes. It was a fight between IND and Esports Empire that we came across, where they got 3 amazing finishes, but now it's time of Esports Empire, where they have lost 3 people, and it's all to the shoulders of Badshah OP, the last surviving player for Esports Empire. Well, he has to make a run for his life, or his life can be caught by any of the player, and he had to say a goodbye there.
Well, yes, that is true. And as for Badshah OP, well, he is still in that vehicle, giving it all to make sure that he can get back into the zone, not lose too much HP. And similar story for the side of Enigma's Cloak. He is also looking to make this happen, but it looks like he's going to be crossing paths with F1LS's squad. And well, he's going to make a quick right turn, make sure that he can walk away, but his teammate is going to be the one that causes problems because he just T-bones him in that position. And well, that means that both these teams, F1LS as well as Enigma, are just going to make a hill dash. But it looks like again the bridges are going to be the reason that these teams lose a player. Enigma, or rather F1LS is going to be losing Ignite on the bridge. Spray God is going to be the one that gets that down for him.
Well, that is definitely needed as you come across the fights. You can see Spray God as well. With that vehicle, he just came across to confirm the kill. He just took one player down, and he was just coming across to confirm that kill. But the player is down the bridge, so yeah, it's a bit difficult to spot him up. But coming across Mr. ICL, well, it's gonna be a coming spray by him, but no, it was GXR new player with that 6 HP health. He managed to take one player down, where Tenacity loses one of their body at a very early stage, I would say. It's still 18 teams surviving. We saw 2 fights coming across where 1 player are still surviving by the sides of Esports Empire and IND. Well, talking about Tenacity, they even have lost 1 player, and GXR, they have lost 2 players. So either it's like some players of our teams are getting scouted by, and the other players are just making the run for their life. It's not a fight that is being completed totally, I would say, by a certain team. Well, talking about the phases, shooting range is the areas, the most upper areas, I would say, to the nearby areas of Sivani. Shooting range is going to be that area that is going to be totally enlightened up by the teams trying to enter it, trying to mark a good entry. Well, now as the fights are getting more and more intense, it's going to be a rich game that is going to be played by most of the teams. Well, you can see the areas, the most of the areas that are open areas, the areas where you overexpose yourself, definitely there a rich game can be played by any of the team upcoming trying to mark a good entry. But the teams that are still out of the zone, such as SG, you can see their rivalry 7C, well, they are still struggling to mark a good position, to mark a good entry towards the phases.
Yes, that is going to be the case right now, as it seems that we are just going to be having every single team, or rather majority of these teams, have at least 1 player, or rather, sorry, 4 players, if not 3 players up. But it looks like it's going to be TENACITY who spots a player, and that DP is going to be really devastating at that range. And well, it means that we're going to be spotting GXR lose another player. Well, that is not adding to the benefits that MJ is going to have to deal with, making sure that he can keep himself alive, at least with the heal battle, because with 18 teams still alive, he needs to survive till 3 teams lose their life before he can pick up even 1 point for the side of his team in terms of placement points. Now, finish points, that's going to be a different story. You can obviously make sure that you pick up finish points by simply mowing down opponents. But if it were that easy, then it really wouldn't be a competition, would it?
Indeed, that is really going to be true. To coming back to the sides of R&T, well, they are getting into multiple fights, I would say, at the same time. Well, they have got Celsius, but they were the same time. So definitely coming across multiple fights at the same time on such an over areas, on such an opposing areas, I would say, is gonna get you to a very bad spot over here. So you have to come across some soft defensive things, that you come across a vehicle that would just give you a better cover. Soft cover or hard cover is that you need, but the play zone, well, TENACITY player have to use 0 as well to the play zone. Celsius Eggy, well, he's been caught as well. Austin Vortex trying to destroy the vehicles, like trying to puncture the wheels, I would say. I think he is not aware of the fact that Eggy, he is still nearby the vehicles or in the vehicles. But 8-bit, well, they have been caught. They are onto that very hilly areas, the reach areas. Well, hell, Tio, he is gonna go down with the play zone. The players of TENACITY are going down due to play zone is something that is really scaring me for TENACITY, as they have to look across the play zone. We had a discussion about the same, that how you have to respect your play zone, you have to move across it as the time passes by. It's the 4th phase yet, and players getting down because of play zone is something that really scares me a lot.
Well, yes, as Tenkor and Viru and his teammates are looking to work the map, they see this players of F1LS right in that corner. Pradhan is going to be going in for that revive, but he's out in the open, sandwiched between 2 players, as he might just get taken out, because, well, there you go. He is going to have to get up, but it looks like the revive will get completed. But this time it seems that the smoke cover runs out and AZTEC's players are stuck out in the open. They're going to be sprayed down. Robin's going to be the only one who's making sure that these players do not walk away, but it looks like they're going to spot one more player. TSM uses it to the body. He's going to be on the ground. Blaze is also going to be hitting the ground. Robin turning up big. He needs to drop to the ground and make sure that he can get himself back up to help, but it looks like Robin is going to have to do a lot more, as Shadow OG is also going to be right around it. He's going to be taking damage, and he himself is going to get taken down. Robin with 3 players at this point of time, but it looks like it's going to have to be Ninja to recover things. He comes in from the back, and well, he makes sure that no more damage is done on the side of TSM, but he still has 3 players to get back up to his feet.
What a performance by Robin, I would say. He took 3 players down with so less HP, I would say, over here. Definitely what an it could be an incoming 1v4, I would say, by AZTEC Robin over here, but definitely it couldn't be, as the last player made sure to get no more damage registered on his team. Meanwhile, coming back to Soul over here, well, some incoming grenades by the sides of Mortal can be a bit of difficult for SG players, as they have been caught as well. 3 players are just off, and it's going to be the last surviving player, but no, Mortal even caught him, and there SG has to say a goodbye on the 15th position. Well, we had an hope from SG of coming up with a nice, but definitely a bad match coming across. Talking about 8-Bill, well, 7C as well. Stray God is down. They have to make him come back to the life. Talking about 7C, well, yes, both of the players, they have to patch themselves up as well. The areas of shooting range, the main center areas of shooting range are a good phase, a good zone for each and every arriving player, I would say. But the sides of 8-Bit, well, they are a bit passive at this point of time. You can see one finishes, the vehicles being blasted by the sides of 7C as well, but they are not registering any kinds of damage. Well, Marco's gaming players can be caught by OR. Well, Ronak makes sure to take Vexy down at the sides of OR over there. Well, a great initiative of fight between OR and Marco's gaming is what we can come across. But talking about 7C, once again, it's going to be the edge game played by the team for now. Certainly time to mark an entry, but Team Celsius is already marking the way. Well, Prince has been caught in the vehicle. Rex trying to take him off completely. He just moved into Celsius completely, and there Prince has been caught. Well, he has to say a goodbye to the team at this point of time.
Well, yes, that does seem to be the case, and well, as we can see, it seems that Gyro God is also going to be in a position that will make the best of the part of the map that he is in. But so far, so good for the side of these teams like GodL, RNT, and Esports Empire as well. They're in the center of the zone, but they have to worry about both the teams that are in the front and at the back of them, as Enigma is going to be losing a player, or not rather losing a player, as he is going to get knocked. He's not really something that you would want to have. But Marcos Gaming is going to be spotting out another team, which is going to be IND. So other than the fact that every single team that has been eliminated so far is not going to get the point, every single team going forward is going to be getting at least 1 point in terms of their placement points. Now here he's going to get spotted out. I believe he has been sprayed down. Yes, he has. He's going to get taken out. A nade is going to be used right next to Akshat, and that is going to cause him to be on his ground. Akshu OP is also ready with the nade. He tosses it out. Will he connect in that smoke is going to be the real question, but no. A return gift coming in from the other team is going to mean that 8-bit has 3 players down on the ground, and Viru is going to be the only one up and alive. Their position's known. They have to make sure that they survive this, but Celsius's players, Rex, knows that, well, the players are going to be down. Viru is going to get finished off. Locker is the one that gets that kill, and the squad of 8-bit has been finished off as Loco. Well, he's on the target rails for someone else, as he's going to be hitting the ground this time. And well, Celsius immediately on the back.
Well, talking about Celsius, they are going to have a good match with 11 finishes in their account, but the sides of GodL, well, they're looking a bit of decence at this point of time. One player was down trying to provide a revival, where Soul Driver as well coming back to Team Soul. A driver there was just trying to chuck off a grenade with the hope of taking players down, but the rays of hope are something that are never ending over here. Coming back to TSM, well, it's going to be the sides of TSM trying to capitalize on the areas they are trying to hold, but it is like a big no for them, as the higher ground advantage are going to be with some other teams. Well, Celsius, they have even been caught, as I was talking about them a while ago. Finishes point, well, they have got an ample amount of, they have made sure to manage to get ample amount of finish point in their account. But now talking about position, well, they are on the top 7. We're gonna have the last top 7 teams surviving, because where to the sides of TSM, once again it's gonna be the one player who had to say a goodbye at a very early stage, but the 3 players, well, they can survive. The Enigma, he has been caught as well. Avi, he has been down, he's been punished very bad. The 2 last surviving players of Enigma trying to make a rotation, trying to get a good hold of the position where they can't be caught by any other team. Definitely each and every team is trying to get into some inside cover, into some hard cover, but Gyro got damn OP is being caught and punished, but some incoming return gift, as Dr. Dan mentioned a while ago, wouldn't just let him survive onto his feet once again.
Well, yes, so GodL's in good position. TSM is going to be the one that is, well, holding on right now, as it feels that it's going to be down to the players of TSM that are still up on their feet. They have one player who has been eliminated and one who is on his knees. So as far as GodL goes, they have a man advantage, and well, with the player down, they can say that they have a 2-man advantage. It looks like Blaze is going to get spotted out. TSM's future will have to be called in to make sure that this one out the last time was against AZTEC. So if this is going to be the case, it seems that Celsius is still going to be having every single player up for themselves. So again, it comes back down to the phase where every single player that you have on your roster is going to be really, really important. Whether they have tools, or they have a gun, or whether they have nothing on them, it's still going to be extremely useful to have a few players, as the drop is going to be landing in the center of the zone. It can provide some hard cover for these teams, but again, making their way towards the zone is going to attract a lot of attention, and if you don't pay attention to what people are what teams have their sights trained at you, well, you might get hit with a bullet or 2, or maybe even a grenade.
Indeed, that is really going to be true. Well, the play zone is not allowing Soul Driver to continue the match, as he has to go down. Coming back to TSM, well, you can see TSM Celsius, everyone just trying to get a good hold of. Now that they are the top 5 teams, everyone wants to go in for a win. Everyone wants to go in for a chicken dinner for themselves, and no team wants to get eliminated at this side. The sides of GodL, where they have 4 surviving players, can be an advantage, but the same goes to Team Celsius, as they even have the 4-man standing advantage. It will be 4 and 4 for both of the teams. At the sides of GodL has been caught, well, a grenade connected, can give some damage, but it was Gyro God who takes Locker down. Well, Locker has to go down to his feet. Well, one more player has been caught. It was Blaze, TSM Blaze, he has to go down as well. Locker, Blaze, Clutch got 3 of the players. 3 of them are down from each team accordingly. They have to go in for a revival, as this is going to be really very important, where Jonathan, he is trying to still survive on that ridges area he's trying to hold. But will that be enough, as the zone is going to get a good collapse of as of now? It's going to be 28 meters away from the zone and 9 meters for Gordon Neo to mark an entry to the zone over here. Well, Neo, he is trying to get into a good hard cover. Well, Ninja is off to his belly. He's down to his belly over there with some smoke for being where the smoke swords are being used over here. But Celsius Loco trying to go in where Gyro God is being caught. Marcos Gaming Fury has to go down. Ronak is the one who's surviving between both of the knockdown players. Well, all to the shoulders of Ronak over here. He has to decide whether he is the last surviving player. He was the last surviving player for the teams of Marcos Gaming. Well, it's the last 3 surviving teams, and now as the fight is getting more intense, I am really keen to know about which team is gonna mark a good chicken dinner when Team Texas has marked 15 total kills for them.
Well, yes, that is true, and I feel that the side of Godlike right now have a huge advantage, but this is going to be a perfect 4v4 between both of these teams that are up over here. So Godel versus the side of Celsius. Celsius not having the best game or the best finals run so far, but again, things can change in the blink of an eye, and if someone does not pay attention from the side of Godlike as to what the side of Celsius is doing, well, they could be paying the price. And well, there you go. It looks like a first aid kit is going to get filled off. Neo is going to be on the ground. That is going to be a start that is needed from the side of Celsius, as it looks like they have a player down there as well. Rex is going to be the player that is down. Jonathan is going to be using that drop as hard cover, looking to make his way up, but it seems that we are going to be having to wait and watch for these teams, so that, well, it seems that it's not going to be something that we'll have to wait and watch, because Godel is just going to finish the teams off, and that is how Godlike get their second chicken dinner, and Celsius, well, they're going to have to come up with second place.
Well, definitely. What a comeback by Godel, I would say over here. Definitely, this was something that was really needed for the sides of Godel. But talking about Celsius, well, the last time we came across them, it was something like 16 total finishes this team had. It's a huge number of finishes that this team really had on their accounts. But Godel, well, they nailed it completely. They got an amazing winner chicken dinner in their account, and that was definitely needed. While the fans of Godel would be really happy to come across the fact that their fan favorite team is finally making a comeback over here. So once again, with this, we are gonna Lucifer back with us over here. So what do you think about the sides of Godel and Celsius over here?
See, I would again want to talk about Godlike first before we head into Celsius. Yes, the Celsius have put one hell of a performance with this map. But again, Godlike, this is what we were asking from you. There's nothing new that we have talked about. We talked about your drop is good, and then the early rotation is what we want to see, is what was missing. And now Godlike understand the importance of rotation. Get a center hold near the plane crash in shooting range. And from here on, they were all, I would say, golden touch. They completely disregarded and completely destroyed any team trying to take control of their own plane crash position. That's just brilliant to watch, and that's every time that the side of team Godlike have got such a position where they have had a chance to early rotate without any casualties, Godlike have come on top. It's just their rotations after they pick a very early fight they try to do is when they have had casualties and they lose the map very early on. But again, coming back to the side of Celsius, oh my god, those are my 3 words for them. Oh my god, the way the side of Celsius, again, audience, the reason my reaction is like this, because they are at the 18th position, and for a team to come back on the halfway mark at the 21st map of this grand final says that there is nothing done for granted. You have a chance to make a comeback, and Celsius just showed us only one more player. If they had, they could have turned things around on the side of Godlike as well. But I guess them putting up a lot of smokes, them not having an advantage of a higher ground, proved a little bit difficult for them, but still they managed to convert brilliantly in terms of n number of finishing points. That is around 15 and plus, right, Darshita?
Well, yes, it is going to be 15 and plus points for the team. And definitely, what a performance by each and every team. It's going to be the fella who don't know the result, who are new to the stream. Well, I would like to repeat it for them, as it's going to be the sides of Godel, making a comeback with a winner chicken dinner with total of 11 finish in their accounts, with the second team of Celsius with 16 finishes, and it's gonna be Marcos with 7 finishes, marking an entry on the third very position. Well, I would really like to speak to the sides of Marcos as well. The map before one, the
Yes.
map of Miramar, they had a third position there with I think 4 finishes, and now coming back to this, it's like 7 finishes with a third position. So definitely this team is on that urge of I think managing both placement points as well as finish points, where finish points are a bit less at a certain point. I would say if you are getting placed on the third and the fourth position, where you're getting 4 and 5 finish point, definitely your finish points are a bit less compared to other teams, but definitely you are getting position points there. If you come across this, if you're placing third, you manage to get more ample amounts of finish point at this point of time. Your placement points is something that you are definitely getting, and you manage to get more finish point as well, then you are getting more points. You're getting 20 plus points in a single map, and definitely that is what was about the consistency we are talking about. If you continue to do that, well, you can come across a good position on the point table. You just need one and two good maps, like we are talking about the sides of 8-bit over there. They managed to turn out one or two maps so good that now even if they come on the fourth and fifth position with good ample amounts of finish and placement points, they are still on the top. You can't take them down. They are
Exactly.
still topping the charts. You can't just take them down right now. Even that is a simple, that is a simple strategy that you come across.
That's the reason we were talking about it, right, Darshita? You need to pick your maps, points from day one. If you do that, you will be able to differentiate your position from the first team and the last team. But again, I will go back on this word as well. I will not make sure this is like a written on the stone wall and it is preserved that teams which grab points from day one are the teams that are going to win. Yes, they have a higher probability of winning the tournament, but teams such as Celsius, if they make comebacks like this, even the top teams, even with their difference of 100 200 points, anything can happen. Only a couple of maps is needed and things can be toppled around. If just imagine, if every map the side of Team Celsius pick 30 points, they need 3 maps to get close to 100 and another 3 more maps. So in total of 6 to 8 maps, where we have still 21 pending, Celsius can tabletop the charts. Yes, 8-bit will still pick up a couple of points, but things can turn around. That's the beauty of BGMI. Anything can happen. Even if a team is in the first position, they can go to the bottom position of 18 and another team can take up the victory cup and also enjoy their championship victory with the bragging rights. Complete table turn happening is what we are going to see, Darshita. Complete table turn.
Well, indeed, that is really gonna be the case. As of now, we are gonna go towards the overall standings of the map. Let's just take them across the overall standings. While talking about it, it is still 8-bit. Well, this team, it is really difficult for them. It is really difficult for the teams to stop them over here. You can see them; they are still holding their throne completely with two winner chicken dinners, 119 placements, 118 finish points, with a total of 237 points in their account. Well, this map was a bit of a off map for 8-bit, I would say, but a comeback is something that would mark them go very far away and set a benchmark that is really difficult to catch. Coming across Godel, well, it's a second position for them once again with 3 chicken dinners and 211 total points. Well, coming across the finish point, it is going to mark them a 3-digit of 115, but the placement points, well, it's gonna be 96. As of now, when you talk to the sides of Godel over here, some matches are like they're setting benchmark, but some matches they are just going off it. So there is something that you need to equalize. Revenant 119, 7 Seawell 195 with 3 chicken dinners. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming as well, 3 chicken dinners with a total of 192. Marcos Gaming, 3 chicken dinners, 191. Well, when you come across teams such as 7C, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, Marcos Gaming, they got 3 chicken dinners, but the table topping team, they just got 2. So there is, you have to sit and think, what is the thing, what is the single point that is just letting us fourth, fifth, sixth position? Well, the first position, it was just 2 chicken dinners. TSM with 1 chicken dinner. Well, it's gonna be 185. AZTEC 159. Team IND with 2 chicken. It's gonna be 144. Well, to the sides of Revenant Esports, I would like to say they are doing it really well. With no chicken dinners, no victory, they are still managing to hold the third position over here. Well, to the sides of IND, now they need to cope up. As the last match, it was a very early elimination for the 3 players of IND by the sides of Esports Empire. So definitely these are just some small things you really need to come across to get that throne that 8-bit is still holding.
Man, oh man, 8-bit are, yes, as you mentioned, running away, but good luck at GodLike. I really like their position right now. And this is why we talked about GodLike in terms of them converting and telling that Miramar is their map. It's only the timing of their rotation is mismatching, not their gun power. It's always that they pick up a fight which was unnecessary during a rotation. I mean, not even them picking a fight, it's the other opponent who spot the side of GodLike. So with that second position and 211 points, this is going to be the second team crossing the mark of 200. Yes, Revenant as well as the side of 7 Seas are still waiting to cross it because teams are managing to take them out. And if you remember on this map of Erangel, 7 Seas, they did manage to take out the side of Team F1LS, but then eventually they were themselves taken out because their rotations did not work in their favor. And this part of the leaderboard has not changed a lot, except one thing that I can see is right now Enigma have gone a little bit further compared to the side of Team Galaxy Racers. So I think from here onwards we should be able to see a little bit of a change coming through on this board, and Enigma may be making their way again. And who does not remember the side of Enigma, that they were the first team in this grand finals on day one and first match to grab the winner chicken dinner from the side of Seoul with Vampopi's 1v4, a beautiful play coming in. And after that Enigma have kind of dimmed down in terms of their performance, but hopefully a comeback is in place. But right now the stars of this match, I know GodL is going to be one of them. Right next to them is going to be the side of Celsius, and right now with the points that they've managed to grab, you can see they've got 81, a 20-point difference compared to the side of Esports Empire. And as Darshita was mentioning, even though the side of Esports Empire have a winner chicken dinner for themselves, they are at the bottom at the 18th position. Again, coming back to the same point, we might be repeating ourselves multiple times, but this is BGMI, and this is why we tell you it's not all about victories, it's about your team and your team gameplay. If your team is on point and you manage to make your rotations happen, if you get your loot on point and you're able to hold down position so that nobody else comes in and takes control of your, whether it's a hard cover, whether it's open area, does not matter. It's about how your defense works, what kind of positions you take a look at, that you can turn things around. And with this 21st map done, man, oh man, I'm really ready for the second half of this grand finals coming in. Right now we have reached the halfway mark, and now yes, we'll be having 3 more maps for the day. But Darshita, what expectations has changed from 21 maps that we finished to 21 maps that is coming in?
Well, if you ask me this question, I would say that we are coming across many new teams that are proving themselves good. Now, when we talked about Celsius a while ago, we were to this fact that they are to a very low performance. But now look at them; they bragged it so good. They hammed it on the sides of this map that we just came across. So definitely these are just some random things we are coming across. But now as we are done with 3 maps, it's a time for a short break that we'll be right back with you all guys within a short break. So just for a while, go grab some more popcorn, grab some more energy drinks, and we'll be right back with you all guys within a short break over here.
I'm back into the garage, the car downloads and the data pops up on my screen. The faster we can get that, the faster I can analyze it and the faster I can get back out there.
बल एग्जैक्टली एक बार अब नजर डालते हैं हमारे प्लेयर्स की तरफ, स्वागत करते हैं उन सभी का कि कौन कौन कितने कितने प्लेयर्स हमारे साथ टीम 8 बिट से जुड़ने वाले हैं। एंड ए अक्षु व्हाट्स अप मैन, कैसे हैं आप?
हेलो, क्या हाल?
एब्सोल्युटली।
So we are actually waiting
और-
for वीरू also to join and बहुत ही जल्दी वीरू भी हमारे साथ जुड़ जाएंगे। तो अक्षु, सबसे पहला सवाल, मैं आपके ऊपर कोई एडिशनल प्रेशर नहीं डालना चाहूंगा कि आज का दिन कैसा था, आखिरी चिकन रह गया ये वो। मैं आपसे काफी सिंपल सा ये क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहूंगा कि कितना चेंज आपने कंपटीशन में देखा सेमीफाइनल्स और फाइनल्स के फेज में?
सेमीज में ऐसा था, आधी टीम थोड़ा एक्सपेरिमेंट्स भी कर रही थी जब टॉप में चले गए, बट अभी तो पूरा ऐसा हार्ड को चल रहा है ना।
हेलो
कि कुछ कवर में नहीं मिल रहा, कहीं जाने को भी नहीं मिल रहा,
Yeah.
तो फुल अलग अलग ही लेवल कॉम्पिटिशन आ रहा फाइनल्स में।
ओके, तो काफी चेंज आपने देखा है फाइनल्स के अंदर। आई थिंक वीरू को हम सुन पा रहे हैं, बट वीरू को हम देखना भी जरूर से चाहेंगे। वीरू, आप हेलो हेलो कर रहे हैं, हम आपको सुन पा रहे हैं, आई एम एक्चुअली वेटिंग फॉर यू टू जॉइन। एंड कहीं ना कहीं अक्षु से कुछ और सवाल।
वेल वीरू ना वैसे खिलाड़ी बन चुके हैं जो कि छुप के हमला करते हैं, वो यहाँ पे भी कर रहे हैं। वहाँ पे 7 सीज के अगेंस्ट भी किया, यहाँ पे भी वही देखने का मौका मिला है। तो वीरू को सबसे जेन्युइन सवाल पूछते हैं कि मायरी।
या श्योर, गो फॉर इट।
वेल वीरू, ऑलमोस्ट अ 1 वर्सेस 3, ऑलमोस्ट। व्हाट डू यू हैव टू से अबाउट दैट?
मैं थोड़ा लास्ट बंदे पे थोड़ा रुक जाता ना तो फिर हो जाता वो 1v3 इजीली। मैंने बहुत जल्दी कर दिया, मतलब
वीरू अभी हम बात
तो
कर
फिर
रहे
थोड़ा
थे
पैनिक हो गया।
या हम अभी बात कर ही रहे थे कि वीरू का वो क्लच मुमकिन कैसे हो सकता था। तो क्या आपको भी ऐसा
थोड़ा
लगता
रुक
है
जाता
कि...
तो हो जाता।
ओके, सो आप कह रहे हैं कि रुक सकते थे। आई वाज एक्सपेक्टिंग कि कुछ और मूवमेंट्स अगर वहां पर हो सकती थी, जैसे कुछ क्राउच या प्रोन या स्मोक के बाहर से निकल के
नहीं
जंप
नहीं,
शॉट।
मैं वैसे ही मार देता मैं उसको। क्या हुआ, उसको एक्सपेक्टेड था कि मैं तब पीक दे दूंगा, तो इसलिए उसने प्री फायर कर दिया और मैं उसमें ही आ गया, वरना मैं वैसे ही
इसको राइट से जाना चाहिए था, लेफ्ट से गया।
हाँ
ओके,
या थोड़ा रुक जाता।
अक्षु को हम देख पा रहे हैं, उनसे हम ज्यादा अच्छा इंटरेक्शन अभी के लिए कर पा रहे हैं। तो अक्षु से मैं कुछ और यहाँ पर बात जरूर से करना चाहूंगा कि अक्षु, कैसा लग रहा है आपके लिए इतना बड़ा इवेंट यहाँ पर स्काई स्पोर्ट्स लेकर आया है? एक मैसिव प्राइस पुल है, सारी टीम जैसा आपने बताया कि ट्राई हार्ड करती हुई मिल रही है, बहुत हार्ड हो रहा है, आखिरी सर्कल्स में स्पेस नहीं मिल रहा रुकने के लिए। तो कॉम्पिटिशन के बारे में आपने बता दिया, इवेंट के बारे में आपका क्या कहना है?
मतलब बहुत मजा आ रहा है इस इवेंट, मतलब फुल जो लैन का फील होता है ना, वैसा फील आ रहा था थोड़ा, कि कंपटीशन में वैसा मिल रहा है, अपने को फाइट्स वैसे मिल रहा है, बिल्कुल बहुत ज्यादा एड्रेनलिन मिल रहा है, तो बहुत मजा आ रहा है इसमें।
वेल एक सवाल जनता की तरफ से यहाँ पे आता हुआ, यहाँ पे पूछा जा रहा है गुप्ता जी के द्वारा कि आपकी कंसिस्टेंसी का राज क्या है?
हमारा आईजीएल ओमेगा।
चलो आईजीएल की अगर बात हो ही रही है,
कुछ भी जोन हो बट तो ले जाता है।
वही मैं आपसे अभी आईजीएल के बारे में सवाल पूछने वाला था कि अगर आपको तीनों को ओमेगा के अलावा अगर आपको कोई आईजीएल चुनना हो तो वो कौन हो सकता है?
मावी।
बहुत मुश्किल सवाल है।
वीरू सीधा मावी, वीरू सीधा मावी। अक्षु की साइड से क्या आंसर है भाई?
अक्षु की साइड से मैं इंतजार कर रहा हूँ, बिकॉज अभी तक कुछ बोला नहीं गया ना।
बोलूंगा कुछ तो ओमेगा नाराज हो जाएगा।
नहीं होगा,
कोई नाराज नहीं होगा,
हम बात कर लेंगे।
मावी बेस्ट, मावी है, मतलब सेकंड बेस्ट मेरे लिए मावी है, और फर्स्ट में ओमेगा ही है।
फर्स्ट में ओमेगा,
सेफ साइड खेला जा रहा है कि बाद में कुटाई ना हो जाए।
अच्छा, अभी तक के फाइनल्स का सफर आपका डिसेंट चल रहा है, मतलब वो चिकन डिनर अभी भी आना बाकी है। आज के दिन में आपने देखा मार्कोस गेमिंग 2 ले गई, गॉडलाइक की टीम भी 2 चिकन डिनर ले गई। 7 सीज की टीम पहले मैच के रिजल्ट्स के बाद कहीं ना कहीं आप लोग भी थोड़े बहुत सरप्राइज हुए होंगे कि 25 फिनिशेस का उन्होंने आज चिकन डिनर निकाला है। सो आपके चिकन डिनर ना लेने की वजह से आप लोग यहाँ पर डिसअपॉइंटेड हो, या फिर जो आज के दिन का अभी तक का ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स में आपके पास स्पॉट है उससे आप कहीं ना कहीं सेटिस्फाइड हो?
ना, हम बिल्कुल सेटिस्फाइड नहीं किसी,
हम लोग
फुल डिसअपॉइंटेड है,
बहुत बेटर कर
ना भी चलना, फुल डिसअपॉइंटेड है। अपनी छोटी-छोटी मिस्टेक्स हम बहुत पीछे रह रहे हैं।
ओके, तो वीरू अभी आपकी टीम में एक नए रिक्रूट आए हैं, इससे पहले डेल्टा थे। तो अक्षु, ये सवाल मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा, मैं ये नहीं पूछूंगा कि वीरू बढ़िया है या डेल्टा बढ़िया है, इट वोंट लुक गुड ऑब्वियसली, बट कहीं ना कहीं सिनर्जी लेवल की बात होती है। आपने थोड़ा सा ज्यादा समय बिताया है डेल्टा के साथ, एंड कहीं ना कहीं वीरू के साथ आपको खेलते हुए बहुत ज्यादा समय नहीं हुआ, हार्डली 5 या 6 या कह सकते हैं 10 दिन के आसपास लगा लीजिए आप। 10 सेमीफाइनल्स के बाद मेरे ख्याल से हमने इनको यहाँ पर खेलते हुए देखे, वीरू के साथ खेलते हुए देखा है। तो कितना कम समय लगा है आपको सिनर्जी में? आपको लगता है कि सिनर्जी लेवल ओके हो चुकी है या अभी और बहुत इंप्रूव हो सकती है?
अभी हमारा वीरू के साथ 60% सिनर्जी अभी, बट इसका एक्सपीरियंस है खुद का, तो इसको इतना बेटी नहीं होता इस कॉज वगैरह देने में, तो ठीक ही अभी।
Okay, anything from you,
आई
Captain?
थिंक 60% में इतना मार रहे हैं तो
100% में क्या
100% में क्या होने वाला है? I think that's something that's going to be really exciting to know. Well, आज तो आपका दिन बहुत अच्छा था. Like आपने विदाउट चिकन डिनर इतना बढ़िया कंसिस्टेंट परफॉर्मेंस मेंटेन किया है. मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा कि एक सवाल है जो मैं हर टीम से पूछ चुका हूँ ऑलरेडी, तो आप लोगों से भी पूछना चाहूंगा. जब आप लोगों को पता चला कि इतना बड़ा एक इवेंट अनाउंस कर चुके हैं स्काई स्पोर्ट्स, तो आप लोगों का माइंडसेट क्या था कि जीतना है या फिर मारना है?
हमको पहले तो यही था कि हमको मारना है, पहले जितना हो सके उतना मारना है. जीत तो वैसे भी जाएंगे आराम से, बट मारना हमको ज्यादा है.
Well, ये रिकॉर्ड किया जाए, इसको क्लिप किया जाए, बिकॉज ये बहुत ज्यादा काम आने वाला है ये जो क्लिप है. वेल फिलहाल के लिए जोक्स अपार्ट बहुत ही बढ़िया आप लोग खेले. जी
अक्षु और वीरू, मैं दोनों से ये सवाल करना चाहूंगा कि अभी हमारे पास 18 टीम्स है जो फाइनल्स तक क्वालिफाई करके आई हैं. अगर आपको एक ऐसी पावर दी जाए कि 3 टीम्स आप इस श्रृंखला से बाहर कर सकते हैं, वो कौन सी 3 टीम्स होगी? स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम अक्षु.
फर्स्ट TSM-FTX, second 7 Seas and third Orange Rock.
ओके, सो मतलब गॉड लाइक जो आज यहाँ पर डोमिनेट कर गई है, उसका डर यहाँ पर उतना नहीं है. बाकी जो प्लेयर्स चिकन डिनर नहीं लेकर गए हैं उनका नाम आ रहा है, तो मतलब कहीं ना कहीं वो टैक्टिकलिटीज पता है. कहीं ना कहीं इसका मैं अगर प्रोडक्ट निकाल कर दिखाऊं या फिर उसको थोड़ा सा और एलैबोरेट करूं, तो अक्षु क्या ये आपके प्ले स्टाइल के अफेक्ट में करने वाली टीम्स है या फिर सिर्फ आप स्कोर कार्ड को ही चेक करके बता रहे हैं?
हमारा प्ले स्टाइल इफेक्ट करने वाली टीम्स है, तो इनसे दिक्कत है.
ओके. तो एक सवाल मेरा रहने वाला है यहाँ पे अक्षु की तरफ कि अभी तक 8-बिट ने हमने देखा है बहुत सारे फिनिश पॉइंट्स पे 8-बिट काम कर चुका है. आई थिंक ओवरऑल जो हाईएस्ट फिनिश पॉइंट्स 8-बिट के रह चुके हैं वो 13 है, सेमीफाइनल्स एंड फाइनल्स दोनों को मिला के. तो 25 फिनिश पॉइंट्स 7 सीज ने आज पुल ऑफ किया है. रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने का इरादा है?
पूरा इरादा है, बस मौका ढूंढ रहे हैं.
मौका ढूंढा जा रहा है. तो कौन से मैप के ऊपर मैं पूछना चाहूंगा कि ओके कल दिखाया जाएगा, इंतजार रहेगा इस चीज का भी. तो कौन से मैप के ऊपर एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं कि ये रिकॉर्ड तोड़ा जाए?
ज्यादा से ज्यादा एंगल में.
ओके, मैप्स की बात हो रही है अक्षु, तो मेरे दिमाग में एक और क्वेश्चन है कि सैनोक को आजकल थोड़ा सा ज्यादा पसंद नहीं कर रहे हैं. वीरू को तो खैर मैं पर्सनली जानता हूं, तो वीरू तो बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं करता सैनोक के मैप को. तो कहीं ना कहीं आपकी नजर में सैनोक में जो आजकल सब डॉक्टर खेल रहे हैं, तो ये डॉक्टर का सोल्यूशन आपको पता है या फिर ये पहले से भी चलता आया था, इसमें कुछ नया नहीं है?
पहले था बट इतना नहीं था. लोग आखिरी में खेल करते थे, बट अभी तो सब शुरू से खेल करना चालू कर रहे हैं. ज्यादा ही पैसिव हो गया.
ओके, तो डॉक्टर हमने एक वैसे आपकी टीम से भी देखा था, ना सिर्फ वो डॉक्टर बने थे, वो टॉप फ्रैगर भी थे अक्षर, और 40 के आसपास हमने फर्स्टेज. तो वो मतलब खुद का प्लान था कि कहीं ना कहीं ओमेगा का वो कॉल था कि जब सब कर रहे हैं तो हम क्यों ना करें?
हाँ, लाइक सेमीज में देखा था ना, तो उसने बोला था कि इसमें हम भी करते हैं ट्राई, तो हमने पूरा लोड के अक्षर तो फर्स्ट दे के वो करवाया और अच्छा गया.
उस मैच में मैंने देखा था कि आप लोगों ने एक बेहतर स्प्लिट लिया था. जो आप वेस्टर्न साइड पर जा रहे थे, आपने तंबंग का एरिया भी लिया, नाखाम का एरिया भी लिया, ऊपर कॉर्नर पर, मतलब इतना आपने स्प्लिट ले लिया था कि मुझे स्प्लिट में ही पता चल गया था कि आप लोगों के पास कहीं ना कहीं बहुत लूट आने वाली है. तो वो स्पेसिफिकली लूट करने के लिए स्प्लिट लिया था कि आपका ड्रॉप ही यही था? बिकॉज जितना मैं ओमेगा को जानता हूँ, पहले उनका ड्रॉप रियून्स के आसपास का था.
हाँ, वो स्पेसिफिकली लूट के लिए था, क्योंकि हमने देखा था कोई टीम्स उतर नहीं उधर, तो हमने लूटने के लिए गए उधर सारे साथ.
ओके, सो चलो एक इंटरेस्टिंग सा राउंड खेलते हैं अक्षु. आई थिंक अब बोर तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं हो रहे होगे, और अगर नहीं भी हो रहे हो तो इसको थोड़ा सा और इंटरेस्टिंग बनाते हैं. एक रैपिड फायर सेशन में आपके साथ खेलना चाहूंगा, जिसमें क्विक रहना पड़ेगा आपको. हाँ, इट्स गोना बी, इट शुड बी रैपिड एंड फायरी एज वेल. सो कहीं ना कहीं शुरुआत करते हैं नॉर्मल से. बहुत डिसेंट क्वेश्चंस रहेंगे आपके लिए. तो डीपी और M4 में से कौन सी अगर आप चूज करना चाहेंगे?
M4.
ओमेगा या मूवी?
ओमेगा.
ओके, मॉर्टल या मूवी?
मॉर्टल.
हक भाई या गोल्डी भाई?
ये क्या है?
ये रैपिड फायर है मैन, यू हैव टू बी रैपिड मैन, कम ऑन जल्दी.
ओह माय गॉड.
इसमें मिर्ची नहीं खानी है, कम ऑन यार.
गोल्डी भाई.
गोल्डी भाई. ओके, सो BGMI या गर्लफ्रेंड?
BGMI.
ओके, और एंड्रॉइड या iOS?
iOS any day.
Okay, you can go with few questions as well.
Okay, स्नाइपर्स की अगर आप बात करेंगे, M24 या कार 98?
मैं चलाता नहीं है.
M24.
फिर भी M24. फिर भी M24. Yeah, that's there's a reason for that. पिज्जा या जिम?
जिम nowadays.
Okay.
I saw the blog. I saw the blog. He is going to gym regularly.
Okay. So और कुछ पूछना है मैं भी?
तो मतलब एग्जैक्टली आपकी टीम में अभी के लिए पूरे 4 प्लेयर्स का एक बेहतर रोस्टर है, बट कहीं ना कहीं हम जानते हैं कि उसके बावजूद भी टीम में एक और कोई ऐसा खिलाड़ी होना चाहिए जो बैकअप रहता है। कई बार ऊंच नीच हो जाती है, कई बार प्लेयर्स अनवेल भी होते हैं, बड़े मैचेस के अंदर आपको बैकअप चाहिए रहता है। तो अभी ओमेगा का प्लान तो काफी हद तक मुझे पता है, बट मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि कौन सा वो प्लेयर है जो आप चाहते हैं आपकी टीम ज्वाइन करे एज द 5th प्लेयर?
कोई भी मुझे हमारा तो अभी यही है कि डेल्टा वापस आ जाए, क्योंकि उसमें सिनर्जी है अभी 5th मैन के लिए तक। तो डेल्टा वापस आता तो वो आ जाएगा।
ओके, सो डेल्टा को वापस अभी भी लेने के चांसेस है, बट रिवेंज के साथ, राइवलरी स्पोर्ट्स के साथ भी मेरे हिसाब से डेल्टा काफी अच्छा कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमने देखा है कि टीम भले ही पॉइंट टेबल में अच्छी जगह पर ना हो, बट डेल्टा खुद टॉप फ्रैगर की लिस्ट में वहां पर मौजूद थे। आज के पहले मैच के बारे में मैं थोड़ी सी आपसे बात करना चाहूंगा कि 25 फिनिश पॉइंट्स का चिकन डिनर। अक्षु, आप भी खेलते हो, इतना आसान नहीं होता मैन। 17, 18, 20 तक भी हजम हो जाती है, बट 25 फिनिशेस का मैच जिसमें आप मेरे ख्याल से टॉप 3 या टॉप 4 में थे, तो कहीं ना कहीं ऐसा इस लेवल का डोमिनेशन दिखाने के लिए 8 बिट को और कितना समय लगेगा, या फिर आपको लगता है कि अगर हम पूरा ऑल इन अटैक के लिए जाए तो ये हम भी कर सकते हैं इजीली?
25 किल तो भी बहुत टाइम है इसमें, थोड़ा सा सिनर्जी और अच्छा बैठने में। और जैसे बैठ जाएगा तो आ सकता 25 आराम से।
25 आ सकता है। ओके, एक और थोड़ा सा, अब मैंने कहा था कि धीरे धीरे हम क्वेश्चंस की इंटेंसिटी बढ़ाएंगे, सो एक थोड़ा सा टफ क्वेश्चन अब आपके लिए मैं लेकर आने वाला हूँ। टीम सोल के बारे में, जिनके आप बहुत ज्यादा करीब हैं उनके बारे में आपका क्या कहना है कि व्हाट एक्चुअली इज गोइंग रॉन्ग? बिकॉज कहीं ना कहीं एक्सपेक्टेशंस हाई है, सब जानते हैं, आप भी जानते हैं, बट व्हाट एक्चुअली इज गोइंग रॉन्ग फॉर टीम सोल? बिल्कुल आखिरी स्टेज पर आके उन्होंने सेमीफाइनल स्टेज पे क्वालिफाई करा, दैट सेकंड डिनर वाज अ लेजेंडरी वन, वी नो दैट, बट पहले दिन में सेमीज में अच्छा कर रहे थे, आज का दिन टीम सोल का टेबल के लिए अच्छा नहीं रहा। सो क्या आपकी नजर में गलत हो रहा है?
मेरे को तो ये लगता है कि अभी वो नया टीम है तो उसको थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा बैठने में। सिनर्जी बहुत, वो प्लेयर्स कभी साथ में खेले नहीं है ना, तो उनको बहुत टाइम लगेगा बैठने में। मावी स्काउट कभी भी नहीं खेले इतना साथ में, मॉटल और इनके सारे अगर साथ, तो इनको टाइम लगेगा, बट आएगा इनका टाइम भी।
ओके, सो एक
आराम से मारना चालू कर देंगे।
एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन अब यहाँ पर पूछना चाहूंगा मैं आपसे कि आपके अलावा, नॉट 8 बिट, आपके अलावा कौन सी टीम आपको लगता है कि स्काई स्पोर्ट्स चैंपियनशिप 3.0 जीत सकता है? 7 सीज, ये मेरे ख्याल से टेबल को, स्टैट्स को चेस करते हुए जा रहे हैं, बिकॉज अच्छी स्टार्ट है एंड आई थिंक ये एक अच्छी पिक जरूर से रह सकती है। गॉडलाइक, आपको क्या लगता है, क्या वो जो स्पीड अप कर रही है चेस कर पाएगी 7 सीज की डोमिनेशन जो अभी तक दिख रही है?
जैसा आज का दिन गया, अगर बाकी दिन उसके ऐसे जाते हैं तो आराम से कर सकता हूँ।
ओके, एनीथिंग फ्रॉम योर एंड?
वेल, एक ही सवाल रहने वाला है मेरा। अगर आपको यू हैव द फुल फ्रीडम टू चूज 4 प्लेयर्स जो आपके टीम में खेले, कोई भी आईजीसी का कोई भी प्लेयर, यू हैव द फुल फ्रीडम, ठीक है, तो वो 4 खिलाड़ी कौन रहने वाले हैं एक्सेप्ट 8 बिट एंड सोल के लाइनअप से?
नहीं, सोल यू कैन,
लेट्स एक्सक्लूड
ओके।
फर्स्ट रहेगा गिल, आदित्य, एंड थर्ड दलजीत।
ऑरेंज रॉक, अक्षु इज वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑल। कहीं ना कहीं ऑरेंज रॉक के खिलाड़ियों पर नजर है अक्षु की। सो एमवीपी के बारे में बड़ी चर्चा चल रही है अक्षु, बहुत सारे खिलाड़ी हैं जो प्रबल दावेदारी अपनी दिखा रहे हैं एमवीपी में, अक्षत का नाम है उनमें, आप भी वहां पर काफी ट्राई हार्ड करते हुए दिखे हैं, जॉनथन जाने जाते हैं अपनी टॉप फ्रैगर लिस्ट में, बट आपकी नजर में कौन आपको लगता है कि टूर्नामेंट के एंड तक 80-100 फिनिशेस का वो जो आंकड़ा है और जीतने का प्रबल दावेदार रह सकता है?
वो अक्षत ही रहेगा, मेरे को तो पूरा भरोसा है।
Yes, exactly. He was really good in the semis as well, and बहुत से और इवेंट्स के अंदर भी अक्षत की डोमिनेशन रह रही है। और ओमेगा के बारे में अब मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा। मुझे लग रहा था कि ओमेगा जुड़ेंगे, ओमेगा से मैं बहुत से सवाल पूछना चाहूंगा। जितना मैं ओमेगा को जानता हूँ वो कोई मवी से कम नहीं है। He is also one of the most toxic IGLs we have. I know him personally. So कितना मतलब वो गुस्सा हो जाते हैं अगर मैच आपके फेवर में नहीं जाता या कोई छोटी मोटी गलती हो जाती है?
मैच फेवर से उतना गुस्सा नहीं होगा, अगर छोटी सी भी गलती हो गई और वो नहीं मानी तो पूरा 2 दिन तक फायर हो जाएगा, ऐसा होता है।
ओ भाई, आई नो, मैं बहुत गुस्सा करता है कहीं ना कहीं, बट कहीं ना कहीं अभी जैसे आपने देखा है कि ओमेगा अपनी नई टीम बना रहे थे, आपका इंतजार हो रहा था बहुत लंबे समय से, उन्होंने पूरा ग्राइंड करा था जब तक गेम नहीं आया था, बट अक्षत भी मेरे ख्याल से उनके साथ नहीं जुड़े हुए थे, बट बावजूद उसके ओमेगा ने ट्राई हार्ड किया, पूरा टाइम उन्होंने ग्राइंड करा। आई वाज विद हिम थ्रू आउट जितनी भी उनकी जर्नी थी, कास्टिंग के टाइम पर भी और टीम बिल्डिंग के टाइम पर भी। सो कहीं ना कहीं ओमेगा ने अब जो वापस से टीम रीबिल्ड कर रही है 8 बिट की, इसमें आपको सपोर्ट अच्छा मिलता है, फैंस आपको यहाँ पर बहुत प्यार करते हैं। मैं देखना चाहता हूं कि अक्षु का नया वर्जन कितनी जल्दी आने वाला है। सबने अपने अपने 2.0 वर्जन लॉन्च कर दिए, तो अक्षु का 2.0 कब आने वाला है?
मेरा भी आ ही जाएगा, इस टूर्नामेंट के बाद तो पक्का आ जाएगा।
इस टूर्नामेंट के बाद आ जाएगा, तो कह सकते हैं कि अक्षु 2.0 अभी लोडिंग फेज पर है। एंड दिस वाज इट गाइस, थैंक यू सो मच अक्षु फॉर ज्वाइनिंग, थैंक यू सो मच वीरू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग, एंड
Thank you so much.
गुड लक फॉर ऑल योर अपकमिंग मैचेस एंड kudos to 8-bit.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to AMD Ryzen presents Skyesports Championship 3.0. This is me, Dr. Dang. Along with me is Darshita and Lucifer. And well, let us introduce you to our sponsors. Well, we have Croma as our gaming retail partner. We have Logitech as our gaming peripheral partner. And we have WD Black as our gaming storage partner. As for Facebook Gaming, they're going to be supporting every single stream up on the up on Facebook. So that is going to be our streaming partner for the regional languages. And well, with that, it is time to head over into the fourth map. Well, it is going to be Miramar, or rather, sorry, that's going to be Sanok this time as well. It's going to be a really, really interesting game coming up.
Well, definitely, I would really agree, as it's gonna be a really drastic change for each and every player. You came across Erangel, you hopped to Miramar. Once again, you came back to Erangel, and now you are back to the smallest map, where early engagements, early fights, initial clusters, everything is what you're gonna come across. You're gonna go through it. So definitely, it's gonna be really a drastic change for everyone to come across from Erangel and Miramar to directly shift upon Senok. Well, healing battles is something that I really am not having my eyes on. I really don't want to come across, but this map is what is healing battles, as we got across the Erangel one, where we saw underwater healings happening. In Erangel it was underwater healings happening. So yeah, to the fact, I am really keen to know across what this map of Senong has got us, as each and every map we are coming across is just very surprising for all of us. So definitely having a keen eyes on what this map brings us. It's time for our viewers to have a good prediction. Come on, viewers, chat section all yours. Do let us know what expectations do you have from your team, and which team can rock the map of Senok over here.
I'm not sure about teams rocking the map of Sanok, but I'm looking forward to which team comes in as a newbie right now, because we have seen teams have been performing, have been picking up maps. GodLike have come in, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming after a long time from day one have come back. So I'm looking forward to maybe a team coming in, maybe new Marcos. They have been trying something that they could do. But right now, let's quickly, before we head into the map, take a look at the top fraggers who have been performing insane out of their mind for their respective teams. It's going to be starting off with 8-bit Akshat, who has 43 finishes. I mean, right now we are seeing 43, but I guess we might end up seeing close to 100 finishes from either of these players. In the first position, as I said, Akshat, hoping to see the 100 very soon from one of these players. Second, it's going to be Jonathan from the side of GodLike, 39. I've been seeing a lot of love, not only for the side of GodLike, but also Jonathan coming in the chat. So he has come up right now in the second position. Third position is going to be Viru. This man, everybody remembers, as soon as the name Viru comes in, they know that this man can do a lot of damage, convert 1v3, 1v4s, whatever is right in front of him, he's going to convert it, and that's the reason 36 finishes for him. TSM Ninja, 33 for him as well. TSM, they've had a very hard fight as they progress through the grand finals, but slowly they are coming into the end zones, and you can still see AZTEC, AKOP, even though AZTEC have not completely performed great today, AKOP is still there in the 5th position of the top fraggers list, just because he is building I would say, or keeping up the responsibility of the side of Aztec in terms of finish points, and is trying to progress further. So hopefully Aztec, as we have said, make a comeback. But Dr. Dan, coming back, do you think the idea of 100 finishes is possible for any of these players?
Well, 100 finishes is not going to be easy considering we only have two more days of competition to go. So 43 is going to be the case right now. We have 3 more days going forward, but Akshat at 43 kills right now, I think that if he can finish the day off at 60, I think it would be a good opportunity for either him or Jonathan to try and push for those 100 kills. But I think that it's really just going to be an extremely difficult task for any one of these players. And well, I'm not sure if it is possible, but if there is someone, I think it's going to be Akshat.
Well, indeed, that can be true. We can have that hope of marking in 100 for the top fraggers as well. But coming across, it has to be a very hard fight for him. He has to, just put his all heart, put everything he has into the game for getting those finishes. And well, when you talk about finishes, you have the chances of counterfires, and that at that point of time you need a cover from your teammate to protect you, and then that is a synergy that keeps on building, and then it is something like you can go to that mark. Well, we are on that urge of 50, a half century for the players of marking top fraggers list. So well, we can expect them for going across 100, but fingers crossed. All I can say is finger crossed. Let's just hope for the best, and yeah, they can go further with it. But now, hopping to the next map of Senok, let's just move across Senok, and I am just coming across the thought of the play zone and the fly path once again. As of we now that the Senok is a small map, as you compare it to Erangel and Miramar, it's really a small map. But in the terms of play zone, it has been surprising. It has for now it has been really surprising for us. So coming across that thought, it can once again be that your 30 and 40% map is eliminated at the very first phase. So that time it gets you onto a very difficult spot to decide where to get into rotations, where you can just come across the phase amazingly by not just getting caught or not just dashing into a team directly. So that are some random thoughts that you really come across. But well, once again, if you are having a lucky day enough, and if the first zone is favoring 90% of the map, well, make the best use out of it is all that we can say.
I agree with you. The zone is going to be very crucial for a lot of these teams, especially on this map of Sanok. Fights are going to get initiated within less than a minute as well, maybe within 2 minutes, maybe as we head into phase 2, because fights at the end of the day is going to be very critical on this map of Sanok to come out on top, because each and every, I would say, greenery that you cross, or even a road that you cross, you're going to meet another team. So it's literally like we talk about this, right? When teams are very close to each other in phase 5 and 6, Dr. Dang has this term of saying they can throw stones at each other, but on Sanok they're literally right next to each other as soon as they drop, and they can still do a lot of damage. So hopefully I'm looking forward to that fight being initiated. But one more thing that I'm again anticipating is just like we saw in this map of Erangel, the third previous map, where Esports Empire went ham on the side of IND, went to their loot and destroyed them there right then. And hopefully again we see that kind of fight. That's where I said teams right now cannot rely on their own drop points or loot points and think that okay, let's go in for loot and then make a rotate and then go for a comeback in terms of taking control of map area for themselves. It's not going to be the scene, because teams have gotten better in terms of rotating. You can see for the like of GodLike itself, if they did not rotate earlier in this map of Erangel, so the previous map, they would have been left out and somebody would have taken control of the plane crash. But them taking control managed that even Marcos and TSM or even Celsius, who tried to take control from them, could not, because of their fortress of defense that they put up. And Sanok is also going to be one such map if teams decide to go ham on another team where their drop points are known. Now coming back to drop points, the side of team IND, it's going to be Camp Alpha for them. For the side of team Soul, it's going to be right next to Camp Alpha. And coming to the side of TSM, it's going to be again to the northern area of Camp Alpha. And these three teams, even though they drop here, they don't go in for a fight, but I'm looking forward to a different team dropping in between these teams and then causing an havoc.
Well, I think that any team that can drop into an unknown location maybe and kind of play it really sneaky should be getting a big advantage on Sanok. And Well, this is something that we have not seen in a competitive game so far, but again, one of these times we are definitely going to be seeing a team drop and then the zone just forms on them and it keeps on forming in the same place again and again. And if that is going to be the case for one of these teams on Sanok, I think that is just going to be a wonderful thing to watch. But again, the chances of that happening are 1 in a million or even higher. And, it just probably isn't going to be a practical thing that we will see. But other than that, it seems that, the teams on Sanok will be forced to play for those heal battles because, well, again, we've spoken about this earlier. The zone closes in a lot faster. The zone itself is going to be a lot smaller, which doesn't always allow the teams the time to take gunfights with the squads that are around them. And well, eventually some of these teams are going to have to decide that, all right, you know what, let's just focus on what is possible, getting those placement points for ourselves, and well, the heal battle starts from there. So if there is something like that that is going to be happening, well, then we can just learn to live with it.
Well, indeed, that is really gonna be very true. But coming across the strategies as we were discussing, it's like some simple strategies that we come across. Now, when you talk about Senok, so that is really very simple strategies. So let's just head on to the boot camps of the players and see them what they are discussing, what how deep they are into the talks. And well, to brief it more, it's gonna be Dr. Dang and Lucifer who are gonna take you across the map and across the players.
Well, so it is time that we get to see the bootcamp of Godel once again as well. Again, the high coming in from the supporting staff of GodLike. Well, they're in good mood right now. But is that mood going to be something that, is going to be sustained? Well, we'll just have to wait and watch.
And with that, look at the flight path. What a flight path! What is it trying to dissect? Only the island of Camp Alpha and Hatton, and everything else just left out. Yes, teams can still jump down, head over to Bootcamp, Ruins, Painan, or Quarry, whichever they want. But look at the flight path. It actually encompassed only around 10 to 20% of the map, or maybe even lesser, and teams immediately understood that the flight path is not going to be advantage for anybody. And look at the widespread coming in from the teams. They understand that they cannot drop down or cannot wait for the flight, and they immediately spread across the map as soon as possible. 8-bit going to the southernmost part, I guess, and it looks like they should be able to survive over there. But right now, looking at Marcos Gaming, they are there together with the side of 8-bit. But right now, look at the zone. This time we have not seen a huge shift of the zone because this is a small map. I would say still around 10% is just left, and everything else is being covered in this first play zone. So if any team receives play zone damage, I'll be very surprised, and that should actually not be there. But hopefully, because we have seen that teams keep fighting day in and day out, and especially on this map of Sanok, it's going to be even ready for the open of fights. I think something interesting can be cooked. But look at the side of Esports Empire. 2 players have dropped right next to the side of IND, whereas 2 players have dropped to the complete northeastern zone. Not sure what their thought there is, because this is one of the, I would say, most widespread drop coming in between the teammates.
Well, that is going to be something that we'll just have to wait and watch whether it does, materialize into, a practical or a viable thing that going forward. So now with the teams already choosing the places that they want to drop, as it seems that there has been a glitch and we will be heading, back up to the caster deck, because well, it seems that the lobby is going to be restarted. Not yet certain as to what just happened, but well, let's see.
Darshita, I guess you're muted.
Yeah. Yes. I was muted. I just came across that I was glitched and I was muted. But well, yeah, coming across the lobby was somewhat of a glitch, and yeah, we had to come out of the lobby once again. But don't worry, viewers, we'll be heading back to the lobby in just a few minutes of time. Well, the management wants you to spam more. They want you to support your favorite team more, and the team wants more of your support. So for the ample of time, for the amount of time remaining as we head towards the fly path once again back, you all guys can utilize the time as well. You can just spam as much as you can, as much as you want in the comment section with all the positivity and all the love for your favorite team. Well, don't forget to shower your love on Sky Esports as well. This is an amazing tournament they have came across. Well, you can do that by just subscribing the channel, making us hit 500k very soon, and dropping a like for us.
I agree with you. I mean, the subscribers, the viewers have given huge support for Sky Esports because we reached 300k during this BGMI, and not only that, they even said that we are going to help you cross even further more and make this reach 400k subscribers. That's incredible. But not only this, they've also managed to reach, I would say, help us reach 150k subscribers on Instagram. Salute to you and thanks to you all for the support, because this is where AMD Ryzen Skyesports Championship is bringing a lot more tournaments again to recuperate, or again to give you guys the information. This is one of the tournaments of Championship 3.0. There is still 4 more games to be played. Registrations are getting opened up, so keep your eye on our Instagram page at the Sky Esports Gaming for all the new informations coming in. And there was a recent story, if you guys missed it, that there's going to be a new IP being launched. New IP will be shown to you guys of which game it can be, so make sure you're followed us there for all the information up first. But right now, yes, we have a confirmation from the production. You don't have to worry, we're going to be starting the match very soon. There was slight glitches happening, and that's the reason we had to restart the match. Don't have to worry, it's going to be no casualties, nothing recorded, and again restarting with a clean slate for all the teams on this map of Sanhok. And coming to Sanhok, one question I have to have, Dr. Dang, for you. We saw kind of still central zone, I'll just put it in generalized fact, but do you like central zones as this, or would you like to see a complete huge shift to the, I would say, edges of the zone itself, edges of the map itself? What are your preference?
Well, I'd definitely prefer a zone that is towards the edge of the edge of the map, because then it makes the area smaller, and well, that makes it so that we get to just have a lot lesser area for these teams to move around. And well, eventually you're going to have to stay on land to take these gunfights, so it just makes it a lot more interesting. So yeah, that is why I prefer the edge zones, where a lot of the map is kind of excluded from the actual zone. So yeah, the central zones, well, they allow teams to play at their own pace, makes the game a little bit slower. We don't get to see as many gunfights. We see a lot of we don't see as much of these teams trying to hold the zone by camping in a certain place right at the edge. So again, it just kind of goes to show that we have to wait and see how that zone is going to be. As for the lobby, well, we have confirmation that the lobby has been hosted and the match has indeed begun. So we should be getting that feed in just yet, because obviously we got to add a little bit of delay. Otherwise, well, bad things do happen. So with that out of the way, I think that we are pretty much ready to head over into the match.
Oh, well, definitely. I am really keen and I'm really excited to come across what the next fly path is. Well, talking about the one we had a while ago, it was really very interesting. I was like ready sitting here with a pen and a book of what is going to happen, as the fly path was so at a corner of the, corner of the map, I would say, happening. It was such at a sudden corner that the zone was something a centralized one. But once again, the fly path was in the corner, but the zone was holding the center area. So yeah, I was really keen to come across, but the glitches and all, it's like we are sitting home. It's like all things shut down. So yeah, there are some glitches that are happening all over, but definitely a match once again that really means a new fly path, a new phase, and a new strategy. So completely coming back to once again the map, let's just head towards the map with my amazing co-casters Dr. Dang and Lucifer would take you further with it.
Thank you so much. And right now, with the flight path kicking in, right now it's a change. So it's going to be, I would say, a good split coming in terms of the flight path. But again, as I mentioned, the side of Team IND, TSM and Soul, they'll have a little bit of a tough time getting over to the side of the island of Camp Alpha, but still they should be able to make it work. But Tenacity, again, they're going leaps and bounds to the edges of the shorelines and trying to make it work. Enigma look like they want to go into Camp Bravo, but one position that I really like in terms of watching fights is going to be boot camp, because who does not remember, I guess it was the fight between either the side of GXR and GodLike, or either it was from the side of 7 Seas versus GodLike. I just remember the fact that there was a very good fight happening, but not exactly sure whether it was GXR versus GodLike. But one team for sure, it was GodLike. But now GodLike, they are a little bit further down towards the boot camp. They'll be looking forward to their loot and then maybe a rotate, but right next to them is going to be the side of Rivalry as well as SKYLIGHTZ, where Gamla Boy has been isolated. So this is going to be a free pick for the side of GodLike in case they spot him out. But the zone, again, it is not central this time. It's still kind of favoring a little bit of a center, but there has been a change in terms of the exact position. It does help the side of IND, and now Esports Empire, I guess it was a fault that happened by mistake. It was not a viable situation or a viable fight that they were looking forward to, with that 2 split coming through. And now we can see them that they're right next to the side of GXR on bootcamp, and Esports Empire are about to face off the side of 7 Seas as well. So anything can happen, but starting it off, the side of GXR, I guess, have spotted the side of Esports Empire, and we know this team, they love very early fights. Look at them, they're already having positions in terms of scoping information. All GXR have to do is make a small push from a position, and GXR will be spotted out. Esports Empire, on the other hand, they're making a rotate, they're making the push, they're giving information one after another, trying to hold off the fight, or at least try to pick as much better loot compared to the side of Esports Empire, which they are not sure about, obviously, but they're trying to rotate and get loot as soon as possible before they engage in a fight, because you know, having a better weapon, having a better helmet, having a better vest is always better in a fight compared to having a level 1 vest and maybe a Uzi in case you don't even have range for a close range. I mean, sorry, if it's a long range fight, and God wish that it does not happen that way. But right now, Esports Empire, they're still pushing in and very close to one player. That's going to be new player 1 and new player 2 as well. But they're still scoping on a different angle. New player 2 has no clue that Esports Empire are about to circle them in bootcamp and completely turn things around. And Esports Empire are slowly also picking up their own loot, getting better weapons in their favor. Again, 2 players have been spotted from the side of GXR. Spray was about to be done from Fragger OP, but they were just a little bit too quick. But nothing lost for the side of Esports Empire, because they're gaining more and more information as we progress for the side of Esports Empire to convert this fight. And Fragger OP right now, he's pushing in very close. He's calling his team for that push as well. But GXR, I guess they have understood, and that's the reason GXR are making a run to the hills and they're heading out of bootcamp. But as they're heading out, their information has been scoped, and Fragger OP is spamming. New player will be very low. He should be confirmed as a knock, and yes, they've done it. New player 2 has not managed to run. He's coming back on the road with his sprays. Little bit of a miss coming in from Fragger OP, but he does connect the next ones. But now the top angle is what the side of Esports Empire need to be worried. Rox is on a higher ground for his team, and he can turn things around. But right now they go in for a flank. New player 2 is caught out right now. He does have a, I would say, compound for his health in terms of surviving, but for how long, as the side of Esports Empire are just going ham. They're pushing inside a building. Kane will be able to do damage. He goes prone. New player survives with a slither of an HP. He was about to confirm, and new player 2 also goes down as another player comes and rushes in. And I guess it's all up to Rox, as GXR unfortunately loaded up with only 3 players. They did not manage to get one more player online, and now they will be in a huge disadvantage. You know what the side of GXR might think of doing is going to be a heal battle coming in so early on bootcamp. Not sure if he has loot, because if he left bootcamp where there is so much good utilities and loot coming in, if he's already left it, he has to just run away from this position, go to a different loot spot, hotspot, and then grab a lot more for himself. If he does not, you know what's about to happen. The side of GXR are going to be the first team taken down, but with those 2 finishes, Esports Empire, as usual, they look better compared to any team. But Rox, he wants to avenge. He is looking forward to information. I guess he's looking forward to maybe cook up a grenade, but with the TPP, he is looking for information if somebody is actually rushing in from a different angle. But in the meantime, I guess 7 Seas have kind of the slight idea that they can try for a third party at boot camp, but right now it looks like OR have been knocked down to their feet at Pi 9, I guess. Not sure how that happened, but it looks like Esports Empire are still pushing in. Rox has not given up his position. He's in a shack and now he's making a run for it. Fragger OP should be able to spot out Rox as he's jumping across. Yes, the information has been scoped, and now look at him. He's going to spray. He does a little bit of a damage and Rox goes into cover. He's using a first aid kit, and with that position known, I'm pretty sure this is done and dusted for the side of GXR. Not wishing to go down so early. It's going to be still that your wishes will not be fulfilled. You will be going down and you will not be allowed to survive for a longer time. Beautiful grenade is being tossed. He's trying to delay the push coming in, but they've read it. I guess they've heard the sound, the blast coming in. The molly is cooked. The molly gets thrown, and right now it's going to be very difficult as he's been fired up. He cannot move around. His position has been compromised. The flank comes in and Fragger OP. He started it off. He'll finish it off as well. But right now 7Cs, this is what I said. 7Cs have hired the third party. They want to pick up a favor because 7Cs, they've not been having a great day. 3 maps done and dusted. They've still not had a chance to make a comeback, and that's the reason 7Cs are rushing it. But it's just 2 players who have made their way. Spray God is down to his knees already, and right now to convert it's going to be very difficult, but Sarang is ready with a grenade. We have seen Sarang to be an incredible player whenever he tries and turns things around, but his grenade is looking at a different position. It's not right on the side of where the players of Esports Empire are being revived or being bandaged up, but Sarang is going for a higher angle even further. He's pushing out and he's looking forward to more information in case the side of Esports Empire made a rotate. But 7Cs, they will also be able to get Spray God back to the feet, as well as Prince. Along with Sarang, they've got a huge higher ground advantage, and now Esports Empire, they're about to be caught out with Dream OP. He's trying to give them information in terms of a different angle and a flank in case that happens, but 7Cs are just way too close for Dream OP to convert or give more information about.
Well, yes, that does seem to be the case, as well. You've already seen the first team getting knocked out. That is going to be GXR. So unfortunately for them, no finish points or no placement points. In addition to that, they kind of missed the first two maps. So, well, it makes it 3 maps today that GXR is not going to be able to pick up a single point. That is definitely going to hurt them in terms of the standings. But again, for whatever reason that it was not possible to do so, well, you kind of have to just, wing it. Now, as far as things stand in terms of the players alive versus what we are going to be seeing from these teams, it does seem to be the case that, well, we are going to be having IND really, really close as a nade comes through, and what a bounce off the window. It's going to get 2 players down, and TSM is going to be losing a lot of bodies, but Slayer just getting a little greedy is going to pay for that greediness with his life. TSM is going to be able to help their teammates back up to their feet, but a nade comes in. Shane and Kivayan are going to be on the ground, and 7C is just absolutely insane. Fragger OP also hitting the dirt, and that is just Dream OP who's up. 7C is going to be finishing off so many players from Esports Empire, and what a way to use those grenades. Just absolutely insane, making sure that they get the best use scenario out of those. Aquanox is still on the ground. They should be looking to get him back up, as Snacks is going to get finished. So will Baljeet. It looks like IND is losing players to Soul, so that's going to be free finish points for the side of Soul and not so many for the side of IND.
Right now 7Cs are looking incredible, and this is, I would say, maybe the start coming in for them, but hopefully the side of team 7Cs, they have a long journey to go. They did manage to hold I would say the first 3 days in their favor, but after which on the 3rd day the side of 8-bit made a huge comeback, and right now are table topping. And not only the side of 8-bit, GodLike have also crossed the 200 mark, and they're right next to the side of 8-bit. So 7Cs, they need to make a huge comeback here. I mean, huge in terms of getting to the first spot in case they want it. And right now Sarang being the crucial player and being the assaulter who opens up, whether it's a shack, whether it's going to be a building, they're looking forward to that information. Rivalry is right next to them, but Dream OP, I guess all he will be able to do right now is going in for heal battles, because we did talk about that. Rox from the side of GXR going down, he did think about the heal battle, but before taking a revenge, he went out and there was nothing as a heal battle also being available for him. But right now Prince is scoping out for an airdrop. I guess he's about to take that airdrop, but in the meantime I think he's also thinking through whether if there is going to be an opponent who tries to pick up the airdrop and is just looking forward to lurking and finding information. And Rivalry right now are just hiding inside the shacks, not giving any information. And Prince, if he does not play this smart, if he does not call his team as a backup, things are not going to look good. But right now, GodLike, they have started a fight with the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they've been looking great. They're looking forward to their third winner chicken dinner on the same day that they've already grabbed two. They've already, I would say, got a knockdown from the side of Team GodLike, but they've also spotted the side of whole GodLike, and that's the reason the fight is coming through. They know that they can get Ronak back to his feet, but before that, they want to do some kind of damage so that GodLike do not have to answer, rather though they go in for their own revive.
Well, yes, that is true. And as Neo needs to be back up to his feet, ClutchGod is going to be the one that will be doing that for his teammate. So as far as things stand, we've lost another team. 17 teams have become 16 now. 3 more teams are going to be, or rather 4 more teams are not going to be getting any points for them. But it looks like Pokar is the one who is the latest player to hit the ground. So he has been spotted out, and well, there you go. At that distance, the gun does a lot less damage, so a lot more shots need to connect. And well, Pokar, he's going to get finished off irrespective by Z-God, and that is the first finish point for the side of GodLike.
GodLike, they have got what they wanted. GodLike will be looking for a lot more. It's just one, but they know that SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is there. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they are already in a disadvantage right now. We have seen that Sanok plays an advantage for a team which has all the 4 players surviving, so it was very crucial. But right now this map also enables faster third-party fights happening, and I guess GodLike's position is already known from the side of OR, and OR are spectating that. But AZTEC, I guess the rotation has been seen from Z-God, but he's just waiting for a clear-cut view so that he can take up the fight, because you know, again, shrubbery and trees coming in, he might be able to spray a little, but he'll not be able to confirm, and he also knows that, because trees will be able to block vision. Trees will also receive the damage and will not transfer it to the opponents. So Z-God will be just wasting his information as well as his utilities while picking up a fight. And right now, GodLike, they're in a comfortable position inside the circle, will be able to gatekeep a lot of these teams. But before they enter to the mid ground itself, they have to prevent SKYLIGHTZ Gaming making their way in. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, their position also been compromised from 2 different teams. It's going to be OR as well as 8-bit, and now SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are caught in a brawl. If they head back, it's going to be GodLike. If they head forward, it's going to be the side of OR or the side of 8-bit. So they need to be calculated so that one team who does a mistake is where they capitalize and make a rotate.
Well, yes, that is going to be true. So for Seoul, having every single member up for them has been, you know, kind of an up and down journey. They've kind of been able to get the better of a lot of teams, but then when it starts to matter in terms of getting placement points for themselves, they've kind of lost a lot of bodies really, really quickly. So we need to pay a little bit of attention to that. But as for the side of 8-bit, they're also in a good position. Behind hardcover inside the ruins is going to be a good place to hide. But as far as the zone goes, if the zone starts coming up, you need to make your way out of that, and that is when you will have to fight from the inside out, which is a lot more difficult than fighting from the outside to the in. So
that's a good strategy, yeah. Dr. Dang.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
You have to give it a thought for teams, because just like GodLike, when they manage to pick up a fight, when we know that they are aggressive and they went inside the zone, had a good advantage, they managed to convert it. But every time that they're outside and try to fight, they're always going down.
Well, yes, that is true. I think that it just kind of makes it difficult for teams to really be considerate and be careful as to where they're going, because well, you can't always have the best position to move into. You have to take a lot of other things. But right now, Pradhan not paying attention to the player behind him is going to get finished off, and AZTEC is going to lose a player, which means that, well, it makes it a lot more difficult for his team to really stay alive with this, because Robin and VOP are going to be the only ones up alive. ClutchGod is going to get taken out. That's a kill coming through. AZTEC's VOP is also going to get taken out by Gil. So it means that we are seeing 2 teams on the verge of getting removed. One is going to be AZTEC, and the second could potentially be GodLike.
This is what I said. SKYLIGHTZ, they knew they're in a tough spot and all they were waiting for is just an opportunity. But as you mentioned, AZTEC is going to be one team taken down at the 15th position. Now we are up to the 14 teams, and yes, still 14th and 13th position will be getting 0 points at the end of the day. So it's going to be very crucial for teams to pay attention to where they're moving out of this map of Sanhok. But right now, with the fights being initiated, 7Cs are looking better. They want to convert it. Soul also did do damage on the side of Marcos Gaming, but they themselves had to retreat because there was the third party fight happening. But now Artemis, his position has been compromised. They managed to get a knock, but look at the position coming in from Ignite. It was in a different position, but now it's all up to Ignite to turn this around. But Prince and Aladdin, if they go in for a 1v fight, things can turn around. But a beautiful Molly connection coming in, and Ignite understands he needs to make a run for it, but Ignite finds a way to flank, but immediately with that beautiful Molly coming in, they manage to turn it around. But the turn it around also happens on the side of GodLike, as it's all up to Neo. They lose their players, I guess from the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming itself, but not sure. But right now Rivalry are looking for to capitalize. No, it was not the side of actually SKYLIGHTZ, it was the side of OR, and now Rivalry are capitalizing on the side of 7C. So much happening, and this is why we said if you let an opportunity to show up and you think it's not going to work out for the opponent, they will be a third party who will be taking it up. And right now it's going to be TSM versus Soul. TSM, there's going to be Aquanox doing a lot of damage. It's all up to Mortal as well as Viper, but they're still scoping for information, whereas they should have had information as this fight was being picked. But Regaltos is still alive, but he's bleeding out way too soon, and as he pushes to get information, they manage to confirm with the spray. But look at the side of Aquanox as well as Ninja. They've not immediately gone in for a revive. They put the smoke first. They understood that if they did prop up in a crouching position to revive, their position will be out in the open for all the opponents to see, and they could have been taken out. So still TSM, they do have 3 players to play around with that heal coming in, with that revive coming in. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, not sure what happened. I guess it was the side of Rivalry. It's all up to Ronak now. But Marcos Gaming, they've been looking brilliant. They have been able to, I would say, make good rotates for their team, turn things around. But Marcos Gaming, again, their position, the hard cover, the way they've been able to gatekeep teams from getting inside the zone is good. But right now they are also outside of the zone, so they need to turn things around, as they have 30 seconds or 20 seconds on the clock. Once it gets over, Marcos need to make a move, and this map, it might give away a position. So Marcos need to have information about where their next rotation is.
Well, yes, that is true. And Marcos Gaming, well, they have been one of those teams that has been consistent on certain days, but not so much in the entirety of entirety of the league as well. It's going to be nades. The return Mortal is going to get taken out by a nade as well. He's going to be crawling out towards the house to make sure that he has some cover, as Viper is going to be making sure that he can pick up as much utility as he can. And well, bandages and first aid kits are exactly what these teams are looking for before he will be able to pick his teammate back up. Vexy is also going to be extremely low on HP, as Rivalry has only lost Delta PG so far, and OR need to get Vexy to a doctor, or at least get him confused, because it seems that it's going to be an important thing, as OR will, with this spray down, is going to be getting 3 players on the ground. 8-bit getting caught off in the rotation is going to mean that they're going to be paying the price. Celsius's egg is just going to be making a run for the hills in that vehicle, because OR can now pick up 3 finish points for themselves. And well, if he doesn't if he doesn't get taken out by the zone, that is. So for Gil, this is going to be a really stressful situation. He needs to make sure that he can get those players back up before he can get those kills on those players before they are picking back up. But for the side of TSM, they also have to worry about one of their players being knocked.
Yep, TSM, I didn't think, it's not going to work right now. The position is not in their favor. The zone is crumbling from their end. And look at that, immediately so many players are going down to the play zone. And this is just a strategy happening here. The knockout is being confirmed from a different team, but they immediately say, let's not give them a finish. Even if we are down, let's not try and fight it out. And they immediately give away it as a play zone kill. And nobody will be getting those points. But right now, what we have to be worried about is going to be the side of Marcos. They have Vizgod down to their knees, but yes, they can revive revive him and come back to good health. But again, the side of Team Soul, they have managed to survive in the last zone with only 2 players. We did see this on the map of Miramar. They can do it here because they do have a hard cover, but still it's kind of a wooden shack with grenades coming and grenades being chucked. It will do chip damage, but TSM, they also only have 2 players. But right now, over Gil's position, who managed to do a beautiful 1v3, sprayed down the entire team of 8-bit where only 1 player was left out. Right now, he's receiving a spray on his own. And now we talked about the side of Marcos Gaming. Surya is already run and dusted. Vizgod is already being bled out, and I don't think anybody is looking forward to revive him. And whatever Vizgod can do is maybe give information, but with mollies coming across, they are blocking the path of Marcos Gaming. And Vizgod, he came in, his position was compromised, and they spray him when he was already knocked, and now it's done and dusted. But Marcos Gaming, they're looking to pick up a vehicle and make a rotate, and that was seen. That was a huge information gain for the opponents, and they managed to take him out. And now OR is going to destroy the side of Marcos Gaming for sure for just that one rotation.
Well, Ronak has 17 first aid kits, so we can definitely assume that he's going in for that heal battle. But it seems that Destro is also hoping to make something like that work. But for Ronak, well, this is really all that she wrote. All that he can really do at this point of time is get those first aids into himself so that he can keep his health up before he gets taken out by the zone. And at the same time, try to make his way into the zone, because if he can make his way into the zone and then try to go in for a fight, that could be something that is helpful. Sonic, will he find some more first aids? Well, there you go. He's going to find another one, which means that he will survive for a little bit longer. As for the side of Ronak, well, he still has 11 to go for. Sonic needs to make a dash for the hills. Will he be able to do that? Is going to be something that we'll just have to see. He's going to try and apply those bandages, but I don't think that was the right choice, as now the play zone is going to be what gets him. I really feel it's only going to be Ronak who will be able to make his way in and probably surprise a few teams around here. But it seems that Destro is holding that position really, really well. Mortal somehow makes his way in, but it looks like he's really low on HP. And there you go, 10 core with a few bullets is going to finish him off. It's really just coming down to the side of Ronak from Marcos Gaming. Well, there you go. A bullet to the head is going to put an end to Marcos Gaming's run. That's going to be 3rd position for them. But for side of OR, they're going to be really, really good. They've got 11 finishes, and they might be on board to get a chicken dinner for themselves. As the zone is going to become even smaller, the places to play are going to become even more closer to each other. As the nades are going to be coming through, that bounce does not work out, as it feels that Destro is going to be taking quite a few points of damage. But there you go, he is going to be taking a big hit. Tenacity 0 is going to be falling, and it's all down to the last remaining player on the side of OR. Well, he's going to be going in for a fight, but he's going to get flanked from the other side, and OR is going to be coming second, and RNT, Revenants, getting their chicken dinner.
Revenant, this team was on the trail of climbing to the first position, and with this, I guess viewers are also know where we are heading right now, because as we head over after this match, it's going to be the side of Revenants. Maybe, let me not jinx it, I'll not tell it at all until we see the overall standings. But right now we welcome back Darshita to the caster deck. But we will be having a great matchup that we just saw. What a play coming in from the side of Revenant.
Revenant coming across with such a great match, I would say. They put in all of that they can, and well, definitely they got an amazing chicken dinner as well. With 9 finishes, it was Revenant who got a winner chicken dinner. Well, talking about the second position, it was OR. It was OR with 11 finishes in their account. But yeah, talking about OR OVL, well, they got a good amount of finishes in their account. But definitely, when it came across to have a last fight with Revenant, well, somewhat it was a bit of, like, I would say, disturbing for them to come across these fights, and well, they had to lose it. So yeah, definitely that was the scenario that we just came across with, and it was Tenacity to get the 3rd position, and an amazing 3rd position, I would say, by Tenacity as well. So definitely these teams are just performing very, very, very amazingly. And now when you come across them, I think it's RNT with an amazing chicken dinner. So talking about this, well, yes, it is even a fact that we are waiting for the highlights for the overall standings to discuss it more. But yes, RNT got, I would say, they got a really good boost by this fight. They got good amount of finishes. They got good amount of position point as well. So yeah, definitely it was a good boost by them. And Looking forward, well, yes, definitely they can bang it on more. They remaining, I think, have 2 matches left. It's gonna be Miramar, the next one, and the last one. As we started off with Erangel, it's gonna be once again to end off Erangel once again. So yeah, these are some things that we are really gonna come across with. So just hoping for an amazing match. The last 2 matches would end of the day for today. But now the Senok one was a greater advantage for RNT.
I agree with you. I am having a slight. I guess my camera was like, "What is this happening here?" And it kind of gave up in between. But I guess I'll correct that technical issue from my end. But I'll be back on the other end. You will be hearing my voice. But what a play coming in from Revenant! Really, man, oh man, they managed to survive for such a long time. They had all their 4 players, and I did manage to say in between, the map of Sanok always plays in the favor of the team which has all the 4 players standing, and that's what we saw. Always we have seen, whether you go in for a heal battle or not, the team which has 4 players, for the longest, the team that survives will be able to grab the winner chicken dinner. I guess we can make this the new normal for the map of Sanok, that if you are able to get your team to the last zone with all the 4 players standing, you have written the winner chicken dinner in your favor. Yes, we are seeing a lot of better Sanok fights coming through rather than heal battles. Only a couple of teams are now going in for heal, not everybody, where we as previously saw each and every player, each and every team were looking forward to grab as many as medkits that they wanted and try to turn things around. But this time Sanok is playing better. But one thing I do want to mention is the early on fight coming in from the side of Esports Empire on the side of GXR, and then we said 7Cs have heard that and 7Cs should be able to capitalize, and voila, even they do that. They do capitalize, but again, them capitalizing and then not going in for a rotate cost them a lot. Because of that, they also were left out. Then the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, we saw that the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they first picked up a fight with the side of GodLike, then they understood before going in for a revive, they need to put up a fight so that GodLike do not try and rush them, and we will be talking more about it in these highlights coming through.
Oh, well, definitely we'll be just coming across the highlight as you are talking about the fight. It all started with Esports Empire and GXR, where Esports Empire to the areas of bootcamp made sure to take 2 players down. Well, you can see new player 2, he made sure to take 1 player down, but yeah, the cover fires was something that just took him off to the last player of GXR standing over there. Well, he was being even caught, and yeah, as on your screen, he was being punished completely. Well, talking about the next fight, it was team TSM and IND, where Slayer got a bit greedy, I would say. He just got into the hut over there to finish the players, but there he was caught and he was punished. It was a greediness, I would say, for the kills that just came across, but that grenade which took 2 players down from 7C Aladdin, wow, what a grenade it was. That incoming grenade in the hut destroyed 2 players' lives. Same goes for AZTEC. Well, Ryu OP was the last surviving players to the areas of Painan, and Robin, that grenade once again from Rivalry, managed to take his life completely. F1LS and 7C, well, Sarang was down, but the cover fires from 7C made him come a bit front, but as well you don't get ample amount of hard covers in this area, and that is where you just overexpose yourself. But coming back to Team Soul, was driver was caught over there. We were waiting for some good cover fires by the team. Regaltos was caught by Aquanox, and well, he was punished as well. Enigma, they were caught by RNT. Well, talking about RNT, it was a great performance by them as well.
Yeah, but look at Soul Mortal, him propping up that grenade. I thought Soul will be able to push directly into the track and Neo would have capitalized on that, but you should give him props for that. But then OR Gil, who was exceptional, he managed to take down the entire team of 8-bit. Not sure where the last player was, otherwise they could have gotten free 4 finishes with one last spray down. Gil unfortunately does not get that, but 7Cs, they get taken down from Revenant. The angle, the shoreline advantage on the side of Revenant kept, and as they rotated throughout the circle, I guess it just played in their cards, and then it was all up to Revenant and OR Destro. As soon as he went down, they immediately capitalized. Look at the side of Revenant, they were just rushing in left, right and center. They did not leave even any angle being unchecked, and that's how brilliantly they played. But Team 8-bit, they still managed to run away. I hoped that Revenant with this one winner chicken dinner made a movement to the first position, but all they did was not even close the gap. They have 223, but Team 8-bit, the way they are playing, the way they're able to grab placement as position points, is just incredible. You can look at that 120, 121 for placement and finish points, and total of 241. Whereas the side of Team Revenant, they are lacking on the side of finish points and placement points. It's actually higher than that of Team 8-bit, but still not having finish points enough will put them at 223. GodLike comes in to 213. 7Cs finally make their 200 entry. They were fighting so much with that 207. They should be a little bit happy, but still they have 2 more maps to go, and it does not look like they're catching up to the side of 8-bit. Marcos Gaming, they also make their entry into the 200 mark, and with them they will be at the 5th position. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming will be at the 6th with 195. TSM with one last winner chicken dinner for themselves will be at the 7th position with 991. AZTEC and OR Esports also make their entry to the top 9 as of now, but still they are at the 9th position. No winner chicken dinner for them. 159 and 152 respectively for AZTEC Esports and OR Esports. Looking at these teams, and finally now as we progress, you can see 22 maps done, and right now you can see that it is that all the teams who have picked up winner chicken dinners are the teams on the table or even on the tabletop. Every other team right now are behind, but still Revenant, hopefully they start seeing that they should pick up a lot of finish points for themselves, which is what is lacking. But their rotation is excellent as of now. Rotations has been playing a crucial role, which I guess Revenant have figured better than any other team. 8-bit have figured both hand in hand of how they have to balance, and that's the reason they're running with the total points. It's still, I would say, doable, and you can catch up to the side of 8-bit, but it's still 2 more maps, and if you let the side of 8-bit grab a couple more points, they'll just keep running away with the first.
Oh, well, indeed, that is really going to be true. Coming across the second side of the points table, it's going to be Team IND with 2 chicken dinners with a total of 145. Well, they need some more consistency to come onto the first part, as they were on the first part, but now they are going down and down to the second part of the overall standings. Coming to Enigma, well, it's a 1 chicken dinner and 128 of total points. Galaxy Racers 123. Galaxy Racers had set a benchmark onto the sides, you know, when you just go across with the semi-finales, but now it's the grand finales. You got the ticket, you have to win it now. Rivalry, once again, it's gonna be 120. Tenacity with 108. F1LS 105. Team Soul, it's gonna be 104. Team Cells is gonna be 83, and Esports Empire, well, it's gonna be 65 for them. So talking here about the teams such as Esports Empire and Team Celsius, they are still not hitting the double-digit mark, whereas teams such as Revenant, 8-bit, they have already crossed the mark of 200. It's like a very huge difference that we are coming across between the top 2 and the bottom 2 teams, I would say. For now I would say, because yes, we really have more matches. We are done with 22. We are gonna have more 20 matches, 20 maps to be done to decide the champion of Sky Esports Championship 3.0 over here. So definitely, yes, 20 maps is all that you have. Now that you are done with 22 maps, all that you have done is already onto your screens. You can still sit back, re-strategize that what can be done, what not can be done. But talking once again about the sides of Revenant, man, oh man, this team has just got, I think, 1 chicken dinner, if I'm not wrong, Lucifer, right? They just got 1 chicken dinner, and still they are managing to hold the second position with the placement and the finish point. So definitely coming across each and every match, it's getting good and good. It's just getting good and good for them. Well, getting 1 chicken dinner was like a cherry on the cake for them. So these are just some things that we are definitely coming across. But by the teams that are on the second side of the overall standings, the as we talk about the red zone, the yellow and the green zone, it's going to be a yellow zone for the overall standing second part. So they have to come across. But talking as I was talking about the maps, well, today's schedule is onto your screen. It's going to be day 4, where we started things off on the map of Erangel, and then it was a huge jump to the stand dune maps of Miramar. Well, once again, as Miramar was done, we just make our way towards the map of Erangel. But back again, it was the smallest map of Senok a while ago, which is done and dusted completely. Now we are once again go back to the map of Miramar, the biggest map, I would say, the map where you have to look across each and every aspect. When you talk about Erangel and Senok, well, definitely one or the small aspect like this can be taken for granted, I would say. But in such a huge map of Miramar, even a small mistake can cause you your life directly or your position directly. So that's the thing about Miramar, that you have to look across every small aspect, you have to gather every small aspect, and you have to make sure to convert it into a victory. So that is a deciding factor that we really come across. And to end it all, we are gonna end up in the map of Erangel once again for the team. So this is the final schedule that we are gonna follow for the remaining 3 days. We are done with 4 days with the same schedule. We are gonna follow the same schedule for the upcoming 3 days as well.
Yes, as Darshita mentioned, we have a lot more action coming your way. We ended the map of Sanok. We'll be starting again on the map of Miramar, but again, teams will be playing 42 maps in total to, I would say, you can call it decide among themselves who is better and congratulate that winner who takes the first position. Because at the end of the day, teams are trying their best, and that's why you need to support them. It's just that it's not working out for them putting up rotations. They've been putting up fights in their favor, but it's just that the opponent is a little better, and that's where you have to actually give kudos, I would say, to you should actually give kudos to the opponent who is managing to make a rise and head over to pick up fights in their favor. Hopefully we see a lot of those actions coming in from the teams that you're actually supporting, but it does take time, because we have said that these teams which are actually practicing are trying to completely turn things around. They're picking up new strategies, whereas the teams that are trying to use their own strategies which has actually worked for them are taking a hit. But again, at the end of the day, it's just that the another team is a little bit better compared to themselves, and that's the reason whenever they go for a fight, they're about to hit with one of the best teams and they're losing that fight. We understand there is a lot of traction that teams need to gain, but we also need to understand as viewers, as casters, that teams are trying their best. It's not that teams are just jumping into the battleground just because they have to play on a given day. It's that they have to play and give their best performance. But we talked about this, it's not every day that teams have a great day, and with 18 teams, imagine if one team is having a better day each and every day. It needs like total of 18 days that one team needs to have a better day. So in this kind of an analogy, where if a match spans for 18 days, then we can say at least on a single given day there's going to be each and every team having their day. But it's not that case, and that's the reason we are saying we are playing with the best of the best teams. Even your fan favorite teams will take a hit, even our fan favorite teams will be taking a hit, everybody will be taking a hit, but you have to still support. Do not turn it around, because the positive attitude that you guys carry is the reason that teams are trying to put up a fight. If you remember yesterday's interview, I would like to retouch it, because Snacks, I mean, you can see how down to earth he is and how kind to his, because his viewers are the reason, his supporters are the reason that IND are trying their best but still taken out. He did tell them, we are really sorry that we could not perform the first 3 days. We are trying our best, but it's just that he made this statement. It's just that the opponent are a little bit better. They have grinded it a lot. They want this winner chicken dinner. They want the first position, and that's the reason they are having a better fight compared to anybody else. So it's still anybody's playground at the end of the day, because look at that, Revenant finally got a winner chicken dinner, but still they haven't able to capitalize to that first position. So 8-bit, they are running away for now, just like we saw 7 Seas ran away for 2 days. 8-bit might run away for 2 days on this day 4 as well, but 5th day there might be a newcomer who table tops, and 8-bit might have a difficult day.
Well, indeed, that can be a case. I would say that definitely can be a case where someone wants to snatch away the throne that the 8-bit is holding right now. So definitely, it just depends upon the strategies, the gameplays, and everything that you just collect together, give you everything into it, and that's the end of it. That's the end of the conversation that we were just having right now. All I can say is that just pick up everything that you have, put in your everything, and that's the last thing you can do. So yeah, that's everything that we can say about that. But to our viewers, well, guys, y'all guys have supported us a lot. I think recent few days, the streams and all. So definitely make sure to hit the like button, as we are directly gonna head towards the boot camps of each and every team over here. Well, coming back to Enigma, you can see the players. Everyone is just set, done, and ready. So I think the viewers are even very keen, ready to come across. Well, it was. This time it's not an high from Godel, I would say.
Yeah, this time we don't see. I mean, maybe Godlike were not happy of the previous performance, and that's why we are not seeing a high being set. Can you see us? I know they cannot, because again there's a stream delay that is going to happen, and that's the reason even though they end up watching the stream later on, they'll be not watching the stream as the action happens. It's going to be a live play happening, but streams will all be delayed, just so that you were typing in the chat, there can be some bad stuff that can happen, and that's the reason there's a delay. But right now, looking at the flight path coming in, it's going to be kind of a division coming in, proper half division, not completely, but it still kind of favors the northern zone. But still, we know whether the flight path favors the northern zone, the western or the eastern zone, teams like to drop to their own loot and hotspots, and they will get down in that position, whether it's with hook or crook, whether it's going to be with vehicles, whether it's going to be after taking down an opponent. They will try to get to that position, because they know once they are there, they can kind of fortify their defense and then head over to a fight, or even make rotates from there on.
Well, indeed, that is going to be true. For now, the zone is going to mark a good split, I would say. It is going to mark a good split, and yeah, it is gonna move forward to the areas of La Cabrera over there as well, marking a good entry for each and every team coming across. Well, the downmost areas, the edges are gonna be a good hold for OR as well as IND. You can see the compounds of Los Leones, well, Rivalry and AZTEC are the two teams that we are gonna come across with. Team Soul, well, as well over there you can see them. But now, as the phase 1 is just around the corners, you can see it heading the way up towards the areas of Del Patron water treatment. So definitely it's gonna be once again the rotations that are coming across the players who decided to go on to the areas of southern side. You all guys have to make sure that you all guys have a vehicle, rotate across as the zone is heading its way towards the northern side. So well, I can even see to the zone, to the phases, to the zones I was talking about. The northern side has been a good hold, whereas the southern side has been a good hold, whereas the northern sides of the zone, it is at very peace. It is very empty for now, and the fights can be at a peace for a slight moment of time, but definitely actions are gonna come up very soon.
Actions are going to kick off very soon, because we have seen that when we start off, it's kind of a statistics that I've been reading into and I've been trying to analyze. I mean, I might not be great, but still, from my point of view, not trying to brag or anything, but as we progress through the first to the fifth map, teams want to finish off as soon as possible, and you see very quickly that fights start initiating. Yes, it will happen, I guess, after somewhere around 7 minutes as phase 2 starts in. Right now, we are going to be spectating the side of Team Soul. Again, Soul always splitting up in terms of their loots, then regrouping. They have been having better matches today compared to any of the other matches, so hopefully things turn around for them. But again, F1LS again being caught out for a fight at San Martin. It's going to be again, guess what, the side of Celsius. These two teams on San Martin have been going against each other multiple times as revenge fights being kicked off from one another. Celsius, I mean, even if FNLS try to make a run for the hills and do not want to pick up the fight from the side of Celsius, Celsius will try to pick up a fight. They want to, they need to, because they know what kind of a position they are in. They need a couple of finishing points in case they could not get placement points, so that they can balance it out. Because if they have a great matchup, like I guess the map of Erangel, I'm just rechecking, yes, the map of Erangel, where they came in second and they had the high possibility of clutching it and making a winner chicken dinner for themselves as well. So until then, they have to put up a journey where they get as much as finish points for themselves, even if they lose placement points, and try to turn things around. Looking at the side of FNLS, they do not, I guess, have a clear idea whether they want to pick a fight or they don't want to, because initially you saw people were running out of the houses, but now they've come back and now they're looking forward to information from the side of Team Celsius. It looks like either Rex or someone else from the side of Celsius, they've already sprayed on Raid, and Raid was already close to half of his health. He can be able to patch himself, get energy drinks, and slowly heal himself to 100 HP, but still he has to be worried that the side of Team Celsius are one team who like picking fights.
Well, indeed, that can be a case. We have came across like a number of fights happening these days, but now it's gonna be a bit of passive approach, I would say, to the fight. At it's just an initial stage. It's just like 5 minutes done and dusted, and every team is just looking across, picking up ample amounts of utilities, ammos, good guns, vehicles, helmet, waist. That is all that every team is just looking forward to. Well, you can see 8-bit on your screen, Akshu, OP, Viru, Akshat, and Omega. Well, this team is something that I really have my keen eyes on. I would really like to come across this team, as one more win for them can be like a huge benchmark for other upcoming teams. Well, talking about the first phase as we were heading towards it, well, it's gonna be the northern areas, as I mentioned a while ago. Good of the northern areas, I would say. But looking across, it's just the phase one. Phase one can't be a deciding factor. You have to, have patience, wait till the phase three, phase four arises, and then you get to decide whether it's a center or it's a northern side route. It can shift towards, it can get a hard shift towards the center areas, or it can get a direct shift towards the northern areas as well. So depending upon the upcoming phases, well, it's gonna be 6 minutes done and dusted. Phase one collapsing, players trying to move around. Akshu OP once again, yeah, they have those vehicles which could be a great help for them to move around and get a good position for them.
Let's hope what happens here, but again, what happens to the side of IND is also a question that I'm going to be asking myself, and I'm pretty sure the viewers are also about to ask themselves, because the side of IND, they've not had a good day today. They've been trying as much as they could, but still the fights have been kicking in the favor of the side of team. I would say not only one team, multiple different teams, but in a majority, if I would want to say, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming with the 2 map picks that they've taken. But yes, after the 2 map picks that the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming have taken themselves, every team looks like they want to take down the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming have not had a better fight. And now we can see finally the side of Seoul have regrouped, better loot for themselves. We can see level 3, level 2 helmets coming in. Same goes for the West. They should be having good weapons with ammo, as well as better, I would say, healing and medkits, because Mortal does not have any at this moment, but having 4 different vehicles as they're rotating, still good for them. But right now, coming to the side of team 7 Seas, what do you think, Darshita? Is there a chance that the side of 7 Seas today itself, we know there's a lot more days coming in, but do you think they can make a comeback to the first position today itself with just this and the next upcoming map, which is going to be the last map for the day?
Well, if you ask me this question, I would a bit doubt this thing happening, as you already noticed the sides of 8-bit. If they manage to mark a good fight at this and the upcoming map, well, they will destroy each and every team just marking their ways over there. So definitely there are a less of chances, I would say, this happening. But if it does, well, it could be just so much of advantage for 7C, as the records of 25 finishes have not been broken yet. So yeah, this is something that would be something really very good happening for the sides of 7C. Well, for the other teams that are trying their level best to come across that level, they would be a bit of scared to, just come across these teams. We are randomly talking about so many teams over here, but the teams that are down, such as Celsius, F1LS, well, we just got that one action can be just broke out between F1LS and Celsius over there as well. Well, Esports Empire. So these teams are something that need to try and get a peaceful approach at a very initial stage. When you get into a fight at such an initial stage, well, you lose your life, or either you compromise yourself. So definitely that are some scenarios that are multiple scenarios, I would say, that we can come across. Now as we are heading towards Marcos Gaming, well, it's going to be Ronak, Surya, Wiz got Gyro, got the 4 players for Marcos Gaming. Soul Mortal, okay, the vehicle, it's just been in a scenario where it's just trying to take the vehicle off the hold, but no, it's more difficult now, as the vehicle can just be a very disadvantaging thing for Viper. I would say he needs to get off the vehicle. Well, a good decision, else the vehicle could have been so much of disadvantage. Once again, Viper, he is trying to get the vehicles away from each other, but well, if the vehicles get an explosion, buddy, you all both will lose your life. So yeah, that is something that you need to come across, as there were sparkles all around. That could be a very huge mistake. But coming back to the fight, it's going to be Esports Empire and Tenacity marking a good action between each other. Well, Tenacity held Tio, had to go down. Coming back to Esports Empire, well, IGL has been caught at the ridges, but the position of Dream OP, well, he has a good position, but he is not at a good favor for the scope over here.
Yeah, having scope which is not, I would say, switchable between different zooms is going to be very difficult for him, especially on the map of Miramar. This scope is going to be very, I would say, it will be very good when you go in for close range fights in figuring out a proper way to hit your opponent without just a hip fire coming in. It looks like finally the side of Seoul will be able to separate their vehicles. But again, as you were mentioning, if there was an explosion and then you had to use your utility to get your teammates back, it wouldn't have looked great. But yes, I mean, one or the other way, they make their vehicles be separated, and as a team they've regrouped better. But right now TSM is looking for to push them. But on another note, the side of GodLike are also trying to push them. You can see there's going to be a couple of players. Yes, a little bit of glitches here and there happening, but again, Omega hits into a huge boulder, gets a little bit damage, but also along with that damage there will be a little bit of a spray coming in from the side of team F1LS. And F1LS, now they're looking for to throw grenades. Omega is the IGL of 8-bit, but now he's stuck, he's isolated from the fight, and this is what we have talked on the map of Miramar. If you isolate yourself, it's going to be very difficult, and in terms of recovering you, your teammates need to regroup with you and then turn things around, and that is what is happening. Akshu has made his comeback. Akshu, I guess, has brought the vehicle, and now they're running with the vehicle away, and I don't think there's going to be a chance. But another flip coming in. Oh no, this map of Miramar, don't fall below the vehicle. Stunts happening. I mean, we didn't ask about the ramps being there and use that as stunt, but here it looks like teams are going in for their own. But again, it's understandable because the sand dunes are making this happen. It's going to be very hilly and rocky, that teams who are trying to make a run for it, they just want to blindly run away from a fight rather than have a casualty while they're trying to rotate. So right now 8-bit, nothing to worry about, a little bit of a damage, but right now 8-bit Viru, he has spotted the side of Godel. These fights are coming in, the spray does connect a little, but immediately Godel go in for cover.
Well, it's a good fight initiated between 8-bit and Godel, I would like to say over here. But right now, you can come across Team Soul as well. Well, they have been surrounded once again. I just come across these things randomly, that Team Soul is getting surrounded in each and every map they come across. Well, when you talk about Erangel, they were surrounded as they were holding the areas of the school sides. Once again, when you come back to Miramar, once again they are surrounded. Now when they are surrounded by these many teams over here, they have to decide one factory fight that they can go across with. But now coming back to 8-bit, well, it's gonna be Godel and 8-bit just trying to capitalize on each other. Well, Z-God is being caught. Jonathan was caught. He registered a good amount of damage by the sprays of Mini 14, and once again it's gonna be Viru who is trying to take players down. Well, this guy is already onto the top fraggers list, and with some more casualties, with some more finishes in his account, he can mark a good position, a good benchmark to the other players. Well, it's gonna be a good area, a good sand dunes to get a hold for, but now you are not getting any inside wall cover. That is something that you really need to search for. Well, coming back to SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, well, backside Somraj's vehicle is being compromised. As you can see, it just hit off with a lot of damage coming from the sides of 8-bit. It was at 8-bit. I am a bit confused about that, but there you go. Once again, Sonic is being caught, and rivalry players, well, Sonic got hit with a lot of damage. He needs to patch himself up with the bandages. So that is something that you just talk about. Team 8-bit, well, they are engaging themselves in a lot of amount of fights happening besides them. But definitely you need to clear one team and then go for a second team, else you could be a scenario of third party.
Exactly. This map of Miramar is going to be, I would say, dreadful for a lot of teams when they pick up fights one after another. But right now that is what is happening. Rivalry, they were about to pick up a fight with the side of 8-bit, but in that they give away their information, and now AZTEC, look at them, they are hungry for this. They want to try and turn things around. There is already information being gained, but the quick reaction coming in from Rivalry, they destroy their own vehicle, but with only phase 3, they understand that their rotation is going to be very difficult. But look at the flank also coming in from the side of AZTEC. So Rivalry right now are completely stuck. For them to make a rotation from here on, it's going to be very difficult. Grenades are being tossed. Another knock coming in. Sonic and Final Boss. Robin will be able to do a lot of damage but not be able to convert, but his teammate gives the information and Sonic has been confirmed, and now it's all up to the last player surviving. It's going to be Final Boss. As Delta Pichi, he can be recovered. The only way to recover him is convert this fight, and AZTEC having 3 players on their feet, this is going to be very difficult. The vehicle sound has been heard. Final Boss is ready for the fight. His position has been scoped out. Rio OP is giving in the call, and they should be pushing in right now along with AZTEC. There should be a lot more players coming in, but Rio is the only player who's trying to do a lot of damage, and yes, he does come out on top of the fight. He has medkits to heal himself, and at the end of the day, the side of AZTEC completely finish off the side of rivalry, and this is why we say on the map of Miramar, you need to calculate your fights. You cannot in the open pick up a fight. I understand the opponent managed to spray you, but you did not have to counter spray the opponent, because that long range coming in from 8-bit is because they had a scope compared to you where you did not have information at all. And you saw Final Boss was actually spraying in the wrong direction, whereas Omega, he had clean cut information of where he was. But right now, look at the scope coming in for Clutch God. I guess he waited a little bit too much, and Viru immediately turned around. He scoped him, and Viru will be doing a lot of devastating damage to the side of Godel, and GodLike now are going to be caught out of the play zone, but 8-bit, they have a better position. But talking about the side of 7Cs, they've got a better fight for themselves cut out. It's going to be on the side of Revenant, the previous winner chicken dinners, and 7Cs, this is what we said, they want to have a better map. But right now, Revenant, I'm not sure about this fight. They have been feeling themselves, and now one player going down, they might be able to confirm him, and that's done and dusted. With Revenant, they have lost 2 players, so they're really looking forward to each and every finish as soon as they see, so they'll not be waiting any information, but I guess it's done and dusted. 2 players getting caught in a garage. It's going to be the end of Revenants at the 16th position. 7C lose 1 casualty, that's going to be Aladdin. But what is happening to the side of IND? Wait, what's the information correct? I saw Snacks going down to the play zone.
Well, the sides of IND, okay, I'm so sorry for that. Well, the sides of IND, I would like to see over here are onto a bit of difficult spot. Well, going down due to play zone is like something, okay, well, you can see them, they are even having a fight with OR over there, where the damages from enemy and the damages of play zone hitting you together is a scenario that could take you down. But now we're coming forward. Snacks had to say a goodbye. Well, coming back to Atank, he's trying to spray players down, but no, he has to go down. When the sides of OR seems to be very strong over here, and Destro manages to take the last kill. Well, it's time for IND to say a goodbye. The teams such as Rivalry are Revenant and IND, who said us early elimination, are onto a very difficult spot now, as they have been eliminated completely over here. So definitely these are something that you really need to avoid. And once again, play zone is making players go down. It's just the 4th phase that you are coming across, and going down due to play zone is something that is really disturbing to you as a team as well. So you have to look across the play zone. You have to make sure that you enter the zone very amazingly. You just have to make sure. Well, Tenacity, they are onto a fight with SG over there, where Gyro God is making sure to take Enigma players down. Celsius Egi, he manages to take 1 player down. Well, OR Aditya is being fought by Soul, and it was Driver who took OR Aditya down. Well, he has to trade him off completely. So coming back to OR, they lost 2 of their bodies. It's gonna be 2 bodies that are done and dusted, and 2 players who are gonna survive this fight till the end. Well, Destro, he's been hit badly by the play zone. He needs to patch himself up, and look around. He is left with 15 bandages, but why is this player not patching himself up? He was on that slither HP health, and he is down to the ground. Well, he just thought that I could survive this much distance, but no, it was a big no for him. Well, OR loses 3rd of their body because of a big mistake, I would say, coming from the player. Well, Soul, they took 1 player down by that side, and they are engaging themselves into 1 more fight to the sides of Marcos Gaming. Well, definitely that's something that we just came across by the players of OR was something that I really didn't expect.
Very unfortunate for the side of OR, and they did not have medkit, so it was bound to happen that at least one of the players had to go down. But right now, Mortal has taken a hit, but with the play zone crumbling from the side of Team Soul, all they can do is they're going to be picking up a lot of fights, and as they're heading, they're not feeling comfortable right now. Driver pushes very aggressively. He knows there's going to be Enigma very close to him. Regaltos is running out in the open with the vehicle. Not sure what kind of strategy this is, but right now they need to provide cover and try to rush out the side of Marcos, giving it all up to Surya. They managed to take down Surya as well. There's going to be 2 more players. Okay, my bad. It's going to be Gyro God and Visgod who are still surviving, and Driver is doing the heavy lifting, as Viper is going to be the last player who will also be confirmed confirmed because the play zone has dished a lot of damage, and now Driver is caught out. He does have 3 healing kits, but right now with the position being compromised, Enigma's position, also known as the vehicle, Vizgod takes a lot of damage, but immediately is about to patch himself up and then confirm all the players from the side of Team Enigma. But Vizgod, I guess he got a knockdown over there, but Driver, look at him. He says the nick of the play zone damage being received. He tries to do the same to the opponent, but gets confirmed. That's going to be Soul going out the 12th position. Fortunately, they did get, I guess, a couple of finishes and 1 placement point for themselves. So I would say not a lot captured, but something in terms of a map they have done in their team's favor, and they've grabbed something for themselves before heading out. But right now, with all the 4 players surviving, GodLike are looking forward to do early rotations, but it's not worked out. They're still out of the zone. It's still not going to work for them. They cannot gatekeep their opponents. But on the other end, Marcos Gaming, that's going to be Gyro God as well as Vizgod, they've somehow managed to come out of a fight and also survive. But right now, they are going to be hit with the play zone damage, so they need to make a rotate as soon as possible and rotate around the hard covers. But looking at the play zone itself, at water treatment, it is about to be in an open area. Gyro God goes down. Clutch God, he's very low. He has only bandages to play around. Aquanox is down to his knees. GodLike, Jonathan is still there, but he's out of the play zone. So for him to be revived, he himself has to push, and then they can turn things around. But it's only Aquanox as well as Jonathan trying to do something, but it's not going to work. But Rao Neo, as the side of TSM try to push them, they manage to completely convert and topple the side of TSM, and so TSM will be the position 10 that they'll be grabbing as they go down. What a beautiful play coming in. So AZTEC, they'll be able to confirm a kill as Jonathan was trying to push, but now GodLike, this is what I said, they have been stuck in a very hard position. They are in the open. Teams have information. GodLike do not even have vehicles to cover themselves because their vehicles were either destroyed or they are okay, they do have 1 vehicle in their favor, but I guess not a lot. But their players going down does mean that their information is already compromised. Now on the side, F1LS is close to a cluster of Celsius as well as the side of 7Cs, but F1LS are running right into the hands of 7Cs, and if they know, they can go down as well. But with the position being scoped, and look at the confidence coming in from Artemis. He throws the smoke and immediately tries to fight, but with the smoke coming in, he's lost his own vision. He will be able to survive for for a little time, but once the side of Team 7Cs try to push, I'm not sure something can be converted. But GodLike caught in a trench right now. It's going to be very difficult for them to push.
Oh, well, indeed, it is really going to be very difficult, but looking across F1LS, well, they have that confidence right now. You can just speak about the confidence you are talking about, and well, there you go, Artemis with that grenade manages to take Loco down, but you can see Smokey, he just initiated the smoke continuously, and he is trying to push it off completely to that side as well. Coming across, well, Smokey is really very near to the sides of Celsius. Well, Celsius Rex manages to take 2 players down. Well, Riot and Artemis has to go down from the sides of F1LS as well. Well, some more smoke stuns grenades have been used as a revival needs to be initiated. We are left with top 6 teams with 20 live players, and 22 minutes are done and dusted. Well, it's a timer of 15 seconds that is left for the 6th zone to get a good collapse over here, and now players have to mark their way once again towards the zone. Well, GodLike, now talking about them, well, they are out of the zone. They have to manage to take the zone. They have to manage to take the favoring of the zone, or else the play zone is something that would eat up them completely, or multiple teams firing at the same time while the rotation, that is something that could just be a big disadvantage for the team. Coming back to 7C, well, as you were talking about today's day for 7C, it can be a good day for them. Well, GodLike, they got that vehicle and are trying to multiply spray on AZTEC as well. Well, they are trying to rotate to the zone, but they to get in a fight as ESPORTS Empire is already all set to come across that fight. Well, it's the position of 7C as well. ESPORTS Empire, GodLike, these teams can create a cluster. Well, Celsius Saggy is being eliminated by F1LS Smokey. Well, the grenade game is very strong on the side of F1LS, and they manage to take Celsius down completely. Well, Fragger, he just overexposes himself, and it's all onto the responsibility of Shane to provide a revival and to fight and to cover the team as well.
Oh my god, GodLike have gone down. The last player surviving from the side of AZTEC managed to turn things around, but as the ESPORTS Empire, they do have all the 4 players, but yes, They are down to the ground. A couple of their players, they need to get them back on the feet, but the side of 7Cs are clearing grounds around them. They are clearing players. They are making way for themselves so that they can capitalize on this map, convert it to a winner chicken dinner. They are really hungry for it, but the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, we talked about this, they are also looking forward to their third winner chicken dinner on this day 4, but still a lot of heavy lifting needs to be done with 5 teams alive. There is going to be a 2v4v4 and also a 2v2 coming in. Hopefully with AZTEC, Robin now going to be the, I think, the last player surviving. He's trying to do a lot of damage. F1LS position have been compromised. Robin is trying to spray as much as possible, but they go into cover. But in the meantime, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they find the side of Esports Empire. Now it's all up to the last player surviving. Grenades are being tossed from the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and they know Robin's position. They go in for a reload, but another player comes in for the spray, and they finish off AZTEC Robin. And right now it's only the top 4 teams playing around in this last zone, and it looks good for the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming to convert this.
Well, indeed, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming can convert this into a victory right over here, but the sides of F1LS, even I would like to say, are very strong at this point of time. They are managing to hold a good position. Well, Esports Empire you're talking about, it's going to be Fragger OP once again with that grenade, hoping to get a connection, I would say, but it was a no for him. Well, that grenade game can be strong, but definitely there are 2 players left, and now it's going to be F1LS Rise from that side. Well, SG Pokar is being caught, and he is being punished. He's being down to the ground once again. Esports Empire, they are still holding off their position. Well, Gamla Boy, he even has to go down with the 2 surviving players left for SG. Well, Esports Empire, they are still just holding the position. They just don't want to compromise their location. 7C, Esports Empire, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and F1LS are the last 4 teams that we are gonna have, and the top 3 teams are still left with us. Let's just go forward for an amazing fight coming across. But Shen once again with that AK was trying to take players down, but well, he just couldn't, and overexposing could cost you your life. That is something that you just come across by Shen. He is just trying to push it off very aggressively. Some predictable sprays coming in. The smoke is something that is called life. Well, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming would make sure to eliminate Esports Empire, the sides of Esports Empire, completely, while a revival is being initiated and can be completed very, very soon. Well, the sides of F1LS I was talking about a while ago, they are trying to still hold their position. Well, they are out of the zone, and there you go. He's been caught by Somraj over there. Well, 9 finishes with 4 power standing can be a good advantage for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. A morale booster, a confidence booster is all that SKYLIGHTZ Gaming need at this point of time. And well, this can be it. 1 player had to go down, but they still have 3 hopes left with them, and now all they want is a victory. Converting a victory for 3 maps today can be a great thing for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming there.
I agree with you. They are the only team which have majority of the players, and look at them, they're going to get all the 4 players back, because we have talked about this. Having all your teammates alive is going to be very crucial. So this is going to be a 4v1v1, and Artemis cannot even put up the last fight. He goes down to the play zone. Now it's all up to Prince. His position gets compromised. He was about to spray, but the player on foot will be able to find him, and that is going to be the 3rd winner chicken dinner for the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. What a day for them. A huge comeback for them. A great try from the side of 7Cs as well to make a comeback, but not getting a winner chicken dinner will somewhere affect them on the points table. But what a play. This was just incredible to be witnessed, because I did not think that the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, I mean, actually, to be correcting myself, I did think the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming will be able to pick up their 3rd winner chicken dinner, but on a hat trick. But nonetheless, they can be still happy, because they did manage to pick up their 3rd map, and what a way to pick it up. Having all the 4 players surviving says that the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are going to be ripping things apart, ripping teams apart, and hopefully the side of Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming right at the end of day 4 take down the side of 8. But I mean, this is just to make things interesting. I do not have any personal vendetta against the side of 8, but I'm really loving their performance. But this is just so that teams can turn things around. And if the side of Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming managed to get 3 winner chicken dinner on a single day, I mean, I guess we can put our statement that if a team has a good day when they start things off, they'll be having a great day as they progress, and they'll be grabbing more points for themselves. And that is what the statement of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming shows us. And I'm really looking forward to the next map coming up, because this map of Miramar, as we said, the action started in phase 2 and did not stop.
Well, definitely that is really gonna be a case. But to highlight SKYLIGHTZ Gaming more over here, it's gonna be 12 finishes for them. So it's gonna be a total of 27 points that they are gonna get through this map. Well, definitely when you talk about 3 winner chicken dinner on a single day, you mark a total of 45 points there and there. And now talking about finish, well, they have got ample amounts of finish. This map, it was 12 finish. The first map, they got a chicken dinner. It was somewhat 14 finish. The next map, it was 11 finish. So 55 those points. And now 27 points. What is these team actually marking? I am so confused to the fact what is this team actually wants to do.
Man, I mean, now SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they want a piece of the sweet cake. They want a piece of what is happening on the top positions, because we did say, right, the top teams right now, top 1 to 3, are on the competition of their own. They don't even care about the teams that are right behind them, and that's what they're concentrating on. That's what teams need to concentrate. They have to concentrate on their own performance and the next team which is right close to them, who can take them down, and concentrate on how you can take them out of this tournament. Because right now, as we said, semi-finals was only about how to take up a ticket to grand finals. Grand finals is only about you being at the first position after 42 maps are done, after 7 days of intense battle. And with this, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are saying that we are also among them. We might have had bad days in between, but right now we are making a comeback, so you do not have to worry about it. And with the support that is coming in from the chat itself, is just incredible to watch. And this is why we said teams will have a bad day always. I mean, whether it's on the tournament, whether it's going to be a scrim that they're having a bad day, you cannot say. Whether it's a player having a bad day, you cannot say. But at the end, what we can do as casters, viewers, or anybody in general, is just show your support rather than going down and why the team is not performing. Who knows? Even we as players, when we go down to a map and when we are about to be in a 1v1 situation for a winner chicken dinner, we lose it, we do get angry. But at the end of the day, you need to understand the opponent was a bit better. We know how good the side of 7 Seas is. Make it Prince, Prey God or Sarang, whoever it is, even if it's a 1v3 or a 1v2 or a 1v1, we know that they have a high probability of converting. But here, 7 Seas, knowing that the side of team SG were better, they understood they'll be taking the position. But right now, let's again quickly go over through the highlights, because this was a very quick and a fast map lit up with a lot of actions happening.
Well, indeed, it was rivalry. Well, it started with AZTEC and rivalry, where the sides of AZTEC came out to be really very strong, and they completely, eliminated rivalry. Well, talking about the sides of 7C and REVENANT over there, it was like 7C who had a good opportunity. The sides were really very strong of them, and it was IND. I think we had a discussion about the team IND, where Snacks had to go down due to play zone, and which was a thing that was really confusing for the audience and for the casters as well. Atanki managed to take one player down, but yeah, counter fires are something that you just really can't avoid, and IND had to say a goodbye as well. So coming across these fight, it was really very difficult for the players to cope up with Marcos Gaming. Well, they were caught by the Soul over there as Soul Driver. He managed to take 2 of the players down, but once again, it was the enemy damage that already had hit him, and once again, play zone was something that just took his life completely. So coming this is that the enemy's damage is something that just taking you down. It's sometimes the play zone even that is just taking you down completely. Well, Godel over there, Jonathan was taken down completely. He had to say a goodbye, as a revival was not possible. Talking about Neo, look at this man. He single-handedly took 3 players down of TSM over there. What a performance by Neo, I would say. He definitely made sure to mark a 1v3 amazingly over there. Well, the sides of Celsius, they were into a bad spot, I would say. Coming to the end of the fight, 7C were caught and they had to get punished over there. F1L as well. The vehicles were something, but the difference between both of the tires was an entry for the bullets, and there you had to lose your life. Esports Empire as well. Shane, who was the last surviving player, but the pre-fires, the predictable sprays in the smoke are something that just took off his life completely. And coming back to the end, it was 3 surviving teams where F1LS Artemis was trying to patch himself up. Caught 7C Prince, same. He got caught, and well, it was an end for him. But talking about the overall standing, well, it's gonna be team 8-bit with still the throne of 242. Well, I really don't know what team 8-bit is just doing, but they are still just managing to hold the first position with a top of 242. Well, I would like to mention SKYLIGHTZ Gaming over there. Today, single-handedly, they managed to take 82 points, 80 plus points with 3 maps, and the rather points are different. Still, they are on the 5th position with the team of the most chicken dinner arrived in their accounts. It's going to be 4 chicken dinner for them, but still, it's the 5th position, and it's a long way for the first position to come across.
I agree with you, and this is why we say, right, Darshita, that if you had performed from day one, which actually SKYLIGHTZ did, but on day two and day three, they did not have a great time. But again, making a comeback, they have pulled up points right now, but the team which has pulled up more have kind of run away a little bit, and that's the reason SKYLIGHTZ are having a little bit of a tough time to completely catch up. But still, with one more map remaining and only 20 points different, and as you've said, on one day itself, if SKYLIGHTZ have managed to get 80 points, I guess 20 more should not be a problem for them. But still, on the second position, it's going to be 7Cs as we discuss more about the overall standings. GodLike will be at the third position, 224 for them. Again, we've talked about this. GodLike is going to be one team whose rotations, once done, I mean, clearly and in terms of getting center hold, they are a team that cannot be unraveled. They cannot be moved from that position. They are literally like a huge boulder which is just incarnated, and there's nobody pushing them out. Revenant, they get pushed down a little bit further down to the fourth position with 224, and right now you can see the position of 2, 3, 4 and 5 is just a difference of 1 or 2 points. Marcos Gaming is at the 6th with 205, and this is where the difference starts happening, about 20 points. TSM 192, still no 200 for them. AZTEC, no chicken dinners, but still sitting at 173, and same position as the previous map. OR as well, same position for them, 156 in total. They're trying their best, and a lot of these teams right now are looking forward to their competition being 8-bit, because 8-bit are just running away. Even though 8-bit, if you remember the previous map and this map, I guess 8-bit got only one kill, because I remember them being at 241, and right now their finish point is at 122, whereas it was 121. So I guess they got only 1 point, but still the difference that they managed to do on 1 or 2 maps continuously is just keeping them away from any of the other competitions coming through. And it's working for them, and if it's working for them, and if they're not having a great time on maps such as Sanhok and Miramar, as we have talked about it, just try and progress a couple of finish and placement points for your team, and you should be good. And then when your favorite maps comes back, go insane on it and destroy teams, and you can push your points a little bit even more further. And that's what 8-bit is doing right now, as we see. And head over to the last map of Erangel. I'm pretty sure the side of team 8-bit are going to make a comeback, but who knows?
Well, it's a big question for who knows what is going to happen in the map of Erangel, as every team is very habitual to come across to cross their path. As an observer, as a viewer, as a caster, every one of us has came across our path with the map of Erangel. Well, it's a very habitual map to each and every one of us, so definitely you can't predict what is really going to happen. But the second sides, or the second part of overall standing, is what I am really awaited for, to look across that the teams who are just trying to build themselves up, what are they really up to? That is something that I'm really awaited. But for talking to these sides, I think that was an amazing thing that 8-bit is still doing. Team IND, well, it was an early elimination, I would say, for team IND at this side, where they got into a fight with OR and they had to lose their life. Well, it's going to be a total of 146 points for team IND. Talking about Enigma, well, it's going to be a total of 130 for them. Galaxy Races, it's going to be 123. Well, a 1 point low than Galaxy Races, it's going to be F1LS with 122. Rivalry with 120. Tenacity, 113. Team Soul is going to be on 108. Celsius, it's 85. And Esports Empire, well, they are on still 74. 85 and 74 are still the numbers that are just catching my eyes, catching my attention over there, that how much cope up they need to come across with. You just see across Celsius, well, they have full amount of finish point, but at the placement points, y'all are lagging way too behind. And when you talk about Esports Empire, well, you have 41 placement points, but finish point, y'all are lagging behind. So when you talk about all this, all that you come across through your mind is a single thought, that you have to manage both. You can't just be aggressively going forward, you can't be passively sitting behind. Both is that you have to manage, and then somewhere you could get a good position. You have a good example of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming over there. they had really tough days. They really had tough days coming across the past days. They got one chicken dinner in 3 days, but they got three chicken dinner in one day. This is something that Skylight Gaming has come across with, but still they are on the 5th and the 6th position. And 8-bit, with that consistency from day one till today, they are managing to hold their throne very strongly. So these are some examples that you are just setting across, that you are just have to look across, that from day one till the last day you have to be very consistent on your performance. It's not like that one good day, the other bad day, once again a good day, then a bad day. No, it's not about that. You have every day, you have to make sure that you get something. Getting something is better than getting nothing over here. So that is something that you really have to look across to.
I agree with you. We have to, I would say, put consideration to all these teams that they are putting up all they have got. But again, now that we are heading to the last map of Erangel, Darshita, it's going to be a game changer for some of these teams on the top 5. Because we said, right, the side of 8-bit, they are sitting at 240, whereas the other teams right now only have 1 or 2 point difference from 2nd to the 5th position. So from here on, for the side of team 8-bit, this map is going to be very crucial. If they miss this map, it happened like yesterday as well, but even though they missed yesterday, the opponents who were actually looking forward to grab points, they were also taken down. But right now the opponents are 4 different teams. Previously it was only 7 Cs. Right now it's 4 different teams who are all sitting at 220, and it's only that the side of 8-bit is sitting at 240. So just a 20 point difference. All they have to do is make sure they get winner chicken dinner, and along with it maybe 5 or 6 finish points, and they've already crossed 20, and make sure 8-bit do not survive. So a target on the side of 8-bit is a high probability. But still, on the other end, as 8-bit have been performing in terms of getting at least 1 or 2 finish points and a couple more placement points, it is very hard to say on how 8-bit will perform on this map of Erangel. It is always dependent on especially the rotation, irrespective of your gun power. We have seen Esports Empire, how good they are. They had managed to take down the side of Team IND, they managed to take down the side of GXR, but still at the end of the day, because their rotations were not that great, they wasted a lot of time. Another team went for a third party and capitalized on them. And that's why we talk about this. Whether you're very aggressive, whether you're going to be very passive, your rotations are going to be very crucial. Look at the side of Revenant, look at the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Right now they're figuring a strategy out where they can frag, in the same time they can get position. Whether it's a center hold or the edge of the zone, you should be sure of which kind of a fight you want. If you go for the edge of the zone where you try to gatekeep, then you need to be constantly worried about a lot of third party fights happening. If you take up a center hold, not only third party, you have to have a, I would say, a 360-degree camera around you where you look forward to one position that you're holding, and each and every person from your team look forward to ridges, look forward to hilly areas, look forward to even trees as cover, or maybe even vehicles coming in your way. So it is a question of how your team likes to play, whether they want a center hold or they want a edge hold where they can gatekeep. It's going to be very crucial. We have seen GodLike like a center hold, but if they get the edge hold, they're already at a disadvantage because their rotates, especially in the last zone, is not good. Same goes for the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming or the side of 7C. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming do not like actually a center hold. They like the edge hold where they manage to pick up fights and then they enter slowly around the edges, prevent any gatekeep scenarios happening on their end, and then try to turn things around. 7Cs, whereas their strategy right now is going to be dash in, fight, go for a fight, then dash to another fight, take that in terms of an advantage, and then see how the last fight pans out. So it's not a center hold or zone hold coming in for them, rather it's going to be a fight coming in aggressively one after another.
Well, indeed, that is really going to be true. Discussing about these teams, well, we just have a lot of discussion on the teams. We like coming across each and every single aspect of talking about, the gun power, the grenade power, the throwable power, the amount of damages they are dealing with. Well, as you mentioned a while ago, you have to, be aware of the fact that where you are going now. As you mentioned about godlike, now when it comes to the end zone, well, the rotations are something that are a bit of difficult for godel, I would say. Over there they just find a vehicle and they dash it off completely. They just go in so aggressive that they are either just captured by any of the team. And well, when you are in a moving vehicle, and if you are just passing nearby a team, they can catch you easily, and you have to lose your life there. So yeah, rotation is something that you really have to look across with. I still remember the rotation of Marcos Gaming in that map of Senok with that ski jet.
Exactly.
Oh my, oh god, oh god, what a rotation it was. He took that ski jet and he just gave so big rotation, but he managed to come across, eliminate the players as well, and at the end he didn't get a chicken dinner, I would say, but definitely some good ample amount of points he got. So yeah, your rotation is something that is really gonna matter you the most. You have to sit and decide whether if I go for a straight rotation, who will capture me, who will try to capitalize on me. That is something that you really have to come across with. So heading towards our last map of Erangel over here, well, rotations is something that we are really gonna have a keen eyes on, how teams try to just rotate around and come in the play zone, come in the play phases. At the phases are just playing a lot with them. You can see once it's like the first phase is a northern side hold, but when you come across the fifth phase, well, it's come to the center. It's just goes on decreasing gradually, and it comes to a center hold, or it just shifts drastically. It's like a complete hard shift. So these things are something you really can't predict, and if you can predict, well, there's nothing else that you need more. But yeah, these things are something that are really not so easy to get a good prediction for. But definitely, if you can mark a good entry to the zone, well, then you just need to capitalize around the teams that are surrounding you. Well, talking about the team surrounding, I just have my eyes on Team Soul. To the matches that we have came across by the sides of Team Soul, well, they are being surrounded. They are definitely being surrounded by multiple teams, and there it's like a bit difficult for them to decide what to do now. You have a fight at your north, west, east, south. Everywhere you come across, you have a fight, and you just get confused which team to take fight with. You get into multiple fights, and that's done for you then. So yeah, these things are something that you really need to keep a good eye on.
I agree with you. I mean, teams such as Seoul, who generally do not eagerly pick up fights, but if they see an opportunity, then they try to strike it out. I think that's where it's become a little bit of a difficult, and eventually the timing for the side of Team Seoul is always that they pick up a fight when there is actually the zone crumbling. If they pick up a fight a little bit early, it will work in their favor. But right now, talking about whose favor this map will work, the teams have loaded in, the boot camp is ready for all these teams. Another high not coming in. Now I am missing this high. Now I'll try and head over, try to contact somebody from the side of bootcamp of GodLike and try to tell them, please do give us a wave to the camera every time your matches start, because right now I'm missing it. He has at least done constantly thrice, and now not doing it for the last two maps. What do you think, Darshita? Should we try and reach out to them? But now let's leave. Let's get back to the game. Too much of attention over there, because right now all the attention and the eyes need to be on the map and the flight path.
Well, definitely that is really gonna be true. Keeping all our eyes towards the fly path. Once again, it's gonna be a northern side where the fly path is getting started. The sides of Sevani, I would say, are something that's it's getting a good kickoff, and to end it, it's gonna be the areas of Novoropnoy. Well, the areas of Novoropnoy are something, some areas where you get a good loot for your team. Where you get a good loot at the areas of Novoropnoy, and Team RNT, well, it's their primary drop location. And coming back to military base, I think it's gonna be Team IND once again, but you can't be a deciding factor. So just let's wait back and see if Team IND is really gonna hold it towards the areas of military base or no. Well, I think I don't find Team IND just coming across. Okay, yes, it's a yes, it's a yes. They are coming across the same area as well. Godel, it's gonna be Yasnaya once again. Initiate esports empire you talk about, it's gonna be the areas of Stalber, but zone is something, phase is something I was talking about, and for now I would tell it's an area of northwestern sides, the areas of northwestern sides where the eastern sides are a bit apart from it, or like 10 or 20% of the eastern sides are a bit away from it. But yes, definitely the sides of northwestern areas are completely a good here, where the center of the zone, like the areas of Rozok, the areas of Pochinki, they are gonna mark a good entry to the zone. Well, coming back to Tenacity over there, you can see them with vehicles, but 8-bit, well, if they have some good gunpowder, they can go in for a fight.
8-bit can go for a fight, F1 LS can go for a fight. So Tenacity always, this is one team Whose drop location right now I have not figured. Yes, there's going to be a couple more teams as well, but same Esports Empire as well. Previously they went on a fight with the side of IND, came out on top, and Tenacity right now, they're always out of the play zone. Look at them, they're in the play zone, but they immediately go out and they're looking forward to go for a loot. I understand that there might be different teams that might try and withhold you, or even when you try to go in for loot, might catch you off guard and take you down. But still, it's a 50-50 chance that can happen anywhere around the map. If you don't figure out a loot spot for yourself and rather just go with vehicles and try to figure out a loot spot that works in a map, I think it's the thing that Tenacity right now are taking a hit on. Whereas when we saw group matches coming in semi-finals, because they were being, I would say, mixed with different groups, Tenacity had fights that they could initially start on and convert it in terms of placement points as well as finishing points. And that's the reason, I guess, now with 18 teams that they are playing, same 18 teams day in and day out, and those 18 teams, they're not switching up a lot in terms of their position of where they're going in for loot, and which is taking a hit on the side of Tenacity because they are unable to make a lot of adaptive gameplays. Again, GodLike, we are seeing them you looting at Yasnaya, no change happening from their end, but the zone, we are again seeing one thing as we saw Darshita from the start of the day. I guess all the maps of Erangel ended on shooting range, and it again highly looks like we might see in the last zone collapsing at shooting range.
Well, indeed, that can be true, but if you ask me, for my point of view, I am really keen to come across Pochinki once again. I think Pochinki fights are something that are really hyping me up more. So yeah, Pochinki is something that I would really come to across my paths with. But coming back to 8-bit, well, two players on the edge of the zone, one player even trying to go in for the rotation. The sides of TSM, well, once again, they got a great fortified areas in their hands and they are just trying to loot it off completely. Well, the areas are secure and safe as well. So they don't need to worry about getting into an initial fight. They can just, peacefully take everything that they need, go in for a rotation if they want to, and then yeah, definitely you can have a good position, hold it at a very initial stage. Well, we are 5 minutes in the matches already and we have seen no single casualty losing its life till yet. So definitely coming across the rotations and the things, it is gonna mark a good amazing fight and amazing rotational clashes that we really come across. Well, it's gonna be an M416. He is low on healings. Well, he just has 5 bandages. He needs to come across more and find more of health kits that could help him off. To the sides of OR as well, it's gonna be Water City once again. So we are coming across this, that these players are really not changing the fortified areas. If you see, Lucifer, they are holding off OR to Water City, IND to military base, RN to Novorupnoi, Godel to Yasnaya. They are just holding the same position continuously. They are very confident on their position. But yes, when the fights initiate, it's just all about the rotations that they are coming across.
I mean, being in Water City, they have a good access to shooting range, and I guess that is what is happening coming in from the side of OR. They are immediately going in for an early advantage. Soul, their position is going to be ruins that we have seen multiple times. So hopefully for them, they managed to make a rotate, but I guess they're a little bit further away from ruins right now. I mean, I don't have a clear idea, but hopefully we'll see where they're stuck at. But then the side of Team Revenant that we are taking a look at, this team generally plays together, but I guess this is one team I'm still looking forward to their drop location, which I've also not figured out, because you can see the players are already in different positions, in I would say little bit spread. Only one player who was spread out from the side of Revenant, everybody else is still playing together, but I guess they're going to regroup in a certain time. But yes, they are far away from the place, and you can see 2000 meters away, which is going to be huge for them, and they need to turn their backs from here, grab a vehicle, return to the play zone. Otherwise, teams are going to gatekeep you.
Well, indeed, that is really gonna be true. Gatekeeping scenarios are something that we are really coming across, as each one of the teams who are really very early on rotations, they are holding the edges and they are making sure that no other teams just try to enter the zone. This area we are holding is our domination, and now if they try to enter it, well, they make sure to just eliminate them completely. So yeah, that is something that we are really coming across. So with that, we are gonna head towards RNT once again. Well, they are two 2,000 meters away from the zone. 2,000 meters is a huge distance, and yeah, they are getting they are getting different vehicles as they are just trying to travel across the zone. Each and every team, while yes, the first zone is collapsing, it's already 7 minutes done and dusted. So yeah, each team is just looking forward to fly to grow across a good path to find a new path for them for the rotations. Well, coming again to IND. It was military base and now they are coming back to the rotations. Well, I am a bit confused of what Marcos Gaming. Okay, it's the side of OR that has been caught over here by Marcos Gaming. Well, they want to get into a fight. It's just like they are just scouting players off completely. They are trying to gather more information. Well, they can't risk such an initial fight. Is your reason that they are holding the fights for now? UMP with 4x. Okay, this is a combination that I barely use, but it's been used by Gyro God over there. Well, he's trying to spectate, to gather more information. Well, as I was talking about, no one wants to risk an early fight, and the same goes to the sides of OR as well. Everyone is just trying to peacefully take more information and then decide what to do, whether to go in for a fight or to hold off the position behind.
It's going to be very crucial, right? If you have better information, you can turn things around. I guess if the side of Marcos Gaming understood it was maybe 2 players now rotating to that hard cover and 2 more will come in later, they would have picked up the fight. Now with all the 4 players inside, it's going to be very difficult in turning things around. The only way you can push them out is going to be with grenades. But before you use grenades or any other utilities, you actually need to push a little bit closer. And if they're ready for a fight, they'll be ready with a scope, and as soon as your heads are being spotted as you're making your way across the ridge, they're going to pop it off as soon as they can. And that's the reason Marcos Gaming have not picked up that fight. But now Celsius, not sure where the other players are, but Eggy, he has scoped out the side of Esports Empire and he is trying to pick up a fight from them. But both these teams are 1,000 meters away at Ruins, is what I was talking about. I guess the side of Esports Empire at Ruins. KV and OP will be confirmed. Very unfortunate of what just happened, but another grenade being cooked. Eggy playing alone, now his team is regrouping with him and now they are trying to turn things around. Okay. Wait, Kevin OP, he was about to be knocked down. Oh my god, I thought that was a confirmation coming in. But a beautiful save for Kevin OP over there. He did not lose himself. He did not put a disadvantage to his team. But there is a flank coming in. Look at, I guess, Dream OP, who's looking forward to find information. No, it's going to be Badshaw OP. But Eggy reads that. Eggy is also pushing across and he's trying to find information. And Locker looks like he's making a run for the hills and going in for a further flank, as they want to hit each and every direction and cover the side of Esports Empire. Or, okay, they're running away from the fight. They called it off. They understood that the side of Team Esports Empire is the team against us and we do not want to pick a fight. And we have talked about this. Esports Empire, if you go in for a fight with them, they're ready to welcome it. And on the other hand, they'll also be finishing it.
Well, indeed, that can be a case, but talking about one more fight that's going to get created between F1LS and Soul, well, it's going to be Artemis over there who just registered damages, but now Esports Empire, Celsius was the team who just caused the fight. They stopped it even, but now I think there the team is not stopping. Well, Soul Mortal, what a spray by this guy. He managed to take Ignite down. Well, Artemis, he is still holding this position down there. Well, a revival can be initiated, but till the time that Soul doesn't decide to just push it off aggressively, but no, it's the side of Soul Regaltos. Well, he has been off very aggressive. He is back down to his knees. Well, Driver, he's been even caught and he has to go down. The sides of F1LS are a bit aggressive. I would say Riot is someone that is just trying to, to synchronize the fight over here. Well, he has been caught by Mortal. There you can see 2 players per Soul. They have been down. Well, Riot has been caught as well. His location has been revealed. Smokey as well trying to move around with the vehicle. Viper trying to come across and provide a good cover fire for Driver and Regaltos. Well, both of the players now need a revival, but till the time you don't wipe out F1LS completely, you can't go in for a revival. Somewhere or the other, TSM can mark a third party to the fight, but it's a deciding factor whether TSM wants to or no. Well, F1LS is being eliminated by Team Soul, and Driver and Regaltos will get an revival. Well, it's very unfortunate, but F1LS getting eliminated on such an early stage is very difficult, but the fights are not stopping. As I was telling, TSM can mark a third party scenario. Well, they are all set and ready to go in for that third party.
Yeah, they are, but they're still double thinking, and with this double thinking coming across the side of TSM, are giving the side of Seoul a lot of time, and the side of TSM called for a retreat. They understood that the side of Team Seoul have got themselves time, they've patched themselves up, and now if they go for a fight, they might end up being in a disadvantage, and now them having a cover is going to be better rather than going and fight in the open. Because remember, F1LS, when they were about to fight with the side of Team Seoul, they were about to get third parties from the side of TSM, and I guess that is what they remembered, and they said, we can take up the side of Team Seoul because they have to rotate from that lower edge angle, and let's just rotate in terms of getting a higher ground or a, I would say, hard cover compound for ourselves, and then turning things in our favor. But right now, the side of GodLike, they're still slowly rotating, they're still at the edge of the zone, so the gatekeeping is still working in their favor. But look at 8-bit, they've spotted the side of Seoul. Now there's going to be another third party that they're trying to do, but Viru will be able to scope only one player, and now GodLike, they're packing it up and they're heading into the zone because they want an advanced position. This is what we have talked. If GodLike get an advanced position in the zone, they'll be able to convert it, but right now they're walking close to the side of 7C. Sprays being exchanged, one person will be taken on. Prince is about to lose his health, his vehicle has been damaged, and yes, they destroy the vehicle along with Prince surviving inside, but there's still two more players, Sarang and SprayGod. They're right behind the player who dropped down, and Sarang and SprayGod, I guess they're going to make a run for it because they know picking a fight right now is not going to be good, but a great drive-by coming in from the side of GodLike to convert that. And again, they're taken up the plane crash which worked for them previously. They're looking forward to make it work again.
Well, indeed, that is really gonna be true. The sides of GodLike look a bit strong today as they got two finishes at a very early stage. Well, they were on vehicles, but talking about Marcos Gaming, the sides of Marcos Gaming to a bit of difficult spot as they are being surrounded continuously. Gyro God is down. Rivalry is making sure to not let any casualty go. Well, Ronak can be caught, but the vehicle is just off Ronak over here. Well, it was Boss who just ran the vehicle off Ronak, and with one finish, it's done and dusted for the one player, but grenades are being exchanged by both Rivalry and Marcos Gaming, marking them a good fight with an advantage for Rivalry as Marcos Gaming lost Ronak over there. Well, the vehicle just ran over him completely by the sides of Rivalry, and that is where Ronak had to lose his life. By coming back to this fight, well, Delta PG trying to initiate more smokes as they want to rush it off completely, and moreover, it can be a scenario where they want to put the sides of Marcos Gaming to a bit of a confusing scenario. But look at that Delta PG, he is just trying to block the sides with the vehicle, but now he is too blocked. But that grenade from Sonic took the life of his teammate. He was trying to take down Marcos player. Well, the god connected with Delta PG. Well, Surya has an advantage, he can rush it off, but the grenade will cause him a lot of damage. While exchanging grenades, you have to look across your teammates as well that you don't take them down. That is what exactly happened, but revival is being provided, and well, it was successful. Incoming grenades for Marcos Gaming is really setting them very, very, very difficulties, and getting out of this position is now important. Either you have to kill, you have to finish Rivalry completely, but what I am coming across is okay, final boss, he is just off his vehicle. They are just trying to go in for some flank, I would say, as team IND can mark a third party at any moment over here. So basically it was like a very aggressive fight, a very aggressive way the fight started off, but now it's getting back to a very peaceful scenario.
It kind of is, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to be any more peace coming in from teams. As you can see, Soul are rushing to the side of 7Cs. They spotted both the players. One is going to be in a different track compared to another one, but there's going to be a molly as well as a grenade being cooked, but that is going to be Soul Driver. He gets a knock, but immediately be exchanged from Sarang, and now molly's coming across. I guess Sarang is done and dusted, and the side of 7Cs will be losing themselves. As we see the side of 7Cs get a confirmation as Viper. Rather than going in for a grenade or a rifle fight, he throws in a molly that just burns the side of 7Cs down, and 7Cs going at the 16th position. You know what is going to happen. They're going to be getting 0 placement as well as finish points, but now GodLike, they're taking the side, they're taking a fight on the side of Esports Empire. TSM is also right now the fight that they backed off from. They're trying to reinitiate it, but SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they've already gotten 3 winner chicken dinner, where they get caught from the side of Team Rivalry as they're trying to gatekeep them, but I'm not sure if this is going to work. A beautiful grenade being chucked will get Delta PG down to the ground, and look at Pukar pushing in with mollies coming in. It's going to be very difficult. It's all up to Akshay and final boss along with Sonic. But look at Pukar, he's trying to deny the runaway coming in from Sonic or Final Boss. Yes, he does, but there's going to be two more players that they need to be capitalizing on, and that's the reason I guess SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are trying to push. But in the meantime, GodLike, they do have an advantage inside the zone, and they're just trying to gatekeep the side of Esports Empire. But so look at them, they're trying to push the side of TSM, but Driver immediately spots two players pushing him and he backs off.
Well, indeed, it's gonna be a fight between Soul and TSM that we are gonna come across with. Look at Driver, look at the confidence he has as they got good ample amounts of kills, finishes I would say in their account. Well, Soul Driver is trying to chuck a grenade which can cause a bit of damage to Ninja as he's trying to hold off the position. But well, it's a no. I think it's like a second grenade coming again from the sides of Driver with the hope of taking Ninja down completely. But once again, it's a no for him. Well, Equinox is trying to initiate some more smokes as to block the visions of the enemies completely. Once again, TSM Blaze with that grenade. Okay, the ridges, the side of ridges are being a complete hole to the players, but once again, Ninja, he can spot some pixels of the head that has been coming across, but one grenade can cause him his life. That is something that he needs to come across with. But look at Regaltos, look at that man, he's trying to provide a cover fire from that behind ridge. He is trying to get a good hold of. Well, Ninja, he just provided good amount of damage, but Regaltos is being caught as well by Ninja, trying to provide him some good spray. Soul Driver, he is, I think, trying to patch himself up. Mortal as well, trying to patch himself up. Mortal comes across with one grenade. Well, Viper needs a revival, but it's a no as he even has to go down. Well, it's somewhat a third party scenario. No, it's not. Well, once again, it's going to be Regaltos trying to come across very aggressively, but this time it was team TSM who took it very aggressively, and they are capitalizing this fight over to the side of Soul. Well, Soul has to get eliminated on the 15th position.
TSM disassociate. They disengage from a fight, but as soon as they realize that they do not have an advantage in terms of the zone, they were trying to go in for a rotate, but Soul, I'm not sure why they did not go in for a rotate, go in to advance into the zone. Rather now, because of them holding that same angle for a long time, they'll be going down to the same team which actually disengaged from the fight. But TSM, what a play coming in from them. They were waiting for the side of Team Soul to push, and as soon as Ninja spotted that one player, they started rushing in. But right now, IND, they're not happy about their position, and that's the reason they're trying to do a lot of damages. But look at the beautiful grenade, and that's done and dusted as IND go down at the 11th position. A beautiful connection from Jonathan, and the grenades from the side of GodLike will be taking them down. But right now, GodLike, they do not have an advanced position, and that's the reason they're trying to move in. But OR are also very close to them. So the side of Team GodLike, even though they have 4 players, they need to be worried about it. But talking about the side of Team Rivalry, who picked up the fight with the side of Marcos Gaming, tried to close a vehicle in front of them. Now they are at a disadvantage. It's all up to Akshay. We have seen Akshay convert a lot of 1v3s in his favor, but still, it's going to be a long way. He's going to be spotting out Fardhan, but he's trying to spray. It's going to be better spray coming in from Fardhan, but no, there's exchanging blows coming through. 14 bullets in the magazine. I'm not sure if Fardhan will convert it, and yes, he does, and he tries to bring the side of AZTEC back to good health, and he will be able to as well. AK OP, who's down to the ground, will be revived, but still the zone is crumbling, and that's the reason they're trying to push a little bit further. But blows being exchanged. 8-bit and GodLike as well as the side of Revenant. This zone is just intensified because 8 teams alive. Things are just getting lit up.
Oh, well, definitely that is really going to be the case where the fights are just getting totally lit up by the sides of RNT. If we come across them, well, they are having good surviving players, but the sides of GodL, well, they look a bit aggressive at this point of time. You can see 5 good finishes they have on their hands, while the sides of OR, even they have been caught over here. Well, talking about Jonathan, he is trying to take the down player completely off and just trade him off completely, but he is just overexposing himself, and that could cause him his life. So that is something that he really needs to come across. But talking about Esports Empire, well, it's going to be TSM once again capitalizing, trying to capitalize, I would say, on this fight. Well, they are set on fire, but it's time for Shadow to go back to the ground. Well, Shane, he'll be trying to come across the fight, but it's going to be the risk game that's going to be played by the sides of TSM, and once again they made sure to completely eliminate the sides of Esports Empire. Well, TSM is looking very, very confident onto this map. They managed to take Soul completely down for the first time, and it's time, it was the time for Esports Empire to say a goodbye. Well, the sides of RNT, they got 4 finishes in their account, but now they are trying to go into a soft cover, trying to use the smokes. The vehicles they are using are to a very safer side. side. Well, GodLike Jonathan, he has been caught by OR Vexy, as I was talking about, that he is overexposing himself. His location is being compromised. There he has to go down. Now GodL has a last surviving player. I think it's gonna be Z-God over there, who can provide a revival or either just risk his life for that revival is all I can say for Z-God over there. Meanwhile, Z-God, well, you can see him. He's trying to explode the vehicles off completely to create a hard cover for himself, and that is definitely all that he needs. Coming back, Austin Vortex, well, that grenade game can be played by his side as well, and Destro is even playing that grenade game, but well, he's not gonna get any connection at it, as it was just a predictable grenade coming by his side. Z-God, you can see him. He is really trying to go across Jonathan to provide that revival, but I think that revival can cause him his life, so that is something that he really needs to think twice of.
Oh my god. This fight, this zone is just so incredible. Jonathan, I mean, this is why we said the side of GodLike, if they don't get a hard cover advantage or the zone advantage, it gets very difficult for them. But OR, they're looking a lot better this time, but now they've spotted the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they're still at the edge of the zone. For them to push, they have to take a fight, but now it looks like there's going to be the side of TSM who are also trying to do damage, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are having a hard time entering this phase 6. It's going to be very difficult. I mean, who's going to make it easy, especially on the team such as SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, who have taken 3 winner chicken dinner today? Would they be letting such a team to take a 4th? And with that, you can see the play zone itself is destroying the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. It's only up to the last player surviving, I guess. But OR, in the meantime, they're looking for so much information, and they're gaining as well. And with that, oh my god, within a blink of an eye, the side of Team Revenant get finished off, I guess, from the side of TSM as well as Celsius, as both of them play an equal role over there, and GodL will be finishing it off. But now Vexy, he's going to be finding the last surviving player from the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Now it's all up to the last 4 surviving teams, and it's going to be a 4v4 or no 4v3v 2v1 situation coming in, and OR look like they have a high probability of converting this, because the hard cover was there previously for them. But right now, yes, they have pushed out, but GodLike, they do have 6 finishes in their favor, so they can also turn things around. And especially the fact that we talked about 8-bit, if they don't get any finishing points and placement points, somebody can defeat them and dethrone today. So it's going to be very crucial either for the side of GodLike to convert this, because they are one of those top teams. If GodLike get 20 points, it's going to be the side of Team 8-bit coming down. But hopefully we should take a look, because Z-God is again getting knocked down. OR are not letting any team survive and take this winner chicken dinner from themselves. But TSM is also putting up a really good fight, and that's the reason TSM is trying to push them back as much as possible. Z-God, he's a little bit further away from Jonathan, and Jonathan right now is just trying to save himself. And Z-God, as he gets confirmed from the side of OR still have to worry about a lot of things. And Celsius, the last player surviving, I guess that's going to be right. But look at Blaze, he's not stopping with this M4. He's just spraying as much as possible, but Destro tries to move a little bit further because the zone is crumbling from there, and then they needed an advantage, but Destro in that rotation gets knocked down to his knees.
Well, indeed, the center of the zone was something that he was trying to get a good hold of, but now it's time for TSM to move across the zone and get a good position, I would say, into the zone. Well, Shadow did that. He is just trying to go to the edge once again. Well, we are talking about OR as well. He is the last surviving player. I think, yes, Anto is the last surviving player for OR as that side, and he needs to manage to get this fight done. We have the last 3 surviving teams, where Anto is the last surviving player for OR, where GodL Jonathan, I think, is the last surviving player. But Team TSM, well, they have a great chance. They have good amount of finishes in their account as well. Talking about Jonathan, well, you can see his helmet has been destroyed completely. One bullet landing over his head could just just destroy his life completely. Well, he just tried to confirm Shadow over there. Meanwhile, he's compromised his location, but some incoming sprays by the sides of TSM could get him into a bad spot. I think OR Anto, well, both of the sides been caught, and GodL Jonathan had to say a goodbye. Well, it's a 3rd position for GodL there, I would say. Jonathan, he could have not been into finishing Shadow, then he could have not been even just compromising his location. Well, Anto is been on a difficult scenario. It's going to be a 1v2 where TSM manages to take an amazing winner chicken dinner. Well, team TSM here just rocked it. This map of Erangel was, I think, a map for TSM, I would say, and definitely what amazing finishes they have in their account. Well, it's gonna be a chicken dinner for Team TSM, where the second team with us is gonna be the sides of OR, and the third team is gonna be the team of GodL.
Man, oh man, GodLike had such a chance, beautiful one in terms of converting, but Jonathan got a little bit too eager. He saw an opportunity to capitalize and get a couple more finishing points and gave away his position. Otherwise, TSM had no clue. Even Anto had no clue where Jonathan was, and if he would have been prone a little bit more, especially having a truck advantage as a cover, Jonathan could have done a lot. But it does happen. It's the game nerves, I would say, that caught up to him, and he did not know what was the right call over there. He all thought was, I mean, Jonathan, we know for him, he's going to be an insane fragger. He looks forward to finishes, he looks forward to kills, and as he was getting information, he was just trying to convert it, but he was not sure of how many players were very close from the side of TSM, because if you saw, TSM never crossed the ridge to give him information, and I guess that's where Jonathan had a hard time in realizing of where he was, how many teammates were around him, and if he could have a chance to convert it. But yes, still a great try coming in. So at the end of the day, I guess the side of GodLike will be getting 8 finishes. Not too sure, but I guess they will also be getting 18 points. So that 20-point barrier which we talked about, I guess, has not been crossed. So 8-bit hopefully cross the hands, might still be in the first position. Not too sure. We will be taking a look. But Darshita, what do you think about that?
Well, to make a bit of changes, it's gonna be 7 finishes for GodLike over there. It's just gonna be a difference of one single finish that is coming across, as you mentioned. But definitely, that 7 finishes was something that they really needed. Talking about Jonathan, once again he managed to just drag his team to the 3rd position over here. Once again, coming back to the sides of TSM. Well, they looked very confident today. So much of confidence to the sides of TSM is something that we are coming across. Well, it all started like TSM. They eliminated Seoul completely, the sides of Seoul. They were eliminated by the sides of TSM. They made sure to eliminate Esports Empire as well. Two squads were completely wiped off by the sides of TSM, and well, that is a point where they gained more of a confidence, and that just led them to a definite victory, I would say, to a definite winner chicken dinner. So yeah, we'll be coming across the overall standings, we'll be coming across the highlights very soon. But talking about this fight, it's gonna be Team TSM. To all those who are new, who don't know what results it is, it's gonna be Team TSM with the first position and of 18 finishes in their account. It's going to be the second position for OR with 3 finishes, and it's going to be GodLike on the 3rd position with 7 total finishes in their account. So definitely, looking across the finishes of TSM, you can just imagine the amount of confidence this team had onto their gun powers, I would say. And it's not just about gunpowder. You saw them while they were chucking the grenades. Their grenades were getting connected peacefully, and they were taking players down with that grenade. So definitely, it's just that grenade game being played, the gun game being played, and boom, you have your victory done.
This map, as I said, I mean, if there's a curve that we can draw depending on how the maps pan out, it will start about at the 50% hype and 50% battle on the trajectory, but then as we go over to the, I would say, 4th map, it peaks. It goes to the 100% efforts coming in from all the teams, and we can see fights being initiated as soon as phase 2 and phase 3 comes up. And that's why we say, as teams come up on the day 1 or day 2, day 3 first matches, they want to gauge how the opponent is playing. And today, GodLike were trying their best, especially on this map of Wrangle. If you remember, the drive-by 7Cs never even expected that, and a beautiful conversion over there. But again, that drive-by, I would say, ate their time in terms of going into the zone, because of which OR got a hard cover and GodLike had to be left out. And I think if GodLike had a little bit of a hard cover for themselves in the zone, they could have converted a lot. And also, if they got a center hold, they can just do wonders over there. But TSM, they played a huge role, I would say. First, disengaging from a third-party fight, and then again going back to the fight. We will talk about it again on the highlights, but it all started with Mortal picking up a fight on the side of F1LS, and then Regal Toss going in for a rush. Not sure why he did this, but if there was not Mortal as well as one more player from the side of Seoul, that's going to be Viper. If these two players were not surviving, Raid could have finished the side of Team Seoul very early on again, and it would have been very unfortunate. But after this, we did see the fight with TSM, and this is the drive-by I talked about. GodL, they also did not realize there was a team. As they were actually going in for a rotate, they saw the side of 7C, sprayed them down. One person was confirmed, another person, along with a vehicle blast coming in, he was also destroyed. Then the side of Rivalry, they spotted out the side of of Marcos Gaming, and as you mentioned, the drive-by coming in, but these knocks, these utility usages coming in from the side of team Rivalry, I guess, caught them out, and then this play coming in from the side of team Soul to finish off the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, where they were caught off inside a house. Unfortunately, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming go down, but then TSM, they managed to pick up the side of Soul in the same position that they disengaged to a fight. And look at the side of TSM, they were clinical. They let the side of Team Soul push, and as soon as they dropped a couple of players in terms of a knock, then the side of TSM started rushing in, and from there on they entered the site in a similar manner. IND, the last player surviving, Daljit, he tried to do a lot. Yes, Atanki was there, but then a beautiful grenade connection coming in from Jonathan, and the spray was enough to finish the side of team IND, and done and dusted was it. And rivalry as well from the side of AZTEC. TSM, from here onwards, from the finish of the side of team Soul to the entry to the last zones, it was each and every player picking up the responsibility. Okanworks coming in, Ninja coming in, Shadow coming in. They tried their best, but Ninja became a casualty at the end, but then still they made a comeback with 3 players standing strong, and after which we saw the last 3 survivors coming in, and Jonathan giving away his position, which was very crucial. If the teams did not know about that position, the side of Team GodLike could have turned things around, and this is what I talked about. 241, there were just 2 points away, and if even Jonathan landed himself in the second position, GodLike could have taken down the side of 8-bit. Just 2 points. I mean, I understand how nerve-wracking for the side of Team GodLike it might be, but it's a little bit too much for me as well, because I've not seen 8-bit taken down. Team 8-bit is right now walking away in the first position.
Well, indeed, you just come across the overall standings and you're like, oh my god, is this happening for real? Look at the sides of Gordel over here.
130 finish points.
Yeah, exactly. 130 finish point. Well,
are you insane?
They are the one who are dominating it completely to the sides of finish points with a total of 130. No one, I think, no one. It's not even 8-bit who is holding the first position, has marked a 130 for finish. They are 8 points beforehand for GodLike, but look at the aggressiveness. 130 for finish, 111 for placement. This is what GodLike is given us with a total of 241 points. Well, I am a bit feeling sad for the 2 points difference that we are coming across for GodLike and 8-bit. Yeah, definitely. And it's like just 2 points if you could have got, well, you just snatch away the throne from Team 8-bit over there. But it was like an amazing to come across with such an intense fight coming across Team 8-bit and GodLike. Well, Revenant, they are going to be on the 3rd position with 230, marking a bit of difference, I would say, of 11 points. Well, they have to look across of what they can do it about. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming with 4 chicken dinners, it's going to be 228. Well, a bit of confusing fact with the team having the highest amount of chicken dinners. You have to be on that 1st or 2nd position. So that is something that you need to, sit and think about, that where are we going wrong. 7C, well, it's going to be 225 for them. TSM 225. Marcos, it's going to be 205. A direct difference of 20 points over here. AZTEC Esports is going to be 185 total points. And OR Esports, they're going to be on 171 over here. So definitely talking once again by the sides of 7C Esports. Well, for this match, they are being like a 2-party things. Like their 2 players were eliminated by Godel, and their 2 players were eliminated by Soul. That is something that 7C needs to look across. While they need to provide a good cover fire to their players, they have to make sure to play in that unity, play together, regroup at a certain point of time, so that when your team or when your players are getting into a fight, you make sure that you are there to cover the back. So definitely that is something that is really you need to look across with. Well, talking about the second part, it's going to be Team IND with 151 total points. Enigma 134, Galaxy Racers 123. Rivalry, once again, it's going to mark a total of 123 as hand in hand. F1LS, it's going to be 122. Team Soul, well, it's going to be a total of 115 for them. Team Tenacity 113. Team Celsius 99. And Esports Empire with a total of 77 total points.
Man, I'm still hard stuck. I mean, it would have been actually, it's not that either the support coming in for me from the side of 8-bit or the side of GodLike or any other team. It's just that if some team dethroned the side of 8-bit, you understand the competition would have intensified as we head over to day 5 tomorrow. Then 8-bit would have to start worrying if GodLike is performing insanely in terms of their finishing points, then we would have to worry about our own placement points and finish points, and we have to convert it as much as we can. And that's the reason I'm a little bit worried. But I know GodLike, with their finish points that they're doing, the damages that they've been doing to the opponent, there is a great chance that they'll be putting their position on top one very, very early. But one more thing that we want to tell you is there's going to be an interview very soon. As we push you to the Hindi desk, we will be coming back. The discussion will be happening with us, with the top 5 fraggers as well. But right now, have a quick interview and a discussion from your favorite players. That was the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, who managed to get 3 winner chicken dinner on day 4. Enjoy.
और सौम्यराज, कैसे हैं आप सभी?
एकदम बढ़िया ब्रो।
ओके, सो अभी इस टूर्नामेंट से रिलेटेड कुछ बात करेंगे, कुछ फन सेगमेंट भी करेंगे यहाँ पर। आपको पता माया भी आया तो आपके साथ पूरा हंसी मजाक यहाँ पर चलने वाला है। बट कहीं ना कहीं स्काई ई स्पोर्ट्स चैंपियनशिप 3.0 एक प्लेटफॉर्म आपकी नजर में कैसा है? इस टूर्नामेंट के बारे में आप कुछ बताएं कि एज अ प्लेयर कैसी अपॉर्चुनिटी आपके लिए ये है?
बताओ गाइस।
Now starting from Ronak only, because we have the most experience out there. So yeah, starting from Ronak.
या सो स्काई स्पोर्ट्स का जब पहले सुनने में आया था ऐसा कि टूर्नामेंट होस्ट हो रहा है ऐसा ये वो, तो पहले मतलब ऐसा लगा कि चलो भाई एक बड़ा मेजर इवेंट है, बिकॉज इसका प्राइस भी बहुत अच्छा है और टीम्स भी इसमें बहुत सारी अच्छी खेलेंगी। सो एक बहुत अच्छा अपॉर्चुनिटी था कि फर्स्ट एक ऐसा अच्छा इवेंट हो रहा है उसमें खेलना और अपनी प्रूव करना। एंड बाकी सब तो ये लोग अभी नवे और मैं भी कहीं ना कहीं गायब हो चुका था। इट्स अ गुड टाइम टू शाइन अगेन।
बिल्कुल, आप लोग शाइन कर रहे हो। आज के आपकी जो परफॉर्मेंस है वो काफ़ी है ये दिखाने के लिए कि आप लोग कितना हार्डवर्क यहाँ पर कर रहे हो। सो मैं स्टार्ट करना चाहूँगा यहाँ पर इनके आईजीएल सौम्यराज से। तो सौम्यराज, आज का दिन आपका बहुत अच्छा रहा है। मतलब आखिरी जो आपका मीरामार का मैच था जिसमें हमने देखा था कि पूरे तरीके से सर्कल आपने अपने कब्जे में ले लिया था, तो क्या ऐसा मेटा है आपके पास जो सर्कल आप इतना अच्छा प्रेडिक्ट कर लेते हो? और मतलब आज के बैक टू बैक चिकन डिनर्स का राज क्या है? क्या माइंडसेट था आज के दिन के लिए?
बस मैं अपने टीममेट भी पहले ही दोनों बता देता हूँ कि यहाँ फाइनल जोन बन सकता है, तो उसके क्लोज ही हम रहते हैं, तो वो प्रेडिक्शन मोस्टली सही रहता है। अभी आज के दिन तो सही रहता है।
ओके सो कहीं ना कहीं प्रेडिक्शन यहाँ पर पहले ही दे देते हैं सर्कल में कि इस जगह फाइनल जोन बन सकता है और वो एरिया ऑक्यूपाई कर टीम स्काईलाइट्स हमें मिलती है। सो पुकार, गमला बॉय, आप लोग फ्रंटलाइन कमांड अपनी टीम के लिए होल्ड करते हो। अच्छी स्नाइपिंग हम रौनक को करते हुए देख पा रहा है। एजलिंग सौम्यराज की अच्छी चल रही है। सो इस टीम में कलेक्टिवली और कितने लोगों का एफर्ट है? क्या हमारे पास कुछ और लोग भी हैं इस टीम में जो मास्टरमाइंड का रोल अदा करते हैं, या फिर इट्स ऑल रौनक और सौम्यराज जो यहाँ पर सारी रोटेशंस एंड प्लानिंग्स एंड मेटास प्लान करते हैं?
नहीं, हमारा एक दोस्त है ज़ाइपेक्स, वो हमारे गेम को एनालाइज करता है, वो सारे स्ट्रीम को देखता है, फिर हमें बताता है कि हम कहाँ लैग कर रहे हैं, और बाकी हम और पुकार भी एनालाइज करते हैं कि कहाँ क्या क्या चल रहा है, किस साइड कहाँ लैग कर रहा है।
ओके सो
यहाँ पर हमारे साथ हमारे मैनेजर, आ जाओ भाई, अपनी शक्ल दिखा दो।
बिल्कुल,
तो ये भी अगर टीम का डाउन रहता है तो हमें हेल्प करते हैं। हमारे मैनेजर है शिफ्टर एके प्रांजल।
ओके तो शिफ्टर को हमने कई बार खेलते हुए भी देखा है, और ज़ाइपेक्स को तो खैर हम सब जानते ही है। ज़ाइपेक्स एक बहुत बढ़िया एनालिस्ट जो काफ़ी लंबे समय से पुकार और सौम्यराज के साथ है, और आज सभी का हार्डवर्क हमें यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है। आई थिंक जब गेम नहीं था तो बहुत कम टीम्स उतना सीरियसली ग्राइंड कर रही थी। आई थिंक ये खिलाड़ी थे जिन्होंने ग्राइंड किया था। रौनक का सपोर्ट यहाँ पर इनके साथ रहा, उनका एक्सपीरियंस यहाँ पर उनके काम में आ रहा है, और आज स्काईलाइट्स की टीम हर जगह शाइन करती हुई मिल रही है। तो इतना सीरियस नहीं लेते यहाँ पर रौनक इस इंटरव्यू को। थोड़ा सा फन सेगमेंट यहाँ पर हम शुरू करने वाले, जिसमें पर्टिकुलरली हर प्लेयर से मैं कुछ दो बेसिक क्वेश्चंस पूछने वाला हूं, और वो थोड़े से ट्रिकी जरूर से रहेंगे। सो बी प्रिपेयर्ड। एंड अभी तक हमने सौम्यराज और रौनक से बात कर ली, तो आई स्टार्ट विद वन ऑफ माय फेवरेट्स, गमला बॉय, जिसे मैं हमेशा बोलता हूं कि तू शाइन करेगा। सो यस गमला बॉय, सबसे पहले आपसे मैं यही पूछना चाहूंगा कि कैसा लग रहा है इवेंट, और मतलब मजा आ रहा है? टॉप फ्रैगर लिस्ट में अभी नहीं हो, आपको पता है कि मैं आपसे नाराज हूं, बट कितना टाइम और लगेगा आपको टॉप फ्रैगर लिस्ट में आने में?
अभी तो 3 दिन और बाकी है, तो क्या पता कल या परसों आ जाऊं।
मतलब कोशिश है, नजर एम है वहां पर टॉप फ्रैगर लिस्ट में आने का?
यस बिल्कुल।
ओके सो आपकी नजर में अगर इस टीम में कोई एक चेंज करना हो, कोई भी एक चेंज रिप्लेस करना हो, नॉट एडिशन, तो वो कौन हो सकता है और उसकी जगह पे कौन आ सकता है? और ये ऑप्शन नहीं है कि मेरी टीम बेस्ट है, एक आधा चेंज आपको करना ही करना है, वो मैंडेटरी है। समझ लो कि एक का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट खत्म हो गया।
मेरा
वो गमला वही बताएगा। ओके, तो एडिशन कौन होगा फिर इसकी जगह पे? कौन सा प्लेयर आप रिप्लेस करना चाहेंगे रॉनक की जगह?
एडिशन तो सोचा नहीं कभी, पर एडिशन आगे देखा जाएगा कभी हो तो ऐसा।
अरे बट तेरे दिमाग में कोई ऐसा रहे, कोई प्लेयर तो एक नाम उड़ता हुआ मुझे सुनने में आया है, वो नाम था स्काउट का।
ओके, तो स्काईलाइट स्काउट यहाँ पर सोच रहे हैं गमला बॉय। सो ओके, शिफ्टिंग टू पुकार। पुकार आप बहुत जबरदस्त अपना फ्रंट लाइन कमांड दिखा रहे हो। फिनिश फीड में नाम आता है आपका, लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पे लिखा हुआ बड़ा दिखता है। मेरे सेगमेंट्स में आपने कई बार सुना होगा कि पुकार के ग्रेनेड की पुकार बहुत लंबी जाती है। सो कैसा है टूर्नामेंट? सब कुछ अच्छा चल रहा है? स्काईलाइट्स आपने बहुत लंबी जर्नी अपनी निभाई है, एफएस से लेके स्काईलाइट्स तक का सफर कैसा था और आगे के प्लान्स आपके कैसे हैं?
टूर्नामेंट तो अच्छा ही चल रहा है, बस हमारा कल का डे थोड़ा चौक हुआ और आज उसको कवर कर लिया हम लोगों ने। और बाकी हमारा जर्नी तो अच्छा ही रहा है सोमेराज के साथ स्टार्टिंग से ही। और बाकी अभी भी हम आगे अच्छा ही प्लान कर रहे हैं आगे के लिए कि बेस्ट ही दे रहे हैं अपना।
बिल्कुल। एंड साथ साथ एक और चीज़ पूछना चाहूँगा, जैसे अभी तो आज आपने जैसे बोला, मैं भी यही बोलने वाला था कि कंपनसेट कर दिया आप लोगों ने कल का थोड़ा सा जो बैड परफॉर्मेंस रही थी। आप बोल रहे थे कुछ कहीं कहीं जगह पे चोक करा, लेकिन सवाल मेरा अब यही रहेगा कि कल जब आप उतरेंगे खेलने, मतलब कौन से दिन को आप श्योरिटी मान के चलेंगे कि अब हाँ हम यहाँ पर अब टॉप 3 आने वाले हैं? कौन से दिन को आप उसके दिन के बाद मतलब सोचना स्टार्ट कर देंगे कि अब यहाँ से अब टॉप 3 से हम नीचे नहीं जाने वाले?
हमारा तो रोज ही ये रहता है कि टॉप 3 में तो रहना ही है, लेकिन कभी हो पाता है कभी नहीं हो पाता है। तो
मतलब आपने पर्टिकुलर अभी माइंड सेट पे है कि मतलब डे 6 के बाद इतना नीचे नहीं जाने वाले, ऐसा कुछ रहेगा माइंड सेट पे अभी?
हाँ, माइंड सेट तो यही है कि टॉप 3 से नीचे नहीं जाने कभी भी। अभी देखते हैं कल क्या होगा, आज तो नहीं, आज फोर से शायद।
वेल अभी तक का तो आपका सफर अच्छा रहा। कंपनसेट आपने आज बहुत अच्छे तरीके से कर लिया। आई थिंक आज सेगमेंट में भी ये चीज बोली गई थी कि पहली ऐसी टीम है जो स्काई स्पोर्ट्स चैंपियनशिप 3.0 में हैट्रिक लेकर जाती है। 2 दिन से हमारे साथ ऐसा चल रहा था कि टीम्स 2-2 चिकन लेके जा रही है, बट वो हैट्रिक नहीं हो पा रही है और आपने 5वें मैच में ही हैट्रिक यहाँ पर ले ली है। सो कंग्रेचुलेशन ऑन दैट। बट अब हम यहाँ से शुरू करने वाले हैं अपना रैपिड फायर सेगमेंट, जो कि रिक्वेस्ट आपसे रहेगी कि प्लीज मेक इट रैपिड एंड जितना फायर आप उसमें डाल सके वो और इंटरेस्टिंग बनाएगा इस इंटरव्यू को। तो मुझे इंटरेस्टेड यहाँ पर सबसे ज्यादा रौनक लग रहे हैं, तो रौनक डाल सकते हैं वो इंटरव्यू में हमारे। तो रौनक से ही मैं शुरू करने वाला हूँ। इट्स गोना बी वेरी ट्रिकी रौनक। सो
बस होना चाहिए, कंट्रोवर्शियल नहीं होना चाहिए, पहले बता रहा हूं मैं भी।
हाँ, चलेगा। ओके, सो ये अच्छी वार्निंग थी मेरे लिए, बट थैंक यू सो मच फॉर दैट। ओके, सो लेट्स जस्ट स्टार्ट विद अ बेसिक क्वेश्चन कि अगर स्काईलाइट्स नहीं मिलती तो इसके अलावा कौन सी टीम में जाने का प्लान था?
स्काईलाइट्स नहीं मिलती तो
You gotta be quick, man. You gotta be quick.
फनाटिक में भी वापस से फनाटिक वापस आने।
ओके, तो स्पॉयलर्स हो व्हाट? यहाँ पर स्पॉयलर्स मिलते हैं आपको गाइस। ओके, सो अभी यहाँ पर आपकी टीम में 3 खिलाड़ी हैं, एक और खिलाड़ी की जरूरत 5 टीम्स के 5 प्लेयर्स के साथ टीम्स को हमने कई बार देखा है। एक और खिलाड़ी आप लोग अगर लेकर जाना चाहें अपने साथ बड़े टूर्नामेंट्स में, आगे ऑफिशियल इवेंट्स में, तो वो कौन सा खिलाड़ी होने वाला है?
ओवेस।
ओके, तो ये भी एक कोई स्पॉइलर से कम नहीं है गाइस। ओवेस आपको ज्वाइन करते हुए ओवेस स्काईलाइट्स बन सकते हैं। अभी इस टूर्नामेंट के अंदर आपको कौन लगता है कि आपके जीतने में रुकावट बनकर आ सकता है?
3 टीम्स है, रेवेनेंट, 8-बिट एंड गॉडलाइक।
ये तो पॉइंट्स टेबल की बात हो गई ना, बट कंपटीशन आपको सबसे तगड़ा कौन सा लग रहा है?
तीनों ही अच्छा खेल रहे हैं भाई। मेरे लिए ऐसा ही है कि सब टीम्स अच्छा खेलती है और जितनी भी टीम्स सब 18 टीम्स खेल रही है वो सब अच्छा ही खेल रही है। ऐसा नहीं कि एक टूर्नामेंट से कुछ जज नहीं होता, बाकी आने वाले टूर्नामेंट में दूसरी टीम जीत सकती है।
वेल एग्जैक्टली, जैसे आपने कहा कि एक टूर्नामेंट से जज नहीं होता, तो उसको मैं थोड़ा सा और इलैबोरेट करूंगा कि एक स्टेज से टूर्नामेंट के भी बहुत कुछ जज नहीं होता। तो कौन सी आपकी नजर में ऐसी टीम है सेमीफाइनल में जो शायद फाइनल्स तक क्वालिफाई करना डिजर्व करती थी?
ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स एंड रेड आउल।
ओके, तो ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स और रेड आउल इनकी नजर में क्वालिफाई कर सकती थी। सो थैंक यू सो मच रौनक, दिस वाज इट विद यू। कमिंग बैक टू गमला बॉय, आई होप आई वाज रियली डिसेंट विद रौनक। मैंने जो क्वेश्चंस प्लान किए थे वो शायद नहीं रखे। रौनक कहीं ना कहीं इस चीज को पढ़ पा रहे हैं, बट यस गमला बॉय हम यहाँ पर पूछेंगे। गमला बॉय, सबसे पहला क्वेश्चन, तेरा फेवरेट कास्टर कौन है गमला बॉय?
ऑब्वियसली आप यार।
भाई ये नहीं, थोड़ा मैंने जान के पूछा था। थैंक यू सो मच। बट कहीं ना कहीं गमला भाई, यहाँ से एक और सवाल मैं जो सेम रौनक से पूछा था कि अगर स्काईलाइट्स नहीं तो कौन सी टीम? बहुत टीमें ट्राई आउट दी है तुमने, हमने देखा है, बट अगर स्काईलाइट्स नहीं मिलती, ये लाइनअप नहीं बनती, तो कौन सी लाइनअप में गमला बॉय खेल सकता था?
जिस लाइनअप में मैं पहले था स्काईलाइट से फिनटॉक, शायद उसी में ही खेल रहा था मेरे ख्याल से।
ओके, आपकी नजर में अगर स्काईलाइट से सौम्यराज को हटा दिया जाता है तो कौन सा आईजीएल आपको स्काईलाइट्स में चाहिए रहेगा?
मावी।
आईजीएल का नाम आता है तो मॉवी का नाम सबसे पहले आता है, ये हमने काफी इंटरव्यूज में देख लिया है। एक और सवाल आखिरी रहेगा आपके लिए कि गमला बॉय को कौन सी ऐसी टीम है जो इस टूर्नामेंट में लगता है कि यहां पर हमारे लिए कोई खास कंपटीशन नहीं है, ये कभी भी हमारे सामने 4v4 की फाइट में आए और हम इसे काफी इजीली डाउन कर सकते हैं? किस टीम के अगेंस्ट में आप काफी ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट हैं?
ऐसा तो कोई भी टीम नहीं है, हम हारते हैं जीतते हुए तो इक्वल रेशो तो सबके साथ चलता ही है।
नहीं मतलब फिनिश फील्ड में पता चलता है कि अरे ये तो ये टीम है, चलो स्लैम इन कर सकते हैं, इस पे हम थोड़ा सा भारी पड़ सकते हैं।
वो तो सिचुएशन के ऊपर रहता है।
ऐसा अंडर एस्टिमेट अगर करते ऑब्वियसली हम ही मरेंगे।
एज एक्सपेक्टेड गमला बॉय को आपने अग्रेशन के साथ देखा है और सेंस भी यहाँ पर मिलती है देखने के लिए। सो ओवर कमिट नहीं करना, किसी को अंडर एस्टिमेट नहीं करना, ये कुछ चीजें जो गाइस आप लोग भी इन इंटरव्यू से जरूर से सीख सकते हैं। पुकार की तरफ भी हम यहाँ पर चलेंगे। पुकार की गेम प्ले की तो पुकार बहुत लोगों ने आज सुन ली है और कुछ सवालों के जवाब भी अब आप लोग सुन सकते हैं यहाँ पर। सो पुकार, स्काईलाइट्स नहीं तो कौन सी टीम? जो सवाल हम सबसे पूछ रहे हैं वो आपके सामने भी आएगा।
देखो मैं तो वैसे स्काईलाइट्स मतलब इसी टीम में हूँ स्टार्टिंग से, तो चेंज तो मुश्किल था, लेकिन अगर वो ये नहीं रहती तो शायद पता नहीं, मेरे को कोई नहीं लेता शायद।
नहीं ऐसा तो नहीं होता पुकार, कोई ना कोई तो जबरदस्त ले ही लेता है यार, इतने जबरदस्त आप खिलाड़ी हो। आपका फेवरेट मैप कौन सा है? क्या वही है जो मैं सोच रहा हूँ अभी जो चलता आया है उसमें सबसे फेवरेट मैप कौन सा है?
इरेंगल।
इज इट इरेंगल? बिकॉज मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि स्काईलाइट्स का जो स्ट्रॉन्ग पार्ट है वो मीरामार का मैप है। चलो ये सवाल हम सौम्यराज से भी पूछेंगे बिकॉज आईजीएल का पर्सपेक्टिव इसमें काफी ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा। पुकार से एक और सवाल आता है कि भाई गर्लफ्रेंड या बीजीएमआई क्या जरूरी है आपके लिए?
अरे भाई बीजीएमआई ऑब्वियसली।
अच्छा गर्लफ्रेंड है नहीं या जरूरी नहीं है?
तो मतलब ऐसा क्या पूछ रहे हो आप?
बहुत है। ओके सो गाइस दिस वाज गुड। अच्छा अब फूडी है आप पुकार कहीं ना कहीं। ओके एंड्रॉइड या आईओएस? आईओएस ओके मतलब एंड्रॉइड में जब गेम था तो सभी का इंतजार चल रहा था आईओएस में आने के लिए। आपकी नजर में एक ऐसी टीम जो आपके अलावा ये टूर्नामेंट जीत सकती है, जल्दी क्विक।
8 बिट।
ओके सो 8 बिट यहाँ पे जीतने वाली है। बैक टू सौम्यराज बीइंग दी आईजीएल। और सौम्यराज आज मैंने एक बड़ी अच्छी सेगमेंट बोली जो मुझे खुद भी अच्छी लगी और मुझे लगता है कि ये एक ऐसा अंडररेटेड आईजीएल है जिसने आज सभी के दिलों पर राज कर लिया। आई थिंक इसीलिए इसका नाम भी सौम्यराज है। तो कांग्रेचुलेशन सौम्यराज भाई, जिस तरीके का आपका ग्राइंड था, आई थिंक इस बारे में पहले भी काफी बार बात कर चुके हैं कि जितनी भी मेहनत की गई थी वो एक न एक दिन रंग लाएगी। और तहे दिल से मैं बहुत खुश हूं इस चीज को देखते हुए, आज के दिन को देखते हुए कि जितनी भी टीम्स ने ग्राइंड किया था, नॉट ओनली स्काईलाइट्स गाइस, आई विल बी बैक टू द सेम, कि जितनी भी टीम्स ने गेम नहीं थी जब ग्राइंड किया था वो सब अच्छा कर रही है। 8 बिट की टीम को आप देखो, आई थिंक इवन यू गाइस वोंट डिनाई विद द फैक्ट कि 8 बिट ने भी, ओमेगा ने भी काफी ज्यादा ग्राइंड बैन के टाइम पर भी करा था। आप लोगों ने भी पूरे तरीके से अपनी डेडिकेशन दिखाई थी जिसका फल कहीं ना कहीं यहां पर दिख रहा है। सो कांग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन दैट, कुडोस टू स्काईलाइट्स। बट कमिंग बैक टू द फन सेगमेंट, सौम्यराज से हम यहां पर पहला सवाल पूछना चाहेंगे भाई, फेवरेट मैप कौन सा है सौम्यराज का? मीरामार एग्जैक्टली, बिकॉज स्काईलाइट्स का जब भी हम प्रेडिक्शन की बात करते हैं तो मेरी नजर में भैया सबसे टैक्टिकल टीम जो मुझे लगता है वो यही लगती है मीरामार के मैप में। अगर इस टीम से एक प्लेयर अभी हटाने की पावर मिल जाए और कोई एक प्लेयर ऐड करना हो तो वो कौन होने वाला है? आईजीएल का एक अलग प्रभाव रहेगा ना इस क्वेश्चन पर भाई।
वैसे हटाना तो नहीं है, बट अगर
नहीं हटाना ही है, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट खत्म होने वाला है किसी एक का।
तो
हटा दो भाई,
मेरे को हटा दो, पहले से लगे पड़े।
आएगा कौन फिर? आएगा कौन रौनक फिर? सौम्यराज
स्काउट बना दो।
ओके सर, स्काउट को बिल्कुल बेसब्री से इंतजार हो रहा है यहाँ पर स्काईलाइट्स का। कुछ और क्वेश्चंस गेम्स हो इफ यू वांट आस्क समथिंग?
हाँ बिल्कुल, मैं पूछना चाहूँगा रिगार्डिंग अंडरडॉग परफॉर्मेंस जो आपने देखा सेमीफाइनल्स में, आपने देखा उनके अगेंस्ट आपने खेला भी होगा, 1-on-1 परफॉर्म आपके साथ हुआ भी होगी फाइट्स, तो उसके रिगार्डिंग कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे, मतलब उनके रिगार्डिंग जस्ट लाइक उनको कोई मैसेज भी देना चाहेंगे जो हमारे व्यूअर्स हैं जो अंडरडॉग एज अ कॉम्पिटिटिव आना चाहते हैं स्पोर्ट्स में भी?
तो अभी जैसे स्काई स्पोर्ट्स से कितना बड़ा टूर्नामेंट हुआ उसको आप देख के सीख सकते हो, क्योंकि सबका मेन गोल तो बीजीआई सभी के लिए है
जी।
तो ये देख के आप सीखो, सारा स्ट्रैटेजी रीड करो, टॉप रीड करो कि अगर आपका क्लास हुआ तो उसको कैसे अवॉइड करेंगे, क्योंकि पहला जोन में क्योंकि डिसाइडेड 2 मैच होंगे और अगर आप टॉप क्लास पहले करके कोई अच्छी टीम है गॉडलाइक का टॉप क्लास की तो भाई गॉडलाइक की अच्छी टीम है तो वो मार के निकलेगी, तो आपका भी गेम बर्बाद होगा और आपके
ओके, सो कहीं ना कहीं सौम्यराज आपका आवाज थोड़ा सा ब्रेक हो रहा है, थोड़ा सा आप माइक के आगे आके अपने सेगमेंट्स लेंगे तो काफी ज्यादा हेल्प रहेगी ऑडियंस के लिए, व्यूअर्स के लिए। बट हाँ, कुछ और सवाल आपके लिए है रेडी, बिकॉज हाँ बाकी प्लेयर्स से ज्यादा हम बात आईजीएल से करना चाहेंगे, बिकॉज आईजीएल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल कैरी करता है मैच की परफॉर्मेंसेज में लेके। यहाँ तक की अप्रोच हमें क्लियरली दिख रही है कि बाय हुक और बाय क्रुक आपको ये टूर्नामेंट में एक अच्छा स्पॉट चाहिए, बट व्हाट इफ अगर आप 5वें या 6ठे दिन के बाद टॉप 3 में नहीं हो, तो क्या आपका एक ऐसा माइंडसेट रहेगा जो अब हमें यहां पर करना ही करना है? क्या ऑल इन अटैक एक ऐसा ऑप्शन है आपके पास जो एक प्लान बी की तरह हमारे सामने आएगा कि हम पीछे हैं और एक दिन में आखिरी 6 मैचेस हैं, तब तक भी क्या आपको लगता है कि हमारी इस टीम में इतनी क्षमता है कि हम सीधा टॉप 4 से टॉप 1 तक का आंकड़ा पूरा कर पाएंगे?
हाँ, हम फिर देखेंगे कि जितना अपॉर्चुनिटी हमें मिल रहा है सारी चीज़ को यूटिलाइज करेंगे, क्योंकि नथिंग टू लूज है, हम जीतने के लिए खेल रहे हैं, तो 4th-5th के लिए तो फिर खेल के फायदा नहीं है ना।
यही अप्रोच है, मतलब 4th-5th के लिए नहीं खेलना, खेलेंगे तो जीतने के लिए खेलेंगे, उसके बाद जो भी पोजीशन मिल जाए वो मेरिट पे रहेगी, बट एफर्ट जो रहेगा वो पूरा जीतने के लिए ही रहेगा स्काईलाइट्स गेमिंग का। सौम्यराज के साथ थोड़ी सी मस्ती में यहाँ पर करना चाहूंगा। सो सौम्यराज, आर यू रेडी फॉर द रैपिड फायर सेक्शन? ओके, सो इज इट पुकार और गमला बॉय? यू गॉट टू चूज वन फ्रॉम देम।
पुकार।
ओके, सो लंबा पुराना नाता है भाई पुकार से। बेस्ट टीम की बात करना चाहेंगे यहाँ पर अभी के लिए, 8-बिट और टीम एक्सो।
गॉडलाइक।
ये खतरनाक था भाई। ओके, सो इफ इट सो गॉडलाइक वर्सेस सोल, कौन सी टीम इसमें से आप चूज करना चाहेंगे? आपकी नजर में टफ कंपटीशन कौन है आपके हिसाब से?
गॉडलाइक।
एक्सो, एनी क्वेश्चंस फ्रॉम योर साइड?
बस यही था मेन था उससे।
मेक इट मोर रैपिड मैन, आई वांट टू यू नो, मुझे देखना सौम्यराज को थोड़ा सा परेशान होते हुए, काफी चिल बैठा है।
गन एज वेल।
आई स्मेल कंट्रोवर्सी ओवर हियर। बहुत
किधर?
स्मार्ट है तू।
आई एम नॉट हियर टू क्रिएट कंट्रोवर्सीज दो, बट कहीं ना कहीं बहुत अच्छा लगा गाइस, स्काईलाइट्स की टीम यहाँ पर आई है गाइस, इसी तरीके से परफॉर्म करते रहो और यू नो आपने जितनी मेहनत करी थी वो दिख रही है, वो फल ला रही है, बट मजा तब आएगा यार जब आप टूर्नामेंट जीतोगे, बिकॉज 3 इडियट्स की मूवी का डायलॉग सभी ने सुना होगा कि नोबडी रिमेंबर्स द वन हु कम सेकंड। सो जीतना ही है, जीतने के लिए ही खेलना है, और हम चाहेंगे कि स्काईलाइट्स की टीम अपना बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस करते हुए हमें देखने को मिले, और इसी तरीके से ये सारे प्लेयर्स अपने ग्राइंड के चलते आपको एंटरटेन करते रहेंगे गाइस। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर हैविंग अस गाइस, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग स्काईलाइट्स गेमिंग, कूडोस टू यू गाइस।
थैंक यू बाय।
ओके सो गाइस, दिस इज इट। ये थी स्काईलाइट्स गेमिंग की टीम जो आज के दिन में एक ऐसी टीम निकल कर आती है जो
Oh my god, my bad. I'm really, really sorry. I guess you guys did not have a chance to have listen to my voice. My real bad technical issues happening here and there. Really, really sorry for that. I hope you can hear me right now. Again, as we were talking about the top, I would say, the points table or the top fraggers list. My bad. I had a chance. I mean, it was my bad there. I missed out as soon as that interview ended. I was still caught up in that interview, and that's the reason I was talking about that. But again, as I mentioned, the interview was just incredible. It gave you an insight of what the teams were doing and how the teams are managing to make it work. But again, I was talking about the top fraggers list. Akshat was on top with 46, and we did talk about if they will be able to pick up 100 kills for themselves or not, but they needed to reach today with 60 finishes. Unfortunately, it could not. Jonathan is also at second position with 46 for himself. But again, he did miss out his opportunity of getting it to 50, but again, nothing held on, I would say, to his hand, because he tried his best. Otherwise, I would say maybe we would have seen another scenario where Jonathan could have crossed it. But nonetheless, GodLike did perform. Jonathan brought his team to the third position. Aladdin also from the side of 7C, 36 for him. 8-bit Viru as well, 36 for him. But TSM slowly, not only the top fraggers list, they're still making their way into the leaderboard as well. 35 for his end. Ninja is making a comeback. But again, I was talking about the interview, right? It is giving you an idea about how the IGL thinks and how the players think. It's going to be completely different, and that's the reason IGL is going to be very, very crucial. But yes, with this we come to an end of 24 maps done and dusted, and there is just going to be another set of 24 maps that teams, I'm sorry, not 24 maps, my bad, teams will have to finish up with 42. That's going to be 18 maps that teams have to convert from here on. That is starting off at day 5. So teams have a lot of work geared up for themselves, a lot of progress that they need to do from here on. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, even though they had a chance of getting 3 winner chicken dinners, they're still on the journey of topping the table charts, but there's a long way for them. GodLike as well, very close, but just 2 points. Hopefully they start off on a greater note tomorrow at day 5 and they dethrone 8-bit. But again, 8-bit, we know maybe they lacked a little bit of energy going into the last few maps, and that's the reason they missed their opportunity. But that does bring us to the end of day 4. An incredible and power packed action coming through from various teams such as SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, GodLike, 8-bit, a little bit here and there, but we also saw the side of team REVENANT making a comeback along with the side of TSM. So these two teams are something that you have to watch out, because REVENANT as well, they have a lot of placement points. So something for teams to start looking. But from here on, from day 5, 6 and 7, teams have to start balancing both their finish or placement points. If they don't, another team will try to balance it out better and convert it. But with that, it does bring us to the end of day 4. Hope you enjoyed. If you enjoyed, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. And in case you have any questions about how to participate in this tournament or any other tournaments that Sky organizes, don't forget to follow us on Instagram as well at @Skyesports Gaming. And in case you have any questions with us, our Instagram handles will always be below with our caster deck coming live. For Dr. Dang, it's right next to me. For Darshita, hope you had a chance. Otherwise, it's going to be IG Darshita. For me, it's going to be at @SanatSam1210. And any questions, feel free to shoot to us. But with us, I'll be saying goodbye to you and letting you guys know that we'll be back again with day 5. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of teams packing heat, because you saw SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they said they want the first position and they are going to play for the victory, nothing else. That's the spirit team needs to carry, and that's the spirit you guys need to carry. And with that, I'll be ending on the same note. Have a great evening. See you guys soon on day 5. Take care. Bye bye.
From a driver's point of view, to get ahead, you need to understand the data. I have over 20 buttons on my steering wheel that have a direct link to how the car behaves. So I'm studying that in the background on computers all the time. I'm super grateful that we have AMD with us. It's a huge asset for us. When we come back into the garage, the car downloads and the data pops up on my screen. The faster we can get that, the faster I can analyze it and the faster I can get back out there. From a driver's point of view, to get ahead, you need to understand the data. I have over 20 buttons on my steering wheel that have a direct link to how the car behaves. So I'm studying that in the background on computers all the time. I'm super grateful that we have AMD with us. It's a huge asset for us. When we come back into the garage, the car downloads and the data pops up on my screen. The faster we can get that, the faster I can analyze it and the faster I can get back out there. From a driver's point of view, to get ahead, you need to understand the data. I have over 20 buttons on my steering wheel that have a direct link to how the car behaves. So I'm studying that in the background on computers all the time. I'm super grateful that we have AMD with us. It's a huge asset for us. When we come back into the garage, the car downloads and the data pops up on my screen. The faster we can get that, the faster I can analyze it and the faster I can get back out there. from a driver's point of view, to get ahead, you need to understand the data. I have over 20 buttons on my steering wheel that have a direct link to how the car behaves. So I'm studying that in the background on computers all the time. I'm super grateful that we have AMD with us. It's a huge asset for us. When we come back into the garage, the car downloads and the data pops up on my screen. The faster we can get that, the faster I can analyze it and the faster I can get back out there.
girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done now. girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done now. I like the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done now. with their nails done now.